You know, I just heard from We also have to switch to JJ. Sabe lo que pasa? Reverberate.
You're sure.
We're ready.
You're No idea.
Our first case is on page 33. Inspector Robert Crock, case number CE 23070648, case address 1134 Northwest Sixth Street, owner CHDS LLC. This case was cited 7/21/23 to comply by 7/21/23. One section complied at $250, $250 approved. The city is requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline was 8/5/23, and the citation appeal was received. Good morning, Mr. Smith. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Morning, Magistrate.
Yes, sir.
Inspector Robert Crock, speaking on behalf of the city. Case number CE 23070648. Address 1134 Northwest Sixth Street. We arrived at the subject property at 22:01 or 10:01 p.m. in reference to a loud music complaint. 3 noise readings were taken at the property of the complainant. Readings read out at 62 dBA, 55 dBA, and 58 dBA. All 3 of these exceeding the threshold of 50 dBA after 10 p.m. in a residential area. This is a repeat violation of case CE 22020890, and a citation was issued and posted to the property.
Okay, the noise consisted of what, music?
Music, yes, loud music.
Yes, sir. Tell us your name and address.
Excuse me.
Tell us your name and address.
Chris Smith, 1134 Northwest Sixth Street, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33311.
Okay, what is your appeal on this case?
Well, I'm saying the reason I appeal is to try and get the video that we're seeing now. The way that these cases work is you give us a notice that's taped on the door the next day, and there's no evidence. In any other code case, you can look and see, well, this is a violation. So in order, when you get a noise violation, you're just given a letter. And so you have to do an appeal and ask for the video to prove that there's a violation. So obviously there is a violation, so I have no defense, but I would like, if you're going to notice someone for a violation, that there's some type of evidence given, not just a handwritten note put on your door the next day. If there may be a policy that if you're going to find somebody to do this, you at least give them this evidence to say, hey, there was a violation, here's the video. It wasn't a motorcycle in your parking lot or a car in your parking lot. It was actually you. As a resident and as a business owner in the community, I think that's the least that we could get is some evidence. If you do it at someone's house, I can see that there's overgrowth or a tree or something. But when you do this noise violation, there's no evidence. This video isn't given to the property owner at all.
Did you need to see the video of his readings? Or you
Yes.
agree? You want to see those?
Well, first, let me say, yes, I'm guilty, so I'll pay the fine.
Okay.
But if you look at that reading, this is a business in which there's a parking lot in between the building and this handheld, which has a lot of cars, motorcycles and stuff. So as a business owner, I don't know if this is my noise or if these are the probably 30 cars in between my business and where this person is located.
Well,
There's
the
a
readings were
parking lot
taken-
in between.
The readings were taken from the complainant's property,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. Something else that you've got here is this is a repeat violation, which is not amusing. So if
Yeah.
that's getting you in trouble from the past as well as now the present. This comes back, it's going to be more difficult to deal with. I agree what you have to say about the notice and what you get. You don't knock on the door for this, right, sir?
We can go up to the commercial property. Problem is with Smitty's is there's a lot of people there. There is very, very packed. He runs a very successful business. And to try to make contact would be very difficult. Also, in the past, it hasn't been, would say, cordial with the security over there. Even when I attempted to post it, they were not happy with me doing to post it. They told me not to even post it.
Okay.
Now,
Magistrate, and for the record, you know, Mr. Smith or any property owner, of course, Your Honor, after they receive either a notice of violation or a citation, can always make a public records request and just send an email or pick up the phone and call either the inspector or supervisor or the city clerk and ask for that information in advance.
Okay.
I did, along with the appeal. If you look at the appeal, within that appeal, I did ask for this information. So if you got the appeal, you got my public records request for this information.
Hulu Dowd, Liquor Compliance Supervisor. Mr. Smith, when I visited your property a few weeks ago, I was just asking questions generally about a school bus that happened to be there.
Mhm.
And I asked you to email me. I left you my card, but I never received an email from you because I told you, please email me so I can, you know, tell me what you need and I'll get it for you, but I never received that email
No.
from you here.
And that one is on me. And I'll admit, that's why I'm not even fighting this today. I'm just trying to give some positive feedback as to things you can do in the future. And I guess to the comment about our parking lot guy that's hostile, I mean, we're on notice. Again, like you said, this is the second time. If you come to that door and say I'm code, I got everybody on notice because I've cursed out everybody in that building about this violation. That if someone comes to that door, everything shuts down. We have Fort Lauderdale police who's out there every Sunday, and they text me whenever there's an issue. I get a quick text saying, Mr. Smith, a lot of people shut down music. We shut it down immediately. I mean, and you were at that meeting where the police even told you, they text me, it's done immediately. So again, I'm just giving some feedback. I'll pay the fine, but just as a going forward, maybe that's something we should look at as a city to work hand in hand with businesses to actually get music turned down and not just a fine. Because I think the reason we're doing this is to make sure we don't disturb residents. And if that's the case.
I'll be more than happy to discuss with you, you know, outside of the context of the hearing, and maybe, you know, you can offer some solutions and we can look at ways to work together and mitigate these things, as compliance is our goal at the end of the day, not citations.
I understand. Thank you so much.
Okay,
Thank you,
thank
sir.
you, Mr. Smith. So the violation is upheld.
Yes.
Our next case, page 34. Inspector Vogel advances Supervisor Julio Guerrero presenting case number CE 23010545, case address 1200 Northwest 11th Court. Owner Vikram Singh Estates. This case was first heard 5/25/23 to comply by 6/9/23. 3 sections complied at $25 per day, $1,200 approved. The city is requesting the full amount, and this is to vacate the order imposing fines from 7/27/23 and to reimpose. Jason Ross.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand?
I'm also asking, my client, Sabrina Singh, was also supposed to be here. She's the actual personal representative of the estate. I'm her attorney, so I don't know that I'll be giving any testimony.
But she's not present yet.
Good morning, I'm here.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes,
This is just vacate or reimpose.
Yeah.
So how does that work? Okay, so first you want me to vacate.
The order from 17.
So ordered.
Okay, Special Magistrate, we could request the impositions of the Well, the fines for 9-305 subsection B, landscape of this property is not maintained to meet well appearance. There are areas of deficit ground cover including the swale area. 9-304 subsection B, the gravel driveway is worn through, grass and weeds are growing through it. Subsection 2427 subsection B was withdrawn. Section 18-12 subsection A, there's overgrowth grass rubbish in the green property. And for its swale. City seeking a reimposition of the fines at $1,200 total.
Okay, so all three violations were then complied, but these are the amounts that accrued
Correct.
for 16 days for each. Okay. Council, do you have any questions?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, did I have any questions for him?
Correct.
Your Honor, we're not challenging that the violations were originally there. It's a matter of when they were put into compliance, communication with the city inspector to come back out and asking for a reduction of the fine or at least a waiver of the fine. So if I could have my client maybe provide some testimony as to the communications she attempted with the officer and as to why we're seeking the reduction or elimination of the fines.
Sure. Good morning.
Your-
So
Your name,
I
hold on,
Hold on.
your name and address.
Sabrina Singh, 7858 Northwest 111 Way, Parkland, Florida, 33076.
And what's your relationship to the estate?
So my brother is Vikram Singh and he passed away. I'm the personal representative.
Okay. Okay, tell us what you wish to tell us.
May I proceed?
So
Go ahead, Sabrina.
So I'm sorry if I interrupted. So I did receive the notice. However, it went to my parents' address. And then once I received it, I called Officer Exantis on July 3rd at 1:45 p.m. attempting to gain clarification in layman's terms as to what I was expected to do. The letter did state what I was expected to do, but I did not understand. This is not my area of expertise, so I needed further clarification. Unfortunately, I didn't receive a response, so I followed up with an email on July 6th. Then again, called him again on July 14th. I was able to successfully reach him on the 14th. He did explain to me what needed to happen, and on July 15th, the work was completed.
And so, Mr. Darbo, this shows these persisted for 16 days.
Correct. The review of this. It was really on July 15th. We actually backdated some of this to show when we were able to go out between the day that I saw in the records that contact was made. I've been in contact with Ms. Singh before, and we emailed back and forth. And I explained to her that I can only go by the dates that they actually went out and viewed it for compliance. The day that was requested for us to go out was very close to that. And so that's the only date I can go by is that July 15th, 2023 date. Even though the inspector wasn't able to go out there till the 20th, that was on us. So we're honoring the date that she called it in, which was on, which would have been on the 5th. So we've already backdated, that's why we're reimposing it to a lesser amount. But that's the only date we can go by after being notified that the property was brought.
And I did send pictures over on July 16th at around 1 to 2 a.m. I sent pictures over showing that the work was completed.
All right, if I could just read into the record an email from Ms. Singh stating the work was completed in its entirety on July 15th.
But it was noticed for violation 16 days before.
Well, it was
The finding, yeah.
the finding, yeah, correct.
Okay.
So we're honoring the date that she sent us an email because the inspector wasn't able to go out until a few days.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I'd also just like to add for the record and for council's edification that the property address as listed in BCPA is a Miami, Florida address. So that's where we would be sending notices and still would be sending notices until that's updated with the property appraiser.
And just so you both know, I think you may, but whatever the property appraiser has as your address, that's where notices go under state law and city ordinance. So if you need to update those things, you might want to do that, because it's going to continue to go to the Miami address. If in the future.
Understood, thank you. I think though that we're asking for some leniency on the fees because because of the communication clarification needed, and Officer Exantes was generous with his time on the 14th, but I was unable to get clarification from the 3rd to the 14th in terms of what I was supposed to do. And again, it's my fault for not understanding what was on the paper, but this again is not my area of expertise and it's not my home. So I did the best that I could. Once he explained to me the day after, I got the work done.
And respectfully, Your Honor, this isn't a matter of her being derelict. She was on top of things as far as trying to reach the officer to get the compliance, to find out what she needed to do. And when she found out what she needed to do the next day, it was in compliance, or at least, that's what they're agreeing, that it was in compliance. Considering everything, Your Honor, I'd ask that these fines be waived. We're dealing with an estate where we have a personal representative who's doing everything she can as far as staying on top, communicating with the officer, not being disrespectful to the officer, and understanding that their positions are what they are, and communicating as best she can. It was just, there was a lack of communication coming back as far as information for her to be able to fully comply. And when she received that information, she absolutely complied the next day. The other issue, Your Honor, and I know that we're dealing with separate ordinances as far as the driveway and the growth. I'd ask that you consider, I know that they're written as separate ordinances, but it's essentially from the same issue, the growth from the grass that goes through and the gravel there. So if Your Honor is not inclined to waive the entire fine, I'd ask you at least reduce it by 1/3. So that way we're dealing with the 2 violations as opposed to the 3, since although they are separate ordinances, they are dealing with the same issue that caused the violation in the first place.
Donald, what's your response to that? It's like,
As far as actually, they're completely different, separate ordinances. One of them mentions weeds growing through it. It doesn't really reference the height or that it's overgrown. It's just when the gravel's unmaintained, eventually the gravel wears out and the weeds start growing through it. The 18-12A, well, the first one was 9-305B, which deals with the gravel driveway, but 18-12A is in reference to overgrowth. So it's failure usually just to maintain your lawn, not necessarily cut the grass on the gravel driveway. So they're 2 separate ordinances deal with
2 separate violations.
2 separate violations that deal. Yeah, but I mean, it's up to you. I understand this is in a state, it's in a situation that nobody asked.
I'm not going to waive fines.
It's like,
But I wanted to see if they duplicated each other, then I would be willing to accept the council's.
there's two separate.
2 separate things.
And Your Honor, if I may, I understand what the city is saying, but if we look at the pictures that at least were provided to my client by Officer Exantes, I mean, I understand 2 separate ordinances, but if you look at the pictures, they're essentially dealing with the same issue of the gravel not being there and grass coming up. And if you look at the pictures, as far as unkempt or grass coming through, while I understand there's 2 separate ordinances because you're dealing with a driveway and with maintenance of the property as far as the grass, the pictures I'm seeing, unless there's other pictures that weren't provided to me for some reason, but I have no reason to believe that, we're looking at essentially the same pictures for the same violations.
Is that correct, Mr. Davila?
Yeah,
So one is for the gravel and then one is for weeds pushing through the gravel?
one for, so the gravel driveway violation is
Which is
for the gravel driveway.
What was wrong with that?
Which evidence of the deterioration of the gravel driveway is the fact that weeds are going through it,
Okay.
but not that they're overgrown.
Okay.
Separate violation is for overgrowth of the lawn.
The lawn.
There's nothing on the gravel driveway.
Okay, did you understand that, council? It's a separate violation for the lawn area.
I understand, and that's what, but I'm asking that it be considered 2 and the same if you're gonna not waive the full amount considering the communication issues that my client had, as well as I had with Offer Exantis at certain times, that I asked you at least consider reducing it by a third if you're not going to wipe out the entire amount based on the original
He's
argument.
just explained to me there's 3 separate violations. 2 are not duplicating each other. So I'm upholding all 3 in the amount we're spending here, $1,200 total. That's the ruling. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
May we be excused, Your Honor?
Yes, of course.
The next case is page 35. Inspector Paul Smart, case number CE 230708990, case address 2518 Gulfstream Lane. Owner Frank Masnicki and Daniel DHL. This case was cited 7/28/23 to comply by 7/28/23. One-time fine of $400 was assessed. City is requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline was 8/12/23 and no appeal received.
Hello,
Hello?
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
All right, sir.
All right, Officer Paul Smart with City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Night Team. This is for case number CE 230708990 for property located at 2518 Gulfstream Lane, Fort Lauderdale. This is, I responded to a complaint on 7/28/2023 at about 10:30 p.m. for loud noise amplification rental. Upon arrival at inspection, I did not hear any loud noise, but I did observe several vehicles that are parked on the lawn. I made contact with responsible party, and he came immediately, spoke to his occupants, and they began removing the vehicles. Probably been cited for 2 citations, which is max occupancy and vacation rental parking. So that's 15-2782, section B, and 15-2781, section E, vacation rental parking. I think it was issued and posted for the property mailed to the property owners as listed on Broward County Property Appraiser via first class mail.
And so what was the occupancy allowed and what was it that had been exceeded?
So, that property, I think, is that's a 3-bedroom. Correct me if I'm wrong, is that a 3-bedroom?
It's a 3-2. Yeah.
Yeah. So the max occupancy at any given time should be the 9.
And how many were there?
There were a lot of people there. They had like 14 cars parked on the lawn.
Yes, sir. That's it?
Yes, and also for the parking, they were parked on the lawn and all over.
Understood. Yes, sir. What did you wish to tell us your name and address again?
2518 Gulfstream Lane.
And you are?
I'm the owner,
Name?
Frank Masnicki.
Okay. What did you want to say?
Well, I'm having trouble. First off, I'm having trouble paying the fine online. I couldn't figure out where to pay it. And I went into the city and they said the case was closed. I don't know if there's something I'm missing.
We know, anybody have an answer? Okay, well-
What was this question, Magic? I was about paying online. You would have to contact.
So you're prepared to pay the fine, correct?
Yeah, and I tried to. I don't know what this is about actually, because it was complied with before midnight. I don't know if the violation still stands or not, if it was complied with immediately.
They both still stand. You have too many people there and you have people parking on the lawn, which was beyond the scope of where cars are allowed to park. So both the violations are being sustained. You're a total of $400.
Mr. Magistrate, Supervisor Bass, for the city of Fort Lauderdale, I just want to confirm for the record that, for a 3-bedroom, the max occupancy is 6, not 9. It's only 2 people per bedroom, so.
Well, from my understanding, you're allowed to have 20 transient people there. I just don't know that there was any way of verifying that there were more than 20 people there either.
If I may, Your Honor, on the ordinance.
Tell them where you are.
Letter Champaign City, Fort Lauderdale, under the ordinance, okay, that's a maximum if you had 14 bedrooms, okay? If you have how many bedrooms, President?
3 bedrooms.
If you have 3 bedrooms, you multiply that times 1.5 for an occupancy or rent or something, where you would only be allowed 9. That 20 maximum is if you have 14 bedrooms, you can't have 20 more than 20.
All right. So 9 was the maximum you were allowed to have.
For a function.
For transient, or 9, yeah.
So that was in violation. So I find both violations are proven, and there's a fine of $400. What we do, you get an order in the mail, and that's where you can pay it when you receive that.
Okay, it's been a couple months now, I guess.
So it looks like, Katrina's hand is up, the code manager, I think her hand is up on the thing, maybe I think she wanted to state something, I'm not sure.
Okay, she's sworn in.
Not yet.
Mrs. Jordan, are you going to speak?
Yes, please.
Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do, thank you. I only wanted to be, to
First
add
of all,
to
tell me,
the record that the reason why.
hold on. Tell me who you are and why you're here.
Good morning, Magistrate Katrina Johnson Jordan, Code Compliance Manager. I only wanted to share with the property owner that he was unable to pay the fine because the fine had yet to be invoiced. However, after today's hearing, the fines will be invoiced and he'll be able to pay the fines online.
Okay. All right, well, I'm holding the violations. There's a way to pay it, whether you wait for the order or you do the online process, that'll be your choice, sir. I can also advise you that if you incur 2 more violations in a 12-month period?
Actually, it's now 3, as Lenny just.
No, I don't know if you had a total of 2 or 3 violations, but if you go to 3 violations within a year of the first violation, you can lose your license for 180 days. The fourth could be 365 days. Also, when it comes to a citation, if that was a citation and you didn't appeal it within 15 days, you're admitting guilt that there was a violation.
Understood. Okay. All right, so you have to be careful, sir, because you could end up getting a suspension for 6 months or possibly with 4 violations, 1 year prohibiting vacation rental activities. All right, that concludes the case.
Our next case, page 11, Inspector Michael Aguilera, case number CE 23040527, case address 2655 Key Largo Lane, owner 1 Fort Home LLC. This case was posted at the property 8/23/23 and posted at City Hall 8/31/23.
Do we have someone going in?
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearings?
I swear.
Good morning, Mark.
My name is Elena Simadanova.
address 2655 Killargo Lane, Fort Lauderdale 33312. And this is my translator in case my English not gonna be great. His name is Vlad.
Hello.
First of all, we're gonna hear from the code man, okay?
Marco Aguilera, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer for case and address as read. An inspection was conducted on 4/25/23 after receiving a police report from the Fort Lauderdale Police Department Marine Unit stating that an officer had made contact with the property owner, Elena Semendova. The property owner regarding the vessel docked at the rear of her property. Property owner admitted to renting the dock space to Mr. Sonny Steele, and that he is residing on the vessel. The police report has been submitted as evidence. Subsequently, the property was cited under 47-34-1A1. There is illegal land use occurring at this property. There are people living on a vessel docked at the rear of this RS 6.85 property. This is a recurring violation from case CE 23020387. And as such, the case will be presented to the magistrate whether or not the violation came into compliance or not. Property owner has successfully evicted the person residing on the vessel, and the vessel is no longer stored at the property. All other violations listed have been corrected in a timely manner. At this time, city is requesting a finding of fact for the violation of the livable.
Okay. All right, so he is saying that you had a violation, but you corrected it. So they're doing what's called a finding of fact, meaning if it happens again, it will be a possible repeat violation, which can end up with very serious fines. So you don't want any of these to happen again. Okay?
Yes,
Okay,
understood.
go ahead. What do you want to tell us?
Thank you.
You want to say anything?
I just want to say thank you for your time, and just want to say for me it was very difficult court case with the criminal. As a mother of two, single mother of two kids, and not being able to, I live in California, and not being able to even evict this person. It took me 3.5 months, and I tried to all the legal rights, and I want to say that I did not receive any money from this person. I did not receive and agree for him to stay there, but I tried to try all the necessary and all legal authorities to evict and remove this person from the property, but no one actually helped me, not police, not sheriffs. Even the sheriff took for him 4 or 5 days to remove this person. So it was very difficult, and it was very unpleasant. In the court documents, I tried to speed it up everything. This person illegally used illegally used and took an advantage, used electricity and everything. But I couldn't even move into the house with my kids because he's sexual predator, and I have a 10-year-old kid, daughter. So it's unfortunate. I was unlucky to face this criminal, but I'm glad everything is over, and I'm glad that I accomplished everything on time, and I'm glad I do not have any more penalties, and I'm very happy that it's kind of ended up in a good note.
Are there any costs associated with this?
No, sir. Please, this is the second time you have people living on a boat behind your house. They cannot do that.
It's not because was intentional. It's person came back without letting more transparenting, unlawful. The same person came back without even, because I do not live there. So he parked his dog and he parked his boat at my dock, and I did not know until the inspector received the message from Inspector Gale that he is back, because my dog was clear, and he refused to leave, saying he was sick or something. He transparent, broke the law, and I faced the difficulty. Even sheriff and police couldn't help me, because he stated he was living on the boat. So there is no authority who actually could evict him or could how to say, pull the boat.
Tow.
Tow the boat. All of them refused to do that. I called multiple times and they all was waiting for writ of possession. And even with the writ of possession, for sheriff took 4 days to come back and arrest this person.
Okay, all right, so again, the good news is you're in compliance. You had a problem, but you dealt with it very well. And you want to make sure it doesn't happen again. So if you're not on the property, are you on the property now living there?
I don't have a boat.
No, do you live on this, in this home?
Not yet. I'm finishing renovation and I'm planning to move in.
Okay, then you need to have someone warn you when somebody does something like this. So they call you and you'll know, and you immediately do what you need to do to get them out of there. So you won't have to face this again, all right? But if
Yes.
you're not there and your son is not there, someone needs to give you notice if you're not able to check on your property periodically, okay?
So that's why I'm asking now my neighbors. So in case something like this gonna
Good.
happen. So
Good.
and I have already official writ of possession. So now police saying that in case something like this gonna happen, it's gonna be quickly. And so I just want to state that it's nothing. It's intentional. I did not want this. I did not rent this. My dog. He took advantage. He's a criminal, and I face the criminal person at my land.
Okay, you're fine now and you're on top of it, but you need to stay on top of it, okay?
I will do my
Okay,
best.
thank
Thank
you
you.
very much. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Next case, page 35. Inspector Marco Aguilera, case number CE 23080231, case address 1713 South North Court. Owner Katia Hall and Ada Hall. This case was cited 8/8/23 to comply by 8/8/23. One-time fine of $200. The city is requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline was 8/23/23 and no appeal was received. Morning, will you please raise your right hand?
Yes, good morning.
Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Mark Aguilera, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer for case and address as read. An inspection was conducted on 8/8/23 and the following violation was observed. 15-2783, there is a solid waste container placed outside of the permitted timeframes for this vacation rental. A citation was posted to the property allowing 2 hours for compliance. A reinspection was conducted after the 2 hours and the trash cart remained. At this time, city is requesting to impose a fine in the amount of $200.
Okay, sir, your name and address?
My name is Issa Hall, and my address is 1713 Southwest 4th Court.
Okay, so you know what the violation is? There's a picture.
Yes, and so there were two. One of the problems was we had people staying there, and the bin that was left out, they just didn't understand that the bin was out there. That was the wrong bin for that day. As you see, there's trash in there. There's also a violation for the grass, and you can see in the two pictures that the grass was actually cut. And so basically the violation was corrected, and that bin was taken in immediately after this picture was taken. Because we actually, the person, I was out of town, out of the country, unfortunately, but the person who actually was able to address the situation for us moved everything back in. And so my argument is that there was not a violation after this picture was taken, or that day, it was corrected that day. Within the
time frame, it's the violation, right?
Correct, and I don't think he filed an appeal on this. Right?
No, he did not. So you did not do what's called an appeal of this case. So I don't have any opportunity to do anything other than to impose the fine. So there is a $200 fine that will be due for this. You're going to have to know that you are responsible, and your co-owners, if you're using this as a vacation rental, that your tenants follow the law, the city ordinance, for when these carts can be out front. If it happens again, it'll be a repeat violation, and it could be expensive.
Okay, but I understand that. But my question is, what is the actual violation? As far as the trash being left out, because it wasn't left out, it was just put out on the wrong day. And if people are going to call maliciously and say that it was, the wrong thing is out, that's not a technical violation. If the wrong bin is out, if the bin is allowed to be out there.
The bin was not allowed to be out on that day. That's the point. There's certain days they're allowed to be out.
I understand that. But what I'm saying is, the bin is allowed to be out. And
Not that big,
Not
no,
really, stop.
not that big.
I understand that. But I'm saying it wasn't actually out. It was taken back in immediately after that.
That's not the point. It was out because he saw the picture, he took a photo of it. So it was out, that's the violation.
I'm under oath. I know exactly when it was
I
taken.
know, and I'm upholding the case based on his testimony. Okay? Unless you have any questions about how the law works, you would contact him, but I'm finding the city has proven the case and we're done with this case. Thank you.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
And actually, I have a question about appeal. So I would have to appeal it before, during the day.
You were given notice, it's boldly shown on the notice, am I correct?
Yes, on the body of the citation, if you read the whole citation, on the front, it talks about how that you need to appeal. And then also on the back, it gives the specific instructions of where to email an appeal to. So if you read the whole citation, you would have seen it in two places.
The person who helped us does not speak English and I was out of the country. Not saying that's a defense. I'm not saying it's a defense to it. I'm not. But what I'm saying is I actually did not see that portion of it.
Okay, well, that's your responsibility when the notice comes in. You're the owner, not the person who doesn't speak English.
I didn't say that either.
Well, the point is, the case is closed because the violation was proven. That's all I need to have for today, and I have many more people waiting in line here. Okay, thank you.
Well, great. Thank you.
Yep.
Our next case, page 9, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 2207053. Case address 713 Northwest 4th Avenue, members 1 through 3, owner STN Group USA Inc. This case was, is noticed by parents and it was posted at City Hall on 8/31/23. Good morning, sir. Will you please raise your right hand? Sir, can you hear us?
Yes. Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Can you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Morning, Special Magistrate, for the city of Fort Lauderdale, Clinton County Inspector, presenting case number CE 2207053 for the property located at 713 Northwest 4th Avenue. Inspection of the property was performed by Mr. Santos on July 22nd, 2022, and cited for the following violations. 18-4C. There are derelict motorized vehicles, including but not limited to scooter, parked and stored on the property. This case will be presented to Special Magistrate as a recurrent violation for CE 22020657 and CE 190611147, whether or not it comes into compliance before the Special Magistrate. 18-12A. There's overgrowth consisting of grass, plants, and weeds. There's also trash, rubbish, litter, and debris on the property and on its swale areas. This is a recurring violation. In this case, will be presented to Special Magistrate
for prior case number CE 21030825 and CE 19061147, whether or not it comes into compliance before special master hearing. The roof is not in good repair. It is not weather tight or watertight in one of the units. This case will be presented to special magistrate as a recurring violation for CE 19061147, whether or not it comes into compliance before special master hearing. 9-278C has been complied. 9-280B has been complied. 9-276C3. There's a need for the extermination of rodent, vermin, and or other pests presented in the unit such as roaches and mice. This case will be presented to special magistrate as a recurring violation for CE 19061147, whether or not it comes into compliance before special master hearing. Courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA via first class mail on July 22nd, 2022, and allowing 30 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the property owner and with a property maintenance person as well, how to come into compliance on this property. Special magistrate request form sent on July 19th of this year and scheduled for today's special master. Pre-hearing inspection was done on Monday, September 11th of this year, and pictures presented today were taken to confirm the violations have been brought into compliance. Your Honor, this case is for finding of fact only for all of the violations that were read to you today, and we have the property owner present with us.
Okay. So recurring means that they're not repeat. What is recurring?
Recurring is basically that there was a violation in the past, and we are basically asking for a finding of fact. Now, the owner knows that this happens again, it could be an automatic fine. And we don't, it will be a repeat, and we won't actually have to notify him via inspection report. It's an automatic fine. We'll send it over to him, and basically the fine can accrue per day. So.
Okay. All right, so tell us your name and address. Your name and address?
Me, Alexander Melnikov, STS Group USA, address 713 Northwest 4th Avenue, Fort Lauderdale.
What's your relationship to the property owner?
I'm the owner.
Of the corporation?
Yes.
Okay, so the inspectors testified that all these have been fixed. The problem is, a number of these already happened before. If they happen again, any one of them that have been what's called recurring, explained to you, it's going to be a repeat violation. It will be an immediate fine. The fine will run every day until they are resolved. You do not want that to happen because repeat violations carry sometimes up to $500 per day per violation.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes. So, do you have all costs in this?
No, there is no cost today, sir, and I just want to, for the records, photos were submitted into record for the evidence. And again, he is the property owner, he is aware, he tells me that, oh, it's my tenants, I have no control of the tenants. I said, sir, you, at the end of the day, you are responsible for the property. And again, we have been speaking with him in the past about this, but it's, we can't continue being blindsided about this because the other neighbors are actually maintaining their property. This is one of the few properties that is not being maintained.
Okay, when you have tenants that do these things against the law, those are your responsibility. You'll have to deal with your tenants in your lease, but you cannot let them do that, or you end up paying the fines, not the tenant.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, okay, all right. So we're doing what's called finding a fact, meaning he has proven to me these violations did exist, but they've been corrected. You do not want them to come back again, or it'll be a big problem. Understood?
Yes.
Okay, because it's been here 3 times. This will be the 3rd time it's been here. It comes back again, it's going to be very, very serious and dealt with that way. Okay?
Yes.
So don't make sure you deal with your tenants because they're your tenants. We don't want to hear that they did it. You're the owner and the property owner, and you're the landlord. Okay, that's the end of the case. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 36. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 2207-0067. Case address 1500 Northwest 9th Avenue. Owner David M. Bedoya. This case was first heard 3/14/23 to comply by 3/24/23, 4/18/23, and 5/2/23. There are several suspensions noted on the agenda. One section not complied at $50 per day, $250 accrued. Two sections complied at $50 per day, $1,400 accrued. One section complied with fines imposed of $4,000, a credit of $4,150 for a total of $1,750. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. This is in order to reappear. Good morning, Mr. Bedoya. Will you please unmute your mic?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Special Magistrate, Gus Caracas on behalf of the city, case in the red on record. This case first before Special Master on March 14, 2023, where evidence was presented in Magistrate found for the city. These violations were first cited on July 7th of 2022. So far, a total of 24 re-inspections have been made to the property. Conversations in person and phone were we're speaking with the owner, and during these conversations, the status of the violation is and corrective actions have been discussed. Your Honor, I'm happy to say that the gentleman, the owner of the property, Mr. Bedoya, has been working diligently on taking care of the matters at hand. He only has one violation pending, which is the taking care of the driveway. Okay, that's the only thing that he has pending. We would like to request the following, sir.
Yes, sir.
The city does not, the city will approve 91 days for an additional extension, a stay of fines as well. And this will be the last extension that the city will give Mr. Bedoya. It's been already almost 18 months to take care of these issues. So this will be the last extension that he's gonna have, but we're gonna give him a 91-day extension.
Okay.
If you can.
Okay, of course. Yes, sir. Tell us your name. I know who your name is, but just say your name again for the tape and your address. Tell us your name and your address.
Yeah, I am.
Sir, we cannot hear you.
Yes, sir, closer.
You have to get closer to your mic.
So you're hearing me now?
Yes.
Okay. So I am David Bedoya. I am the owner of 1500 Northwest 9th Avenue. Yes. The thing that I have, I have taken care of the most of the things that I have been able to. I have had problems with the weather. Actually, I was going to take some pictures today, but it was raining, so I couldn't send them. The issue is this: I just have I don't know if I comment on a question, because the thing with the driveway, I'm working on it right now. I finished the project, the biggest project that was the fence, and I'm really happy and I'm proud of what I did. But the issue with the driveway is that the violation is to park over the place where I'm gonna place the driveway. The violation is to park there, so it's not to have a driveway. So I'm working on it. So I hope during the laps that they're giving me to finish it, I will finish. I think I will I will finish much sooner than that. But the violation is no parking. So if I don't park there, actually my nephew is who parks there. If I don't park there anymore, it won't be there a violation. Am I right?
No, the driveway has to be repaired. It can't,
Oh.
actually, you choose not to use it, doesn't mean it can stay there in disrepair. You've got 91 days to address this driveway issue with no fines.
Okay. I understand that because what I understood, my observation was about that the violation is really parking over there. But
No,
yeah,
it's the driveway is in disrepair, correct?
Yes, sir. He actually put, as you can see on this particular picture, he does have a driveway, but he extended his driveway, which requires a permit. And he has to take care of it. Either he has it or he doesn't have it. He chose to have it.
What surface is that?
It's some sort of pavers or something mischief that he just added to it.
With no permit?
No permit whatsoever. He extended his driveway, sir.
Okay, so that thing that you added on has to be fixed and it needs a permit if you're gonna try to keep it.
May I
already
ask,
have
sir?
the permit.
Hold on, sir. Go ahead.
In the beginning, I did ask him if he had two options, either, and we went through this with the missing ground cover. He already did the missing ground cover. He did it throughout the frontage of the house, and he had an option, either remove that and put the ground cover back, and he can actually use his driveway. He actually has a carport as well, but he's using it to store stuff. So he can actually fit both cars, but he chooses not to, so he extended his driveway. So the driveway is basically a maintenance. Obviously, he extended it, he requires to have a permit because he extended it, but it's not uniform, basically.
Yeah, I can see that, yes. Okay, so again, you've got 91 days to address this with permits if you're gonna keep it. If not, dig it up, put grass back.
Yeah, no. I already have the permit. I am working on it. So it's not
Okay.
it's not but yeah, I was just so thank you very much. And I hope I don't have to see you again. But
Yeah, likewise.
yeah,
Likewise.
I think I'll speak.
I know you will miss us, but it's okay. And by the way, I'm glad that you fixed these other things. You did a nice job on fixing the other violations, so that's appreciated.
Okay, thank you for saying that. I really appreciate it. It has been a hard work on it. I'm proud of what I did because people, when they pass by, they ask me and they tell me that it was a nice job and they ask me if I do it for them, but I'd have to say no. But anyway.
Well, maybe you'll find a new business there, but the fence looks really good. Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I need to.
Have a wonderful day.
You too. 3 minutes. Right.
We're gonna take a quick 3-minute break and we'll be back.
So I have here on the case notes.
It should be Lacy.
That James Federer was there on Friday, so we know. And Monday when I came in, all the money.
Our next case is on page 37. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 230504661. Case address 500 North Andrews Avenue, owner Motif Apartments LLC. This case is first heard 7/11/23 to comply by 8/8/23. One section complied at $100 per day, $1,000 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
Needs to accept the video.
Yes,
Yes, I can hear you. I've accepted it twice on my end. Is it still not coming through?
No. We see you now.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Good morning, Magistrate. Russ Brackus on behalf of the city, case number and address read on record. This case first came before Special Master on July 11 of this year, where evidence was presented in censorship for the city. These violations were first cited on May 17 of 2023, and so far, a total of 9 re-inspections have been made to the property. There were conversations with the property manager and with the staff members on how to come into compliance. During these conversations, the status of the violations and corrective actions were discussed. I am happy to say that we have compliance on this case.
Great.
We have the property manager with us today.
Okay. Yes, spell your name and address, your relation to the property.
Sure. So my name is Lacey Baker Magana. That's LAYCE BAKER MAGANA. And this is for 500 North Andrews Avenue in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33301.
Okay, so the property is now in compliance, but the fines have accrued to the tune of $1,000, which is due.
We were hoping to potentially have that reduced or waived based on the extent of the landscaping project that did have to take place. We were just a couple days shy of that 30-day, time frame. And so we were just hoping to maybe get some leniency just based on the amount of work that needed to be done in order to get this new property with the new owners back into compliance.
Well, this was 10 days on one of the most premier roadways downtown, where this was left to look like this. I've driven by it. It did not look good. So I'm not going to waive or reduce this. Yes.
Your Honor, if I may, it is the position of the city that the fines be imposed as read. But we would like to point out that the administrative costs have been incurred by the city as a total of $580.
Okay, so on top of this, or
No, if you would like, we just the administrative.
you accept those rather than 1,000?
Yes, sir, we will be
Okay.
fine if you are as well.
Okay, that's fine. So
580.
580, so you're saving $20 for your client. Okay.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you all very much for that.
All right, thank you for getting it done. Okay.
No, have a great day.
Good, good.
Our next case
Tip of the
is,
chair back.
our next case is on page 43. Inspector Patrice Jolly, Rafael Santos presenting case number CE 22090712. Case address 1217 Northwest 6th Street, owner Wright Dynasty LLC. This case was first heard
It's page 43.
So Supervisor Julio Davila presenting. This case was first heard 1/11/23, complied by 3/14/23. Several suspensions noted on the agenda. 2 sections not complied at $50 per day. Fine start 9/13/23, and this is a request for extension. There's also 2 more cases with the same owner. Next page 44. Inspector Patricia Jolly, Supervisor Julio Davila presenting case number CE 22090725. Case address 1219 Northwest Sixth Street. Owner Right Dynasty LLC. This case was first heard 1/11/23 to comply by 3/14/23. Several suspensions noted on the agenda. 2 sections not complied at $50 per day. Fine start 9/13/23. Last case, Inspector Patrice Jolly, Supervisor Julio Davila presenting case number CE 22090729. Case address 1223 Northwest Sixth Street. Owner Right Dynasty LLC. This case was first heard 1/11/23 to comply by 3/14/23. Several suspensions noted on the agenda. 2 sections not complied at $50 per day. Fine start. Mr. Wright?
Yes, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Magistrate, rule the Albert Compliance Supervisor. This property's been cited for all violations that are mentioned here, but this is pretty much just a status conference. He's been working on it diligently. He's got plans and he's been going through all the city approvals to try to get demolition and some other things done with the 3 parcels that are adjacent to each other. So I would just allow him to explain where he's at currently in that process to see how much longer he needs in order to have this all complied and taken care of.
Okay, can you tell us your name and relationship to the property?
My name is Dennis Wright and I am the owner and developer of the property.
Okay, all 3 parcels, right?
Yes, all 3 parcels, yes.
All right, so where are you in the process of demolition?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that last piece?
We're seeking an extension because the fines start tomorrow. So.
That is correct.
Okay. How much time do you think we need to get this done?
I'm gonna need at least another 45-day extension to get the demolition permit completed. So to give you a little background on it, this is part of a much bigger development project. But in order to move along with the code violations, we had to separate the demolition from the master development plan. So that is caused some contention between updating the master development plan and the demolition plan and updating code enforcement and inspectors with the overall project. So for example, under the demolition plan, they are looking for plans that actually tie to the master development. So we have to go back and forth to make sure those are aligned in order to satisfy the code as well as the development plan. So now that we have all that aligned and we've submitted all the information, we're waiting back to hear back from the permitting department, hopefully to say the demolition plan is complete and we can start the demolition. As soon as the plan is complete, we're able to start the demolition. But the challenge that we've seen in this last I would say month, is the fact that we have 2 different plans, but they really should have been one plan when you do a development project, meaning you're going to demo and then develop. But they're looking at them as separate plans because we had code violations. So that has caused a little contention.
Not opposed to go 63 days. I mean, the overall work that he's doing is only going to benefit the community, reduce violations and issues with code enforcement.
And so for all 3 cases, 63-day extension?
Yeah, that's fine. And just Mr. Wright, if you could just keep keeping the property up in the meantime, making sure the grass is cut and there's any trash and stuff, just keep maintaining it in the proper. In the meantime, we're going to request 63 days and hopefully we'll all be done by then.
All right, so you're aware, we have the construction fence around it, so that should be protecting the property from any debris or any, anyone trying to get onto the property, do any illegal dumping and anything in that nature, so.
It should be, yeah, it should be, but it's not always the case. Very seldom does that happen. So yeah, you could have somebody on a weekly basis go by there and just make sure it's maintained, and it's not, just keep it up until we're, done with the final stretch here.
Okay, understood.
And the fine is suspended as well. They won't start to.
Yes, so just 63 days mandatory reappearance.
Okay, all right. Okay, we'll bring you back in 63 days, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Our next case, page 4, Inspector Malika Murray, case number CE 2307065, case address 2610 Southwest 13th Avenue, owner Con Radlin and Jacqueline Ferrer Monty, posted at property 82823, posted at City Hall 83123.
Yeah, was you gonna, sorry.
Southwest.
God, okay, thank you.
Hello?
Yes.
Good morning.
good
Will
morning.
will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Inspector Murray, on behalf of the city of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 230700675. The case address is 2610 Southwest 13th Avenue. An inspection of this occupied RS8 residential single-family zone property was conducted on July the 23rd, 2023, and found that once again, overgrown vegetation existed on the property. This is a recurring violation at this property, having been previously cited on case number CE 21100662. And this case has been brought before the special magistrate, whether or not the property has come into compliance. The property was originally cited previously and currently under violation 18-12A for overgrowth of vegetation on the property. A re-inspection of the property on September the 6th, 2023 found that the property is now currently in compliance. It remains currently in compliance. Due to the recurring nature of the violation, the city will request a finding of fact for this violation did exist, as well as it shall be noted that the property was affected during the flooding event during the April 2023 flooding event.
Yes, sir. Tell us your name and address.
My name is Khan Kararsan, 2610 Southwest 13th Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, 33315.
Okay, so the property is reported to be in compliance, which is a good thing. He's asking for what's called a finding of fact, meaning he's shown me that the violation did exist, but it's been fixed. But the problem is this has recurred. You had a violation a couple of years ago, then it came back. If it comes back again, it's going to be a repeat violation where you can be cited immediately once they discover something is wrong on that kind of violation, and fines will start right away. You can go up to
Absolutely.
$500. Go ahead, what?
Absolutely, Your Honor. I just would like to explain myself really quick here.
Yes.
The first violation happened right after we moved here, and in that time I'm a musician, so I was unemployed and couldn't literally afford a lawn services. However, those lawn services, they keep coming to my property and asking for my business, and every time I turn them down, they just keep calling the code compliance and complaining about the regardless of the grass has been proper or not. And I try to do a good job, I believe, and I really put hard work into it. And then after that, we had the flood occurred in recent April 12th, and we had almost like 30 inches of water in the property. Everything is destroyed. The property was uninhabitable, so we had to move away.
And in that time, I tried to come back and maintain the property as much as possible. However, my efforts, I think, kind of fall short, and I apologize for that. And I just want to have the city understand that we were literally not be able to comply because we were not be able to be here all the time. So there might sometimes that overlap that I let it go for a little bit, and then that kind of looked like I didn't take care of it, but I promise I've been trying to take care of it. So right now we still have built a few more items to be habitable, but in the meantime, I already complied with the Mr. Murray's requirements. I cut all the grass, I removed all the excessive plants, I tried to clean the easement as much as possible, remove all the debris, and I tried to fill up all the spots that eroded by the flood and the rain.
You suffered as many other people did in that area for that horrible rain, including City Hall itself.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
We are devastated.
All right, so you're in compliance, which is the good news. You want to stay in compliance, so we don't have to see you again. And life will be good. Are there any costs?
Absolutely.
No, sir. All right, so there's no cost and no fines. All
Thank
right?
you. I appreciate it, sir. Thank you.
All
Thank
right,
you.
Thanks for taking care of the property.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir.
Our next case is on page 42. Inspector Malika Murray, case number CE 23020791, case address 1300 Southwest 28th Street, owner Richard Schuler. This case was first heard 5/25/23 to comply by 6/30/23 and 9/12/23. One suspension from 7/11/23 to 9/12/23. One section complied at $100 per day, $1,200 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount. Okay, there is a correction. The city is requesting administrative costs.
Rather than the.
How much is it?
$534.
Rather than the 1,200.
That is correct.
All right, somebody's here for this?
Yes.
Morning,
Good
Special
morning.
Magistrate.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Inspector Murray for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance. The case number is CE 23020791 for the case address of 1300 Southwest 28th Street. This case first came before the Special Magistrate on May the 25th, 2023, where evidence was presented and the magistrate found for the city. The violations were first cited on February the 22nd, 2023. There have been conversations by phone, email, and in person with the property owner, as well as his representation that is here today about the status of the violations and corrective actions required for compliance. All the violations have since been brought into compliance. This case is currently in compliance. It is the city's position to reduce the fine amount to admin cost of $534.
Okay. Yes, so your name and address in relation to the property?
Yes, sir. Brandon Loshak on behalf of the Richard Schuler, the owner. I am the attorney representative. The property address is 1300 Southwest. If you help me, Inspector Murray, my sheet is covered up with the screen.
28th Street.
28th Street. Thank you. I've had a great working relationship with Inspector Murray as well as Ms. Brown, and we appreciate the help of the city, and we accept the administrative fines as a penalty.
They're costs, not really fines, but that's that will be the order. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, also page 37. Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 22080655, case address 1060 Northwest 54th Street, owner Emily Ray LLC. This case was first heard 3/30/23 to comply by 5/25/23. One suspension from 5/25/23 to 7/27/23. One section complied at $50 per day, $500 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount. What's the case? Case number C 208-65.
Hi, how are you?
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand?
Yes,
Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Good morning, Senior Inspector Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 22-080655, address 1060 Northwest 54th Street. This case was first heard on March 30th, 2023 to comply by May 25th, 2023. 47-19.4D.1 has complied, 47-19.4.C.2 complying, and 47-20.20.H has complied. Also, 47-21.11.8 has complied. The city is requesting the full amount to be imposed, which is $5 million.
Okay. Yes, your response, your name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Conrad Deslandes. I'm the Director of Operations here at Bug Off Exterminators, 1064 Northwest 54th Street, Fort Lauderdale.
Okay. So all the violations are complied, which is the very good news, but you have a $500 fine that is remaining that needs to be paid.
Yes, sir. And if I may ask, if those fines are waived, because we did have an extension, and we did, the property was actually in compliance before the date of the extension. And I do have a letter that you guys sent me with the date of extension over here. If it's okay with you guys, I'd like to see if we can get it waived.
Yes, the property did come in compliance on August 6th, 2023. However, they asked for an extension for the last hearing, but they did not appear. So
I
they're
did.
back.
I tried to appear. I called. I'm sorry to cut you off. I tried calling because I couldn't get into the Zoom meeting. I tried calling the city several times. I left I left a message. And I also called my asphalt company who's tried to get in touch with the city as well.
The response for the fine.
Supervisor Bass for the City of Fort Lauderdale Magistrate. The city is still going to request the $500 imposition. This is a LLC, and the property was out of compliance during that time frame. We only ask for $50 a day, where usually what LLCs will ask for more than that. So I feel that we've already been pretty lenient on the property as far as the imposition of fines. So the city is going to stand with asking for the $500 imposition of fines.
Okay, what about his maintaining the extension?
He did, but when at the last hearing, because he's not there, you can't ask for them. They have to be present in order for the extension to be granted. He was not present at the last hearing. The magistrate administrative staff sends out detailed information as to how to log on and to make sure that they are in appearance for the hearing. So that should have probably been checked a few days prior to the hearing to ensure that he can log on at the time.
Okay, well, I'm gonna find that the $500 is owed, even though you tried to get on. He's pointing out that you didn't make it, you could have if you had done some homework on it. So it's not a big fine, especially for an LLC, it's lower than is typically imposed. So that fine will be due.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. That concludes the case.
Our next case, page 31. Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 230700305. Case address 1436 Northeast 56th Street, owner Loracho LLC. Yes.
The 1436.
Yeah.
Yes. This is,
Two houses away from my old house.
this is a case of notice by parents, and it was posted at City Hall 8/31/23.
Person on that.
I'm not seeing a.
You're not on here?
No.
They signed up. Matthew Cohen, Corin,
No.
no?
No.
We'll go to the next one and come back. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, one more, Liddy, so you can stay there.
Case.
Okay, next case, also page 31. Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 23080145, case address 2642 Flamingo Lane. Owner Gregory Subarov and Victoria Subarov. This is a notice by parents and also posted at City Hall 8/31/23. This is 2641.
the bottom.
Oh, at the bottom, okay.
That's the next one.
Oh. Good morning, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes,
I do, Your Honor.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir, you have your left hand up, will you please raise your right hand?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Champagne.
Good morning, Leonard Champagne for the city of Fort Lauderdale for case number CE 23080145. 2642 Flamingo Lane for violation 15-282 D1B. There is a qualified number of violations of this vacation rental property. The requested certificate suspension for 365 days before the special magistrate. Case number CE 23060555 for violations for noise, occupancy, parking, and failure to respond.
Okay. Yes, sir, tell us your name and address.
2642 Flamingo Lane, Fort Lauderdale, Florida. My name is Gregory Subarov. I'm the owner of the property.
Okay. The city is proposing to suspend your certificate for 1 year. What response do you have?
Your Honor, we recently opened that vacation rental. We've only been active maybe for a couple months, and one of our renters broke our rules, and all these violations were from one noise violation call. They broke our rules. They had a Little League baseball team come in, and they had a little party over there. It's like little, kids. They had a pool party, and we didn't know about it. What I did is I installed noise listening devices at the property so this doesn't happen again. And, basically, we're just asking for a second chance. We only got one chance, this one call, and we're already, up for a 1 year suspension. Feel a little bit unfair. We invested $1 million in this property, and we're out of business already, with one call.
That is the risk you take with an ordinance that is strictly enforced, and I strictly enforce it when it's presented to me for vacation rentals. You have noise, the occupancy, the parking, and then a failure to respond.
Failure to respond. My phone was down at that time. I couldn't respond because I didn't get the call. I do apologize about that. And, it was all three violations at once, that it's not even three consecutive violations. It's three different violations, all from one visit.
It's actually 4 violations for failure to
Four
respond.
violations, yes.
Whether your phone worked or not is irrelevant to the city. You're supposed to have a phone that works. You didn't. This affected the neighborhood, and I'm going to suspend the certificate.
How
for
fair
one
is that,
year.
Your Honor? How fair is that? You know,
I'll tell you how fair it is. How fair is it to have a vacation rental in a neighborhood and have all these things and not address them immediately? When you had a tenant that did that, that's not the city's fault. It's not the
But so-
neighbor's fault.
Yes, but
Excuse
it's
me,
the one.
Don't interrupt
Uh-huh.
me.
My bad, my
interrupt
bad.
me.
Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
So that's the ruling. You're out for a year. That's the way it works.
Can I just add something to
Yes.
that, Your Honor? At the special magistrate hearing we had on 7/27/23, Judge Flynn denied an appeal, so they did have an appeal, and the fines were imposed, okay, at the time of $800.
Okay,
Okay.
so.
And the fines
you have
were
to bite
paid too.
Okay, well, you
It
had
was
to
paid,
bite
yes.
at the apple, but even if it happens, all 4 violations at one time, those are 4 qualifying offenses. And under the city ordinance, it's to be shut down for a year, and that's the ruling.
You know, to me, it looks like, what do you call it? Look,
To me,
You
it
know,
looks
I
like
feel like-
enforcing the law.
no, it's not really enforcing the law. You guys lost the
Well,
case
excuse
trying
me,
to
but it
ban the
is.
vacation rentals, and this is your guys' way to get around it. It's very clear what you guys are
If you
doing
hadn't
here.
done it,
And
just-
you
if you
guys are
hadn't done
screwing
these
up
things-
American families who are trying to open up a small business in this country. You know,
This is a small business that
this
affects
is what's
people,
happening here.
where they live. Excuse
That's
me.
what's happening here. I know what you guys are doing. I know what you
Okay.
guys are doing.
Now
And
know
you
what
guys
we're
are
doing.
taking money
You're
from
closed-
hotel
You are
industries.
closed for a year. The case is
Yeah,
over.
yeah.
Cut the mic.
Thank you.
Next case, page 32. Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 23080529. Case address 3301 Northeast 16th Street, owner 3301 Northeast 16th LLC. Posted at property 8/20/2023, posted at City Hall 8/31/23.
3301, right?
Yes.
They're all great. They're new, but-
Good morning, Mr. Harris. Will you please unmute your mic? Hear us? Mr. Harris, can you hear us?
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Will you
Great.
please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Leonard Champagne for the city of Fort Lauderdale for case number CE 23080529, 3301 Northeast 16th Street. For violation 15282 D1A. There is a qualified number of violations of this vacation rental property to request a certificate of suspension for 180 days before the special magistrate. And the case was for CE 2308-043, and there was 3 violations, which was trash cars, parking, and noise.
Okay, sir, your name and address?
Sure, my name is Jason Harris, 451 Petersburg Terrace, Plantation, Florida, 33325. I'm a
What's your
licensed
relationship?
real estate broker representing the owner, who I believe is also on here.
Well, we need to see him and get him sworn in then if he wants to speak.
Allison Abiri.
We're coming in right now.
She's claiming she can't get on for some reason.
Oh, I got on now. Thank you.
Great.
Okay, let's swear her in.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Okay, and your name and address.
Allison Abiri. And I'm representing the LLC at 3301 Northeast 16th Street.
Okay. You hear the testimony from the inspector?
Yeah, yes, I did.
Okay, when they demonstrate to me that there are violations that merit a closure, that's what I do. I impose the closure for the 6-month period. Trash
Can I-
carts, parking, yes, you can speak.
Sorry.
Yes. Go ahead.
So the property is actually long-term rented. to a tenant. It's not a vacation rental. And that's why I asked Jay to be on the call as well, because we do have an annual lease with the tenant. And the tenant is also an LLC. And we do have the vacation rental license because that was one of the stipulations on the lease, that the property was able to be a vacation rental. But in addition, on the lease, it states that the tenant was to, if they wanted to use the property as a short-term rental, they needed to create their own vacation rental license, and were not allowed to operate any sort of vacation rental with our license. So when these violations occurred, which all happened on one day, and that fines were promptly paid, and I spoke to the officer, I did make him aware that this was not being operated as a vacation rental by me or the LLC.
Again, the LLC is the property owner, despite the fact that you rented to a tenant for long term and you let them do a vacation rental. I guess it won't bother you, but the vacation rental is shut down for 6 months.
My concern is that I've owned this home for many years and I've never had any sort of problem at all with the home. And it's always been rented. We're a member of the community. We know like the HOA people, we know everyone in this community, and there's never been an issue. My concern is that I'm happy to evict the tenant if they continue violating rules and whatever, but being able to rent it under my license is my business. So I'm just concerned that how I may not be able to, pay for my insurance, pay for the home, afford this home. It's a big house. It has a lot of expenses. If I don't have my license, like they broke the law, they should be punished, not me.
That is
I
not how
followed
it
the
works.
city rules completely.
The property owner is responsible for what the tenant does. That's how it works under state law. In the city ordinance, the owner is the responsible party. That's you. So the vacation rental is done for 6 months. Even if it all happened on one day, which it did, it's enough under the law to suspend the vacation rental for that period of time, and that's my ruling.
Your Honor, just to advise her on that is also if she's running any kind of ethanol for short-term rentals for vacation rentals, then that would be another serious violation of operating on an expense.
So you want to make sure the tenant is not continuing to rent there or advertising to rent.
Is the city prepared to help me evict this tenant and to stop
No,
them? Because how am
that
I?
would be your, excuse me, that would be your job dealing with the tenant you picked.
Sorry, I'm just asking for assistance. I'm not trying to be fresh with you, but how do I, and maybe the code enforcement officers can help me. How do I stop them from, they were not allowed to do this to begin with. They're doing this without my consent. So I'm really not clear on how do I stop them from doing this.
That I
Sounds
can't
like
give any.
that's a civil matter. We can't help you there.
You're just
But
responsible.
it sounds like eviction, if you choose to do that, what you might want to do, but it doesn't bother you if they're not doing a vacation rental because you're not doing it. They did.
Yeah.
And they violated what they were supposed to do under the law.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I have no problem with them losing their vacation rental. My concern is if I get them evicted, even if I'm successful, now I have no means to responsibly earn income from my home. That's my concern.
It looks like a wonderfully nice house. It's gonna be released, I'm sure, very soon, but I can't go back on what the city ordinance is, which is to protect the neighbors. That's what this is for.
Is there no way to give us a little bit of leverage, given that
No, the answer
this
is
property
no.
was rented without our knowledge?
The answer is no. The property owner is responsible, even when you have a bad tenant, they're your tenant. You're the property owner. You're the responsible party under the state law and the city ordinance. We can't help that you pick somebody.
Your Honor, if I did not have this vacation rental license, would I be facing the same issue?
Well,
because I didn't even know to deactivate this. It was an annual tenant. It's not a short-term tenant.
We understand if you have a long-term tenant, but you allow them to do a vacation rental, that falls on you. That's how it works.
Okay, so you take our license away for a 6-month period of time. I
Not your
understand
license,
that.
it wasn't your license to begin with.
What do you mean?
The tenant had the license.
The property owner.
Oh.
See, the tenant never, see, on our lease, when they made us sign the lease, this is the issue. They said, you have to prove to us the home is rentable, is assignable by the city as a vacation rental, because there's a long process to do that. But within our lease, we did state that the tenant needs to reapply and re-get a vacation rental license in their name if they decide to do this. That it was, that
Understood,
we
but-
are not short-term renting, and the tenant didn't do that, didn't tell us they were short-term renting, and then did this. And so the only
Understood, but
time
you're
I found
still-
out was at the
Ma'am,
first,
You're still responsible for the actions of your tenant.
I'm not
Whether if it's-
denying that. I'm not denying that at all.
So that's
But-
why the license is being, your license is being suspended.
But it
If
should be
your-
their license. They should have went under their LLC and gotten the
That's a
license.
civil matter, as a matter of the lease, just like if the long-term tenant was there, and again, in your hypothetical, I'll give you another one. If no one had a vacation rental license and there was long grass, and in your lease with the tenant had to mow the grass, the violation is still gonna go to you as the property owner. So at the end of the day, you may have remedies under the lease or not, depending on how your lease was drafted, but that's why you need to seek legal counsel to understand the options that you have vis-a-vis your tenant. At the end of the day, it's still the owner's responsibility to maintain the property. And in this case, there was a short-term rental conducted. We understand it wasn't by you, but it was your tenant, and legally you're still responsible for those actions.
No,
So
I
if you
totally
take
understand,
away-
and we paid the fee. I'm not protesting any of it. I totally take responsibility. I'm willing to go to court and evict them or do whatever I need to do to get them out. My only concern is that I feel the extended blockage of having a vacation rental should really fall on the tenant. The city can deny them getting an application or whatever, but I just feel that it was a one-time citation. I found out that they did this. I had no idea they were doing this. And I've corrected the situation. I'm not letting them do this. I'm going to have to go do whatever you say, civil court or however, to get them out of the house. But I honestly did not.
It's nothing.
It's the long-term nature of the penalty, not the, that was my concern. And that's why I'm asking for leniency.
1 second.
Magistrate Supervisor Stephanie Bass for the city of Fort Lauderdale, also vacation rental supervisor. You've already made your ruling, magistrate, and we just want to now go into the effective date of the suspension. Do they have anybody currently booked now? Because if not, we're going to go in an effective immediately. If not, we'll go with the date beyond their current.
Or is it
Not to exceed 30
anybody
days.
occupying that property now? As a renter? Vacation rental?
I don't believe they do, but I don't know for certain.
Because
So we're
we
gonna
don't,
say-
because they're
say
not
they-
doing it with
they
our
need at least-
consent.
Well, that's your issue to deal with the consent. We don't deal with the consent. That is
No, but what
your-
I'm saying is I don't know if they have someone there because they're not allowed to do it to begin
We're
with.
letting you know. What did you tell her?
Yeah,
We would recommend immediate suspension.
immediate suspension.
Suspension will be
I have
immediate.
a quick question for you. Once suspended, with regards to our license, what happens if the tenant goes and applies for their license?
On your property,
Yes,
They won't be able
they're
to.
not gonna get one.
they're not going to get one. So for 6 months, starting effective immediately. Is that correct?
Correct.
And there's no way to cut that time frame down for us, just
There
to
is
help us
not.
a little bit?
There is not. There is not.
No leniency.
This is a matter of people doing business that they're allowed to do under state law in city ordinance, but it's strictly enforced as to all aspects of what are in this code. So when this is done, you either knew that or you should have known that, and now you will know, but you're not the only one that gets faces these kinds of things. We suspend people if they violate under this law. They are doing the same thing. There's other people on here today on the agenda for a year suspension.
How do we reestablish after the 6
Okay,
months?
look, we're not gonna go through all this.
I understand. Thank you, Your Honor. I understand completely. I just, I just didn't know if you were aware of the fact that we were basically like the woman prior with the boat, having someone who's illegally doing something to us. So
Okay, but
I
she
wasn't
complied.
aware that you were aware of that. So I just want to make that
She
clear.
complied in time. The point is, you also want to make sure that nobody is identifying your property as a vacation rental for rental, so that no platforms are being advertised.
I just.
How do we reestablish the license after the suspension?
After this,
You can talk to staff about that, not in the context of this hearing, sir.
Okay, and Your Honor, you know that I'm trying everything to stop them from doing this, but we're at the whim of, getting basically at this point, lease violators expelled from a property and internet postings that I don't know how you get them suspended. I mean, I'm going to try my best. As soon as we were made aware of this, we've been trying our best. I mean,
Okay,
we're in a very tough position because they have an annual lease.
okay, well, they probably shouldn't because they violated it, but I'm not going to give you advice legally what to do with them. You might need a lawyer, you might be able to do it on your own, but you ultimately are responsible. That's the way it works under state and city limits. Okay, that concludes the case.
Next case, page 45, Inspector Dorian Clowen, case numbers E22100619, case address 501 Hendricks Isles, owner 500 Hendricks LLC. This case was first heard 3/14/23 to comply by 6/13/23. One suspension from 6/13/23 to 9/12/23. One section not complied at $100 per day. Fine start 9/13/23, and this is an order to reappear.
I interrupted today, sorry.
Sound like an angry bird. He's like an angry bird.
I'm sorry. Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Good morning. Senior
Good morning.
Inspector Floyd from the city of Fort Lauderdale. Case number is CE 22100619, case address 501 Hendricks Isle. So this property was first inspected on October 12th, 2022. And the following violations were observed: 47-19.3 F4. The seawall was in disrepair. And the seawall is presumed to be in disrepair if it allows for upland erosion, transfer of material through the seawall, or allows tidal waters to flow unimpeded through the seawall to adjacent properties or the public right of way. So this case was brought before the magistrate on March 14th, 2023.
To me, right?
To you, and you found for us, for the city, and you allowed 91 days to comply or a fine in the amount of $100 a day thereafter. And then it was brought back again in June 13, 2023, and another 91-day extension was given with the mandatory reappearance, and that's why we are here today. So the respondent is here to update with any progress that was made.
But the fines start tomorrow.
If we go there, yes, correct.
Okay, so tell us your name and address.
Yes, Tomas Pocenti, 500 Hendricks Isle, Fort Lauderdale, Florida. On behalf of 500 Hendricks LLC. I've been in contact with Ms. Dorian in regards to the progress. We've retained, or in the previous hearing, we had retained a contractor, Vienna Marine Construction. They were in the process of engineering and filing the necessary environmental approvals from the county. That has been done and submitted via email to the inspectors. And as of last week, that was in process. Actually, September 11th, yesterday, we received the environmental approval from Broward County, which now will allow us to progress to a proper permit being pulled in the city of Fort Lauderdale. So we've got the environmental approvals now from the county, which was a long process, and now we're moving to get the permit from your jurisdiction.
And this has been pending over 180 days.
Yes, so, and just to, kind of, for the record, so this case was open last year, and the ordinance does read, that you have 60 days to initiate a process, and then after that time, you would be given the 365 days. So technically, we're coming up to that 365 days, and then being that we have given them the extensions, I just want to kind of just put that for the record and say that the city wouldn't oppose to a 91-day extension. I don't want to go any further up in that, and I would also like to request another mandatory reappearance.
Okay. So they're offering another 91 days, which I'm reluctant to grant, but I'm going to honor their request. Fines will not start. Be suspended, and you need to move on this, whatever you can do to get it done, because there will be no more extensions. At that point, fines will begin to run. And again, so you know, and all the people that are listening, the city does not want the fine running. The city wants the compliance, as I'm sure you are aware. That's what this is about. This has been pending for a long time. It needs to be addressed, and that's the ruling.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
There's an order to reappear. You have to come back when it's 91 days expire. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Next case, page 11. Inspector Robert Crock, case number CE 23040231, case address 1501 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. Owner Camacho Family Limited Liability Limited Partnerships, posted at property 8/2023, posted at City Hall 8/29/23. Morning, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Inspector Robert Truck, presenting to behalf of the city, case number CE 23040231. Address is 1501 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. All right. These violations that existed at the time of inspection of 04/06/23. There's artificial light that is illuminating the incorporated beach of Lauderdale. Exterior lights that are not shielded and or amber. This is a reoccurring violation that we presented to the special magistrate regardless of compliance. And also 6-51-2, the interior lights of the return violation in see previous case CE 2208-0016. Case will proceed to special magistrate and obtain a finding of fact of whether or not it's applied prior to the hearing. Also for the record, per section 6-53, if the magistrate finds that the violations exist and is entered against the violator, the enforcing agency shall notify the violator in writing that any external lighting source causing the violation may be removed by the city within 10 business days thereafter, or that a fine may be assessed against the violator with said fine to be assessed within 10 business days thereafter, and to be continuously assessed until the conclusion of nesting season 10/31. Or until the violation is corrected. Any costs that are associated with removal by the city of external lighting sources shall be recovered from the person or persons causing the violation. And if not recovered, a lien shall be placed against the property and reimbursed to the city at the time of the sale of property. Both these violations are complied now as of 7/13/23, and we're purely here for finding fact.
Okay.
For both violations.
All right, great. Your name and address, man?
Kelly Matera, and this is 1501 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, 33304. I am I'm the property manager for Avante. Avante leases the property.
Okay, so the good news is that they are in compliance. If it recurs, it's gonna be a very large problem to deal with. So I'm gonna do what's called a finding of fact, meaning he's demonstrated to me that the violations did occur. If they come back, you heard what he read, all the different authority the city has to address these things for total violation. That's pretty much what these are for. This is still where in total asking fees is still? Yes. Okay.
Yes, it is until October the 31st.
Okay, there's not much more. The fact that they have complied, that's the good news. Are there any costs?
No.
Okay. All right, that's the ruling. I'll get an order.
Special magistrate.
Yes.
Sorry, go to Dallas complaints supervisor. Just want to correct the record that only sub 6-51 subsection 1 is a recurring violation.
Right.
Of that case number 22030515.
Okay. Where was that light emanating from?
That is the
Interior, right?
yes.
Okay. So to prevent that, they have to close the drapes or something.
They've corrected all the lighting problems there.
Okay.
They're all in correction now. Now, if you just the pictures move on, you'll see they've added amber lighting. And they're all corrected now. And I've spoken to, I believe it's Kelly.
Okay.
And they are well within. You can see now that they have the amber lighting in place and everything is dark.
Okay.
So
Thanks.
they've done a very good job.
Thanks so much for doing a good job for us and for your turtle friends.
Thank you.
They're grateful as well. Okay. The finding of fact is entered.
Next case, page 15, Inspector Robert Crock, case number CE 22050360. Case address 917 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner 917 North Atlantic Boulevard Court. Posted at property 8/20/23, posted at City Hall 8/31/23.
Nine one seven.
Hello.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Someone else? One moment, we have another respondent.
He's declining.
Okay, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Inspector Robert Crock presenting on behalf of the city, case number CE 23050360, address 917 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. This is also for Sea Turtle. Property was first inspected on 05/11/23. 6-51-1, there's artificial light that is illuminating incorporated beaches of Fort Lauderdale, exterior lights that are not shielded and or in amber. This is a recurring violation, which will be presented to special magistrate regardless of compliance. The signage that was on and not amber color. Also for the record, per section 6-53, if the magistrate finds that the violation exists and is entered against the violator, the enforcing agency shall notify the violator in writing that any external lighting sources causing the violation may be removed by the city within 10 business days thereafter, or that a fine may be assessed against the violator, or with said fine to begin and to be assessed within 10 business days thereafter, and to continue to be assessed until the conclusion of the nesting season 10/31, or until the violation is corrected. Any costs that are associated with the removal by the city of external lighting sources shall be recovered from the person or persons causing the violation. And if not recovered, a lien shall be placed against the property and reimbursed to the city at the time of sale of the property. As of 9/8/23, the property is now in compliance and we are finding that.
Very good. Yes, sir, name and address?
My name is Dale Doslawani, 5820 Northeast 21st Terrace, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33308.
What's your relationship to the property?
I hold power of attorney for my father, who is one of the property owners.
Okay, so the good news is in compliance. The inspectors asked for what's called finding of fact, meaning you established that the violation did exist, but is now in compliance. If it recurs, it could be what's called a repeat violation. And all the other things that can happen, including what he said about removing the sign, could happen, as well as fines up to $500 immediately starting if a violation is seen again during the nesting season. Okay?
Okay, I understand.
Right. Okay. Anything further?
Just keep that sign off until October 31st and you're fine. And we'll have another violation.
We rented out to a tenant, and I believe Mr. Crock has also, spoken to them. They are in the process. They were under the impression that their lights, weren't up to code. Unfortunately, they weren't. I also spoke to Inspector Dorian as well. I see them in the room as well. But they are in the process of redoing that lighting so that they can turn the sign on with the proper amber lighting, the outside sign, and then the inside portion that you were referring to about illuminating, they will be keeping off for the turtle nesting season.
Okay. All right, so that concludes the case for now, all right?
All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Our next case, page 36. Also, Inspector Robert Croft, case number CE 2304016, case address 2401 Castilla Isle. Owner Hickory Point LLC. This case was first heard 8/8/23 to comply by 8/8/23. One section complied at $15,000. The city requesting $10,000. This is also in order to vacate the order imposing fines of 8/8/23 and to reimpose. Good morning, Mr. Starr. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Inspector Brock, presenting on behalf of the city, case number CE 23040616, 2401 Castile Isle. At 22:45, we arrived at the subject property and observed a large party ongoing, estimated at 150 to 250 people with over 50 vehicles parked in the right of way. A fellow bus was there to bring people to and from the party. FLPD arrived shortly after, receiving a different complaint. Officer Southworth observed the same amount of people and vehicles at the property. We made contact with the occupant who expressed it as a draft party for a player who was drafted. They expressed that the original guest list was for 50 people, but that others began to show up without their consent. The occupants were not the homeowners. The homeowners were not at the property. At approximately midnight, the street was clear of vehicles belonging to the party, and only the occupants who made contact remained at the property.
Yeah, I do remember the case very clearly. Yes, sir. It's kind of unforgettable. Your name and address again? Your name and address?
Jason Starr, representing Hickory Point LLC, 2401 Castilla Isle, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33301.
Inspector, what are we doing here? Vacating?
We're vacating the original 15,000 and requesting.
Okay, does he know that?
Now he does.
Did you hear what he said?
Yeah, he's reducing it down by 5,000.
Correct. All right.
Okay.
Anything to say?
How will I receive that? I was concerned last time I missed it. So will it come by email or mail, or the citation, you know, the $10,000 request? How will I get that?
It'll be an order mailed, right?
Yes.
So you got, the first time you got the notice in the mail?
Yeah, I was on my door, and then I think it did come certified.
Okay, that's how it will come again.
Okay.
I don't know about the door, it won't get posted, right? But it will come by mail. Whatever address you use for the Broward County property appraiser as the owner, that's where the mail goes.
Okay,
All right, sir, thank you.
I'll look for it. Thanks.
Save the turtle. Sure.
Next case, page 40, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 221206007, case address 2031 Northwest 29th Avenue. Owner Daryl Sands and Mary E. Sands. This case was first heard 7/11/23 to comply by 8/8/23 and 1/2/23. Two sections complied at $100 per day, $67,700 accrued. $57,000 was imposed on 7/11/23, and the city is requesting the full amount of $10,700.
Yeah.
Morning, Mr. Sands, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Inspector Proto for the city of Fort Lauderdale. The case and address is read into the records. This case first came before the magistrate on 7/12/23, where evidence was presented and found for the city. Violations were first cited on 12/21/22. A total of 10 inspections were done on the property. The property is now in compliance. The city is recommending administrative costs of $673.
Yes, so your name and address?
Name is Daryl Sands. Address is 2031 Northwest 29th Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida. 33331.
Inspector is recommending to the city to reduce the fine from $10,700 to the cost of $672. Any objection?
Excuse me?
It is proposing to have you pay the administrative costs of $672 rather than the fines of $10,700.
Oh, yes, sir. I would rather pay the $658.
I think that's a wise choice.
These fines were imposed already? Okay. Yeah, the magistrate can hear. You can, I mean, yeah, the case isn't being heard as a Massey again, so. Yeah, he's got the ability to adjust the amount.
So that's what the city wants to do. You work, she says you worked very, very hard to get the property into compliance, which is appreciated by the city and I'm sure your neighbors. So thank you for that. So
Yes, sir.
That was the order, $672. You get an order in the mail, sir. Okay?
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
And thank you for doing that.
All right, you're welcome.
Next case, page 45. Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 2207034, case address 2512 Laguna Drive, owner Forrest Patton and Forrest E. Patton Irrevocable Trust. This case was first heard 2/14/23 to comply by 3/21/23. One suspension from 4/11/23 to 9/12/23. One section not complied to $75 per day, $1,575 accrued, and this is an order to reappear.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Inspector Rafael Santos for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 22070344.
Address is 2512 Laguna Drive. Case was first heard on February 14th, 2023. For code section 9-305, Beattisville area had artificial turf. Magistrate Andrew found for the city, granted 35 days to comply. On April 11th, 2023, Magistrate Andrew granted a 154-day extension. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 11th, 2023, found the violations or the violation remained. City is requesting 65 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter. For a 63-day extension. Yeah, no.
Yes. So why are we doing this again, is my question.
The city was going through the process to see if they would allow the artificial turf on the swale area. It has been determined that no, that they're not going to allow.
Okay, so we're still giving them 2 months to comply.
It's not, do you mind if I hop in?
Well, I want to hear from him first, Andrew.
Okay.
Yeah, was to remove that, they have a big swale area there.
Right.
And it's to remove all that and then to put down live ground.
So they really
And I
couldn't,
think that they may need to put sprinklers. I don't think there are sprinklers there, so.
okay, so they couldn't have done it in the meantime when they were pursuing this as an option.
Right, yeah, because they were hoping that it would be allowed.
Okay, so this is a fair time in which to get this done.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, Mr. Shine.
Yes, good morning, Andrew Shine representing the property owner. It's not that the city won't allow artificial turf necessarily right now. The city is processing a code amendment to allow artificial turf within swales for certain low-lying areas that do get affected by saltwater intrusion and have problem keeping real grass. So when we came in April, the city was processing that amendment. Unfortunately, they're still processing it and it hasn't moved forward very quickly. So at this point, it looks like we're going to end up having to go for a variance for this, unless the city ends up processing the code amendment in the meantime. So 63 days is fine. That would allow us to go to the November 8th Board of Adjustment meeting. So we're okay with 63 days.
Supervisor Brown, just for the record, I spoke with engineering yesterday and they stated that that variance has been denied. They conducted a study of about 20 properties in the city and they will not be approving that variance. So this 63.
We never submitted for a variance. We never submitted for a
Okay,
variance.
I'm sorry, the adjustment to the ordinance, they said that they will not be doing it. So the 63 days is a final extension.
Understood. Yeah, well, that'll allow us to go to the November 8th Board of Adjustment meeting. So that's fine.
Is this something susceptible to a variance?
Don't know, off the top of my head, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Well, the engineering department did a study of about 20 properties
Right.
to see if this is something that would be sustainable for the city. And the study deemed that it would not be, and they will not be approving it.
Okay, but now I wonder if the Board of Adjustment, when this is presented to them, has a jurisdiction to allow this.
Well, the engineering said they will not.
No, I get the.
No, that's for ordinance. He's
That's
asking about variance.
Oh,
So
okay.
I guess that'll be something I'll be
Well,
researching.
63 days, I guess
Something on that
we
board.
have time to figure it out. There's no
Yes.
fines in the meantime
No,
and no costs.
correct.
So 63 days, Andrew.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 11. Inspector Fitzgerald Simmons, case number CE 2302069, case address 401 Northeast 8th Street, owner 401 Northeast 8th Street LLC. Posted at property 8/20/23, posted at City Hall 8/31/23.
The others is what? Good morning.
Good morning.
You right with you? Can you swear me in?
No, I think, she's joining.
Okay. We're gonna do, Ms. Brush as well at the same time. Thank you. Stay in, you guys, you're ordered. Yeah, I don't wanna have to swear in order. They're not just. You know, let's start the policy of not swearing on lawyer, you know, the probably the one that should be more. But well, you won't do
No,
that.
that works for me, and
Yeah.
I'll send it in. Magistrate.
Because the only time we would maybe be, correct me if I'm wrong, neither of you would, like Mr. Cohen's property owner.
Yes, of course, if it's a property owner,
I'm not
yes.
representing anyone, but.
But he'll have to respond.
He would.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Cohen, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
I do.
Courtney, I just made a ruling that we're not gonna swear lawyers in anymore, they're just representing, so. But we'll take we'll take one as a free one for you today.
Thank you. And actually, Mr. Cohen, the property owner, will also benefit from that as he is an attorney.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
but-
we're still gonna make him swear in because he is the property owner
He'll be testifying.
and
but-
he'll be
but you don't.
testifying, so.
You'll be representing.
And just for the record, I'm the manager of the LLC that owns the property.
Okay, all right, but still, you would be
Yes.
someone who's testifying, not acting as legal counsel.
Thank you.
All right, let's see what we got.
Code Compliance Inspector 19 Fitzgerald Simmons, presented on behalf of the city of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 230-30629, case address 401 Northeast 8th Street. The property was first inspected on March 17, 2023, following a neighbor complaint about not loud music, and the following violations were observed. Section 17-6, there's noise in excess of the permissible sound level limits of 50 dBA after 10 p.m. On March 17, 2023, the decibel readings were as follows: 63.7 at 12:09 hours, 57.7 at 12:09 hours, and 61.9 at 12:10 hours. This violation is irreparable and irreversible in nature, in a repeat of cases CE 221-20-477, CE 230-40003, and CE 2202-0478. The city is requesting a one-time fine of $10,000. This concludes my testimony.
Did I have this before me? From the bar, I think about Sears Town.
I would like to amend the fine amount. The city is requesting $5,000.
$5,000, okay. All right, is this a bar that came before me once before?
Yes.
Yes, Magistrate.
Okay. All right, you've heard the recommendation, Ms. Crush, what's up?
Magistrate Ansbro, this property and the former bar, I do want to share with you that Mr. Cohen kicked the tenant out, but the Rose bar was in front of you on August 8th, where you found the noise violation existed and imposed a stiff fine, advising, and as I advised Mr. Cohen of the options once this situation had been remedied, to apply for a lien reduction. That being said, with respect to the item that is before you today, this was originally issued as a civil citation. There were errors in the citation, and we were advised at the end of April that the citation was voided. Also in the citation, in looking at the underlying documents, there is a case referenced as the predicate for a repeat violation. That case, which is CE 22120477, was actually closed by the city, not coming to a hearing, and there were no fines. So this is not a repeat violation. This is before you, again, delayed back from an appeal in February and March, where the citation was voided. And then in August, a notice of hearing and a notice of violation was provided. As the inspector indicated, his notes show on the city's online records that at about 0009 hours, he took certain noise readings referenced, as you saw, as 57, 61, and 63. At 9 o'clock at night, as this is a regional activity center, urban village, so a mixed use area, those would not be violative of the statute. At 10 o'clock, the amount does reduce. And I also want to point out, Magistrate Ansborough, when we were before you in August, and as Mr. Cohen was trying to manage, and he ultimately effectively did, and took, obviously a very significant step in literally kicking them out. And as I shared with Supervisor Davila, they are no longer there operating at all. But that was where the behavior and the noise was, in the 80 decibels. Here, it appears based on the inspector's own notes that at that time referenced in the online records, it was under 65 decibels, which was permissible. As I mentioned, the city had voided this case. The online records are also showing a compliance date of the 17th. And then the citation issued on the 18th. The online inspection notes from the 18th at 11:56 at night reflect that the inspector on the 18th did not find, and they were inconclusive, given ambient noise. 50 and 60 decibels is something that when cars drive by, frequently is the ambient and background noise. So with respect, Magistrate, given the fact that the property owner has done his best efforts, in addition to properly maintaining and improving his property, and evicting his tenant, and has on another occasion been faced with and actually has fines imposed, which he has no expectation he will be able to successfully pursue with the former tenant. We think that the city improperly cited this as a repeat violation, as it is certainly not. And then in its records, I assume when it went to amend the voided case, has not set forth for you in its records appropriate data and documentation on the 17th or the 18th that would warrant such a additional significant fine. So we would like city staff to not object, and for your honor to consider that this is now a permanently compliant property, and allow this very responsible property owner to move forward with administrative costs.
City response?
Yeah, Special Magistrate, Supervisor, I'm gonna disagree with something and agree with something. I'm gonna disagree that, that the fines or that our process was done, incorrectly, because it is a repeat of some of the other cases they've referenced, perhaps not all of them referenced, but regardless of that, it is a repeat violation, as evidenced by the fact that you did make ruling previously and recently on the same issue. And the fact that it's irreparable and irreversible, we would still seek a fine amount, usually in the same. So I'm going to disagree that that our process was done incorrectly. However, where I am going to agree is that I'll leave it up to your discretion whether a fine or not is warranted, because they were fined quite heavily the last time, and I think we've achieved and accomplished our goal, which is that those tenants are no longer there and will no longer have any issues with that property.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I could, I think Ms. Crush brings forward meritorious issues with regard to the level of DBA sound required, as well as the time on the readings. So I would agree with counsel that the case really should be dismissed.
Oh. Okay, well, I think I will do that in light of the fact that it's under the reading, right, for the time of night. All right, so I will do. Correct.
Well, in reference to the sound, it's based on what the complainant's property is on. So the complainant is residential. So their decibel level limits is what applies, not what the business is zoned as.
Oh, okay.
Correct.
If I may, magistrate, that is absolutely correct. The code states that if the residential use is within a commercial, industrial, or mixed use, or within 200 feet of such use, the outdoor decibel limit is 65 dBA between 7 and 10. So the code does contemplate residential uses in mixed use areas. And again, we very much would appreciate the dismissal of the case if your magistrate would so consider.
So the part referenced by Ms. Grush is in reference to mixed use property. If there's a residential property in the same building, for example, that's, mixed use. So if you have a building, for example, that's both residential and in nature, and then you have like a club on top or a bar with west. The inspector was correctly referencing, this is just for the record, regardless of the outcome on whatever you choose to do with the case. But subsection A and B of the tables cited, which is section 7-6, says the sound level limit for the complainant's use shall apply. And outdoor sound level measurements shall be taken on or within the real property line of the complainant. Those are two different subjects there.
Yep, and again, Magistrate Ansborough, I also agree with Supervisor Davila. It does speak to within, however, the code also says or within 200 feet of such commercial use. So I think we're all accurately reciting the code and understanding that it does contemplate these situations and sets a reduced rate after a certain time, understanding that 65 is appropriate at certain times of the day. Thank you.
This particular case for the readings, were they in violation or not?
I believe they were for the code. Is the property within 200 feet?
Yeah.
Yes, it's within 200 feet, but that section of the code is set, it says 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Those measurements was taken after 10 p.m.
And again, I'm reading from Inspector your notes that says at about 0009 hours.
That's 12, yes, that's 12:09 a.m. military time.
Well, the military time, wouldn't that be 9 a.m.?
No, 9 a.m. is 0900, 0900.
Understood.
So do I have a violation here or not?
So you may, Your Honor, I think that the department needs to be clear in setting forth where the readings were taken from, what the permissible sound levels were, when those readings were taken, and be very clear to Your Honor as well as to the property owner, the timeframes, because I'm also not familiar with military time either, as to when those readings were taking place. If they in fact were all after 10 p.m. And the DBA for the complainant's property is 50, then I would say yes, we have shown, but it is we just need to clarify that with the inspector and supervisor.
And I would appreciate that clarification, because when I'm looking at update times, they are in standard time. Also, as we all know, clarifying in the future, the location, the notes just say arrived at the property, and then future actions to call the complainant.
Okay, somebody from city wants to speak? Katrina?
No, Magistrate, I'm fine. I am okay with it. Whatever you rule, I'm fine with that. I do believe that our division does have the burden to provide clarity to the property owner for future references, but whatever you choose for this particular case, I am fine with.
Okay. So Inspector, go ahead and just recap for me the items that Rhonda just brought up. The violations and time, and they're all over 50, correct?
Yes.
On the property.
Yes.
So there is a violation.
Yes. It was taken within the complaint is process.
And this is for the tenant that used to be there.
Yes.
All right. So in light of the fact that they have resolved the issue with the tenant, he or whatever it was is gone, and we'll reduce it to $1,000. Because it still did occur and it still disturbed somebody who had to call it in and get the readings done. So I'll reduce from 5,000 to 1,000, and presumably this won't recur because we won't have a tenant like this in the future.
No, Mr. Cohen is committed to that. And for clarification, is today's hearing a finding of fact or a Massey hearing?
The fine hearing, right?
It's no longer a citation.
This is not a citation. This is.
No, but it's a fine amount. We're in a referral violation. That's why it's on new business. So it's.
Yeah, it's not a citation.
Yeah.
Right, so is that clear to you or not?
So your order could be, for instance, your order could be that it must be paid within a certain amount of time, and we could always come back for Massey to see whether or not it was paid, if that's the rule you want to get in. But I'll defer to the city attorney.
Typically, Your Honor, when we have a violation which is stated in the narrative that it's irreparable or irreversible, then the fine is imposed at that time.
Okay, so let me do that. Impose a fine of $1,000 due within 30 days. And no cost.
Understood.
Okay, thank you though for resolving it with this tenant. That will make the thing go away and life will be good for everybody.
Appreciate your consideration.
You don't support anymore, Courtney, you're safe. Yeah.
There we go.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, two cases are on page 12. They're the same address, two different case numbers. The first one is Inspector Fitzgerald Simmons, case number CE 230504000, case address 17 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. Owner Store Gallery at Beach Place LLC, posted at property 8/20/23 and posted at City Hall 8/31/23. Also, Inspector Fitzgerald Simmons, case number CE 230504001. Case address 17 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner Door Gallery, a Beach Place LLC, posted at property 8/20/23 and posted at City Hall 8/31/20. Good morning, Mr. Tilbrook. Will you please raise your right hand?
Good morning, Stephen Tilbrook, attorney, represent client. I'll raise my hand.
Hey, Stephen, we've decided not to swear in lawyers unless they are property owners or related to the property for the testifying. In your case, if you're just representing, which you are presumably.
Yes, yes,
Okay,
sir.
so
Yes, sir, Your
you
Honor.
have to
Thank you.
swear in. Okay,
So regarding this property, same address, two separate parcels, but both violations are the same in nature. Property case number CE 230504000 and CE 230504001. Case address 17 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. Code Inspector Fitzgerald Simmons, 19. This property was first inspected on May 12, 2023, and the following violations were observed. 6-51 subsection 2, there's artificial light that is illuminating the incorporated beaches of Fort Lauderdale. The exterior lighting include the signage, storefront, walkway, corridors, and decorative light. 6-51 subsection 3, there's artificial light from a commercial sign that is illuminating the incorporated beaches of Fort Lauderdale. A copy of the inspection report was posted, and I mailed a copy to the owner on record for BCPA, allowing 10 days to come into compliance. This violation remains as depicted in the photos and presented for the record. Also for the record, per section 6-53, if the magistrate finds that the violation exists and is entered against the violator, the enforcement agency shall notify the violator in writing that any external lighting sources causing a violation may be removed by the city within 10 business days thereafter, or that fine may be assessed against the violator, with said fine to begin to be assessed within 10 business days thereafter, and to be continuously assessed until the conclusion of the nesting season, October 31st, or until the violation is corrected. Any cost that is associated with the removal by the city of the external lighting sources shall be recovered from the person or persons causing the violation. And if not recovered, a lien should be placed against the property and reimbursed by the city at the time of sale of the property. The city is requesting 10 business days to comply, or a fine of $100 a day until the end of sea turtle season, or until the violation is in compliance. This concludes my testimony.
Is that for both cases?
Yes.
Okay. And the city doesn't have the ability to go inside to cure the lighting, it's for the outside only, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Tilbrook.
Good morning, Stephen Tilbrook with Ackerman, representing Beach Place, the property owner. Just a little history. This property has been a special entertainment district and a commercial property for over 30-40 years. It was a central part of the city's redevelopment efforts along Fort Lauderdale Beach. It was required and encouraged to provide outdoor entertainment and outdoor uses and indoor uses and as a special entertainment district, it operates till 4 a.m. in the morning. We have gone to great lengths to bring this property into compliance. All of the lighting, exterior lighting for the center has been converted to amber lighting. Much of the center has been brought into compliance. The two areas where there's a non-compliance that we know are the CVS, where there's interior lighting coming from the interior. And by the way, there's a lot of light in the public right-of-way, including that signage you see right there in the public right-of-way and the street lights that add to the turtle lighting issue in this area. So it's not all on this property, but our tenant, CD.
We lost you for a minute. You're frozen.
We also have a tenant, which is the Taco Bell on the other side of the center, which is the second violation and I may be losing my audio, that is also, we understand, to be out of compliance. One of our challenges is every time that an inspector comes out, they cite different violations at this location. And it's been very difficult to narrow it down and achieve full compliance. We're working at it. We'd like to get some additional time to do that. And that's our request today, is to get a 30-day extension in order to bring it into compliance while we continue to work with the tenant and the compliance officers to identify and specifically delineate those aspects of the site that are out of compliance. Because every time there's a photo taken of this site, I mean, look at it. There's a lot of ways to look at this site. And we believe that we narrowed it down to 2 issues, but as soon as we get those 2 issues addressed, I'm confident that there's going to be 2 more issues that come up, and that's the challenge that we've had.
Magistrate Stephanie Bass, City of Fort Lauderdale Supervisor, also for Sea Turtle Light Enforcement. We have met with these property owners on more than one occasion, and I'm going to let Senior Inspector Dorian Collion speak to the types of meetings that we've had with them in previous sea turtle lighting seasons as well.
And yes, we have had meetings, but the tenants have not been at those meetings, and they don't believe that they're out of compliance. We keep putting them on notice. It's the tenants that are the problem. It's not the property owner right now. We put the tenants on notice.
Well, as you know, Mr. Tilbrook, it's the owner that's responsible to deal with the tenants. So I don't want to hear that the tenants don't know what to do. You know what to do.
We've spoken to the tenants.
I'm not going to give 30 days for this. Turtle season only lasts till October 31. You'd be exhausting most of the time before the nesting season is over. So that's going to be denied. You've got 10 days to address each of these. They have to turn their lights off for 6 weeks, then they do, or they shield them, or whatever it takes.
Good morning, Senior Inspector Collion. If I may, I would like to just add some information. So this has been an ongoing issue, as he stated, And I have met with the manager, the assistant manager, actually on multiple occasions last year
Of what? Manager of what?
of Beach Place, Michelle.
Okay.
And I think her last name is Banaki. And
Yes.
her assistant, thank you. So I've actually done walkthroughs where we have gone to every single tenant on the property and spoke with them about the lighting violations. And then also, last year, I know that they were supposedly getting all the lighting for the common areas, which it looks like some of it's been done. I'm not sure if all of it's been done as of yet. And just also for the record, a couple weeks ago, I was driving through the area and I noticed that there was a new kiosk in the middle of the common area that was lit up extensively, bright white lights. So yes, it's a revolving type of, violation that evolves and revolves. And but the point is we need to get everything in compliance. The tenants may have some of the responsibility, but at the end of the day, the violation is going to go on the owner of the property. And we have made, numerous attempts to meet with them at the property. I know that Senior Inspector Bernstein Sandberg also met as well with Michelle a couple of times. There's numerous emails. This is like
In addition to all of these photos here that were taken, Senior Inspector Bernstein did take those photos and circle every violation location and submitted it back to the property manager.
Yeah, we have received the photos. We have received the photos. What we don't have is an actual checklist of items that need to be resolved. Every time we believe we've achieved compliance, there's new issues that come up. It's just continuous. And what we would ask is that if you're not going to grant an extension, at least provide to us a list of the lights that are in violation. Every time we see another photo, there's new things circled. We need to create a list. We need to develop compliance strategies for each item on the list. And that's all we would ask for. We've been asking for it for a year now, and we can't get a checklist of those items that we need to do to bring it in compliance. I thought it was CVS and Taco Bell. That's what I thought it was down to. And that's what we confirmed with Inspector Bernstein by numerous emails. Now I'm hearing that there's more items every time.
Counsel, I mean, at the end of the day, if you have a new kiosk that's in there, then that's a new violation. So if the conditions are changing at Beach Place from year to year or month to month, then it's going to be a fluid process.
We have not received any notice, any indication whatsoever of a kiosk being out of compliance. This is the first that we've heard of that. So
Stephen, it sounds to me like the property manager knows what the hell is going on here. She would know there's a kiosk there that she's lighting up the place and turtles don't go over to the kiosk. That's got to be fixed.
The kiosk isn't visible in these photos.
Hold
I don't know
on.
where that kiosk is.
Stephen, I'm still speaking. Interrupt me, please. I
Sorry.
want these matters addressed. You got 10 days to do it, or the city will go over there and do the self-help, which I don't want to do. I'll be happy to give you a list of the things that are current, but it's not going to be incumbent on the city to every time something changes over there to give you a new list. Your people
There is
know
no
what
list.
to do.
Sorry. We're going to develop a list. We're going to provide it to the inspectors and their supervisors, and we're going to ask them to respond if there's anything not on the list. Then we're going to go through the checklist and we're going to achieve compliance. And if something new comes up, we would like them to provide notice to us that they drove by, they saw a kiosk, and that's another item at non-compliance. We can't guess. If you look at this site, you really can't guess where the non-compliance is going to come from next. All we can do is do our best, and we're going to continue doing it.
The testimony was the thing that lit up the interior court of Beach Place. How hard is this to find out?
It's not that hard, Magistrate, and sorry for interrupting, but when I met with Michelle last year, we did walk through and I pointed out all the lighting that may negatively affect the sea turtles. And then we went over what lights could be installed. And I believe she even met with Stephanie from the county and spoke with her as far as what types of lights that they can use. And also furthermore, we
Those have been
actually went
installed.
out. I'm sorry,
All of those exterior lights have been changed to amber.
right, but we're talking about any additional lights that may come, like you're requesting us to address any additional lights in the future. So they already know what's expected and what's not expected during sea turtle season. So we even went out on the beach and I showed her, we used the little turtle binder to show the difference in the lighting. She's very well aware of which lights are,
Some of this manager later.
exactly. So if there's new lighting that's installed or this new kiosk that's installed, they know that that's a violation. We're not gonna sit there and give them a list every time they change a
I
light.
agree, you're not right.
That's the
I don't
property's
see,
responsibility.
I don't see the kiosk in these photos. Okay, so we'll have to figure out what kiosk you're referring to. I do see CVS as an issue. I do see Taco Bell as an issue. And if there are other issues, interior tenant issues, let us know and we'll do our best to get those tenants to address them. It's really difficult because they have been there, those tenants have been there a long time. They expect it to be a certain way, the way it's always been, and now things are changing on them and it's difficult to get them to change.
This is not a new law.
This is not a new,
This law has been on the
yeah.
books for a long time.
It has, and we have been proactively enforcing this since, I know since 2017 at least, and we have been making contact with the property
6
owners
years.
down there, yeah. So going forward, we will not be just reaching out as a courtesy saying that, okay, now this new light is here. Mr. Tilbrook needs to understand that any further violations of this ordinance will be now considered a repeat violation and fines will be imposed from the date of the first receipt of the violation.
Okay, well, I would uphold those if they were brought them.
And we're hopeful that we can develop a checklist and work collaboratively on addressing each item on the checklist. It's never going to come into compliance unless we develop a real checklist and strategy for each item to bring it into compliance. That's the only way to get it done.
It sounds to me like the people that are there know what to do. They can't use white, bright light to affect the turtles. This doesn't need a checklist. It needs some common sense. And that's what's going to be used here. So I'm not worried about checklists. That's for you to do. They have to cite you on each and every one. I will impose repeat violations starting the day it's shown to me and the highest I can get until they get the message. So you can take it back to them as the attorney to help get your act together. This manager knows what to do and she's not doing it. And especially if there's a new kiosk there and she let that go in and we have to complain about it now, hasn't been cited yet, it will be. So for purposes of today, what am I doing, Inspector? Oh, 10 days, what?
Yeah. 10 days to comply or $100 a day until the end of sea turtle season or the violation.
Okay, 10 days for each case, $100 per day per violation. I'm gonna kick that up to $200 a day. Per violation. I want these people to take it. Steven knows what he's doing. He's been in football a long time, knows his way around the city. Get this fixed, Steven. It's not a hard thing to do. And this is a critical thing to do for this little small piece of the environment. All right, that's the ruling. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, also page 12. Inspector Fitzgerald Simmons, case number CE 230402338, case address 440 Sea Breeze Boulevard, owner Summit Hospitality 134 LLC, care of Summit Hotel Properties, posted at property 8/2023, posted at City Hall 8/31/23. Good morning, Mr. Fleming.
Good morning.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Are you an attorney?
I am not. I'm the property manager.
Okay. All right. We'll be right with you. Thank you.
Case number CE 230402338. Case address 440 Seabreeze Boulevard. Code Inspector Fitzgerald Simmons, 1919. This property was first inspected on April 6, 2023, and the following violations were observed. 6-51 subsection 1. There's artificial light that is illuminating the incorporated beaches of Fort Lauderdale. There's light illuminating from the front water fountain, which can be seen from the beach, as well as the light that is on top of the stairs that is unshielded. This is a recurrent violation. Reference case number CE 230-30076, and will proceed to the special magistrate to obtain a finding of fact whether or not it is complied prior to the hearing. 6-51 subsection 3, there's artificial light that is illuminating the incorporated beaches of Fort Lauderdale. There's signage in the front of Bubba Gump, as well as the sign atop of the hotel that can be seen from the beach. This is a recurrent violation. Reference case number CE 230-30076, and will proceed to the special magistrate to obtain a finding of fact whether or not it's complied prior to the hearing. Also, for the record, per section 6-53, if the magistrate finds that the violation existed and enter against the violator, the enforcing agency shall notify the violator in writing that any external lighting sources causing the violation may be removed by the city within 10 business days thereafter, or that the fine may be assessed against the violator, with said fine to begin to be assessed within 10 business days thereafter, and to be continuously assessed until the conclusion of nesting season, October 31st, or until the violation is corrected. Any costs that are associated with the removal by the city of external lighting sources shall be recovered from the person or persons causing the violation. And if not recovered, a lien shall be placed against the property and reimbursed to the city by the time of the sale of the property. The property is now in compliance. The case will still be presented to the special master for a finding of fact that the violation did exist, and any future violations of this ordinance will be brought before the special magistrate as a repeat violation. This concludes my testimony.
These cases are all in compliance now?
Yes.
Excellent, good thing to hear. All right, sir, tell us who you are and your relationship to the property.
Mike Fleming, General Manager of the Courtyard, 440 Seabreeze Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale.
Okay.
So this, as soon as we became aware of the violation, I did immediately, correct the signs and have them turned off. This was the first year. These are not new signs. This is the first year I've ever been notified that the sign on top of the building was a violation, and we did turn them off as soon as we got notice of it, because I know how important it is to comply with the turtle lighting. Bubba Gumps is our tenant, our responsibility, but they had turned the light on that they weren't supposed to, and then I know that they turned it off and then got a violation for that. So I'll continue to stay on top of them to make sure that we stay in compliance.
Okay. So at this point, it's finding a fact?
Yes.
For all violations?
Yes.
Okay, I'm entering what's called a finding of fact, meaning that if any one or more of these recur, it will be deemed repeat violations. They'll start accruing fines immediately. It's proven to me or the other magistrate that they did occur, and the fines can be up to $500 beginning or higher, correct?
Yes.
Yes, which I will do. I appreciate that you taking the time to fix these things, but you're going to stay on top of it. Like you heard probably from the former case, I'm not going to put out there management telling us that the tenant did it. I don't want to hear that. The city's not going to hear it, and the turtle doesn't understand that. So let's just get this on top and stay with it, and let's get it done. Thanks for doing that.
Thank you.
All right, sir.
Our next case,
Look at the copy of the order.
page 43. Inspector Bernstein Seinberg, Inspector Rafael Santos presenting case number CE 2302057, case address 1121 Northwest Fifth Street, owner McBride Lodge, and care of Varian J. Harris. This case was first heard 7/27/23 to comply by 8/31/23. Two sections apply to $50 per day, $1,200 accrued, and this is a request for extension. Morning, Mr. Harris, will you please raise your right hand? You swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Rafael Santos for the city of Colorado, KC 23020567. Property address is 1121 North West Fifth Street. I'm presenting this case and on behalf of Senior Inspector Bernstein. This is a property was first heard on 7/23, where Magistrate Glenn granted 35 days to comply the following violations. 928H, there's an accessory structure violation at this property. The bollards at the rear is discolored. Violation 9304B, the driveway is not being maintained as required. If it's not smooth, the swale and driveway have potholes as well as faded wheel stops. Pre-hearing inspection was done on August 26, 23, revealing the violation stated are not in compliance. The city is not opposed to a 20-day extension. 28-day extension.
28 days. Yes, sir. Tell us your name and address.
Varian J. Harris, 4811 Northwest 19th Street, Lauderhill, Florida, 33313.
What's your relationship to the property?
Property administrator.
Okay, so you heard from the inspector that they are giving you a 28-day extension, but these things need to be addressed within that period of time. There's still a fine of $1,200 that's pending. The fines will be suspended, I presume, for this period of time, sir?
Yes.
Suspend the fines?
Yes.
Okay. So the fines will be suspended, but you still will end up owing this $1,200 for these two violations. Okay? 28 days.
28 days. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, sir. You guys are getting perfect, another 3-minute warning.
Our next case. Page 21. Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 22101011. Case address 600 Southwest 38th Avenue. Owner Ivorine and Lawrence Estates, posted at property 8/21/23, posted at City Hall 8/31/23.
Hello.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Magistrate. Inspector Moore for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 22101011, the property located at 600 Southwest 38th Avenue. The initial inspection was conducted on 10/29/22, and the following violations were observed. 24-27 parentheses B, which was withdrawn. 18-12 parentheses A was complied. 9-304 parentheses B, the driveway is worn with potholes and cracks. There is grass growing through the potholes of the driveway. 9-280 parentheses B, there are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained. The awnings on the home are damaged, dirty, and crooked. Ordinance 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stained and missing fulfilling paint. The house is stained and dirty. Areas on the home are also cracked. The soffits have plants growing in them. A total of 8 subsequent inspections were conducted at this property. On the inspection dated 12/1, Moore was able to meet with the son of the property owner, whom was visiting from New York to bury his sister. And as soon as that happened, his mom passed away right after, while he was here, thank goodness, but he was here already. So he was grieving, and it wasn't a good time to hit him with this at that time. So I did extend him some time to fix everything, and he said that he would. As of the pre-hearing inspection on 9/11, the property was found in violation as depicted in the photos. At this time, the city is requesting 63 days to comply or $25 per violation per day thereafter.
All right, tell us who you are, please, for the property.
Yes, my name is Journey Gunter, and I'm the representative of the estate of Ivorine Lawrence.
Swear you in, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, Ms. Warren, okay. All right, so you've heard what the inspectors recommended, accept that, 63 days? for 50 days?
Yes.
All
Yes,
right.
I accept.
All right, or find it $25 per violation per day would start, okay?
It's $25 per inspection. I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Per violation, I think there's 3 violations left. Any one or more, each one would be $25 if not done on 63 days.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay, is that it?
Yes.
So ordered.
Thank you. Have a
Thank
good
you.
day.
Page 24, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 23010527, case address 3827 Southwest 4th Court, numbers 1.4, owner PGK Investments LLC, posted at property 8/21/23, posted at City Hall 8/31/23. Good afternoon. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Inspector Moore for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 230105227 for the property located at 3827 Southwest 12th Court. The initial inspection was conducted on 1/19/22, and the following violations were observed. 9-304 parentheses B, there are potholes, broken cement, and a large separation of the driveway.
Pardon me, Inspector, you meant 1/19/23?
I'm sorry,
You meant 1/19/23.
23, yes. Thank you. 1/19/23, okay? Okay, so, let me start over. There are potholes, broken cement, and a large separation of the driveway causing a dip/ditch between the swell of the property and the driveway. There is also grass growing through the parking lot as well as stated parking striping. 47-19.1 is complied. 18-12 parentheses 8 is complied. 18-1 is complied. 47-19.4D.8 is complied. 47-19.4.C.2 is complied. A total of 9 subsequent inspections were conducted at the property. Moore was able to speak with the property owner on Sunday, and we came to an agreement that I will give him 63 days to comply to fix that driveway, and or $100 per violation per day thereafter.
Okay. Yes, sir, your name and address?
Pravin Kalu, 3827 Southwest 12th Court.
What's your
The property
relationship with the owner of the LLC that owns it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you've heard what the inspector proposed, 63 days
Yes.
to get this resolved? Or
Yes,
final
sir.
on today if not done on time, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That concluded? Yes.
Next case, page 25. Inspector Rachel Moore. Case number CE 230108001, case address 3839 Southwest 6th Street, owner Hubert Beach. Posted at property 8/21/23, posted at City Hall 8/31/23. Good afternoon. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Inspector Moore for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number CE 230108001 for property located at 3839 Southwest 6th Street. The initial inspection was conducted on 1/29/23, and the following violations were observed. 9-305 parentheses B, which is complied. 9-27 parentheses E complied. 18-12 parentheses A complied. 9-304 parentheses B. There are vehicles, trailers parked on the grass lawn area. There are 2 red jet scooters parked in the front yard on the grass, which were now moved to the backyard. There is a yellow box truck parked in the backyard of the grass. This box truck also has vegetation growing on the right side of it. There's also a silver trailer parked in the backyard of the grass. 9-306. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts including fascia and sockets are in disrepair, and there are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing building paint. 9-280 parentheses H parentheses 1 has complied, and 47-39 A.1 B parentheses 6 parentheses complied. A total of 9 subsequent inspections were conducted at the property, and as a pre-hearing inspection 9/11/23, the property was still found to be in violation. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or $25 per day per violation per day thereafter. And I'm also requesting access into the backyard of the property to ensure compliance with any outside storage.
Yes, sir, your name and address?
My name is Hubert Beach, and my address is 3839 Southwest Sixth Street.
And heard from the inspector is what she's proposing to do. You're in compliance with many of these things, which is a really good thing. Still have 2 more to do, of the vehicles and trailers and the exterior building walls. So he's proposing to give you 28 days within which to do those things, or a fine of $25 per day will occur for each one that is not done. Is that acceptable?
You said the building walls, and you said 2 things, the building walls and another item?
It's vehicles and trailers, scooters, it's got a yellow box truck in the back. Those things have to go.
Yes.
And second thing was the exterior building walls that must be maintained, structural parts, fascia and soffits, disrepair, areas that need to be painted and are missing peeling paint.
Yes, the box truck is gone. The jet skis are still there. I'm gonna put the jet skis back in front of the house again on the driveway. So so paint, the yellow box truck is gone. The jet ski, yes, it is still in the backyard. I will move it to the front yard again.
Is that permitted?
Yes.
Yes, compliance supervisor. Yeah, it is permitted as long as it's on a hardened surface and on the driveway. The other thing is
Yes,
the outdoor storage and the miscellaneous items he has thrown about in the yard.
I thought that was all cleaned up.
We haven't been able to access it
Oh,
to
to the
determine
back.
whether or not, that's why
Okay.
we're requesting access. for
So
that.
the inspector needs access to your backyard. She needs your permission to do that.
I'm not giving them permission to go into my yard. I'm sorry.
You're not? Okay, well, I guess we'll take the pictures from neighboring property and get the
Well,
violation.
there is an expectation of privacy and they do have a wooden fence, but we can't determine compliance if we're not able to go back. I mean, our recourse would hypothetically be to get an inspection warrant, but you know.
Well, what do you want to do about it? If you're denying access?
So I would like your order to request access be granted.
Well, he's already denied it. He's already denied it. But if you have all these things in your backyard, you got a problem.
That's why I put up a fence to, that's why I have a fence for that said privacy, sir.
Doesn't allow you to hide junk in your yard. That's not what a fence is for.
Have these items been cleaned? So you're saying these items remain and you put up a fence only to cover up the items that we're seeing on the screen?
Those items were neatly stacked on my fence, and a city of Fort Lauderdale authority knocked the fence down and those items off the fence. But
You still have all of these items that are being shown in the picture in the backyard?
no, not all of those items are there. The cooler is gone. The bed extender is gone. The pipes are still there, and they're stacked neatly in the corner of the fence. The trash bins are, of course, are there also.
You don't want to let her get access to your backyard to look at it. Because if they have to get a search warrant, that's what they'll go do. So that's up to you.
I feel that's unnecessary search of my property.
I think you're wrong. Well, you can argue about that in court if you want. But that's what's gonna happen if you don't put it back in there to show you what you need to fix.
We can't determine that the property's in compliance without access and viewing that it's in compliance.
Well, the fence, the fence has slots in it. It's obvious that they can see through the fence. They observe the jet skis.
Due to the expectation of privacy, we can't look through the slots or peek over the fence. You know, the burden of proof is usually on the city to show that there is a violation, and we show that there was a violation, but once we establish a violation inside of the property, it is up to the property owner to the burden.
So with your,
show that he's compliant with the violation, access to be able.
so with your previous admission that you did look through the slots to see about the jet skis.
Yes.
Is that?
That's so we may have been able to see some things that were obvious, such as something that may exceed the height of a fence, or if there's a hole in the fence, but it doesn't mean we can establish and see all of the rest of the things that were originally seen in violation when the gates were all completely open, when it was knocked down.
Okay, well, what do you wish to do on that part of it?
I mean, we would like for the fines or for everything to be imposed within those 63 days unless he grants us access.
Just give him 28 days.
Sorry,
28
my
days.
apologies, yeah.
28 days to fix these two things.
Well, I thought we had. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's true. You're right.
Okay, so it's 28 days to remove the vehicles and trailers that were on the grass area. 2 red jet skis, put them back on the front yard, but on a hard surface. The box truck is gone. And there was a silver trailer back there on the grass. That can't be on the grass.
The silver trailer is in the front of the yard, as in picture number 9. The jet ski and silver trailer, all the vehicles were, except for now, I moved the jet skis just to wash it. I'll push it back to the front yard. But the yellow box truck is definitely gone. It's not on the property.
Okay. And the other violation is exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including the fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. These are areas of the exterior with stains and missing peeling paint. That needs to be fixed within 28 days or a fine will start. So he does not want the fine money, he wants the compliance. Anybody else? If you don't want the money, they want the compliance. You understand, right?
Yes, I did do the fascia, but it seems like maybe I missed the part about the paint. And so I'll definitely do that.
Okay, we got 4 weeks to do that. Again, we don't want to do the fines, we just want to get the property in compliance, and then your life can go on. These are things the neighbors have to see. They shouldn't have to
That's what I'd like to do also.
Okay, good. All right, so that will be the order. That's the ruling. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next case, page 26, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 230208441, case address 181 Southwest 37 Terrace. Owner Arnaldo C. Esteem and Tammy Ann Esteem, posted at property 82123, posted at City Hall 83123. Good afternoon. Can you please unmute your mic? Hello, can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm trying to unmute him, but nothing's happening.
Sir, are you able to unmute your mic?
We see a hand
Maybe,
signal.
maybe if he rejoins.
Sir, can you disconnect and rejoin, please? We'll move to the next case, page 27. Inspector Rachel Moore, case number TE 230307994, case address 1166 Alabama Avenue. Owner Priscilla Sanders and Kadisha Sanders Estates. Posted at property 82123, posted at City Hall 83123. Yeah, Priscilla Sanders.
Yeah, she declined it. I'm trying it again. Yeah, she keeps declining.
All right, we gotta move on. Can we go back to the previous one, because these back on?
Oh, Priscilla's joining.
Priscilla.
Priscilla.
Oh. So it's Alabama.
Priscilla, could you accept the request? Keep calling again? No, I keep sending her video invites, but she's not getting them or accepting them.
And all those not bad.
Yeah, my was not bad.
All right, we're gonna move on. Next case, page 39. Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 221100275, case address 330 Carolina Avenue. Owner David Padilla. This case was first heard 6/9/23 to comply by note 1523. Case was first heard on 6/9/22 to comply by 11/15/22 and 7/27/23. One section complied at $25 per day. $100 accrued, one section not complied at $25 per day, $1,175 accrued, $93,000 imposed on 6/29/23. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
This is 93,000 currently.
That was already imposed. We've already
Oh,
imposed.
previously imposed.
Yes.
I want to hear 1275. Okay.
What have David?
What about the bottom? It says 22,600. Oh, and
David's on.
just this one.
Good afternoon, Mr. Padilla. Will you please raise your right hand?
Okay,
Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
sí,
Julio, I think he needed. Julio.
I also need to testify.
Raphael?
Yeah. And I also need to testify on this one, so.
Señor Padilla, levanta su mano derecha y usted va a decir toda la verdad.
Sí,
Ok, ahora va a hablar la inspectora, ¿ok?
Raphael,
ok.
you use for a firm to translate from English to Spanish and from Spanish to English.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Inspector Moore for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2211-0275 for property located at 330 Carolina Avenue. This case first came before the special magistrate on June 29, 23. Special magistrate Flynn imposed fines for repeat violations of 9-304 B, 18-4 C, 18-12 8, 9-306, and 4739.A.1.B, 6 B. Retroactive beginning 11/15/22 at $93,000.
Can you tell them now?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Ok, yo le voy a traducir las violaciones, que fue lo que ella acaba pues, de leer aquí. Entonces, la primera es 9.304B, que tiene vehículos estacionados en la grama. Y esto es algo que ha ocurrido varias veces ya. La otra violación es 18.4C, que tiene vehículos que no tienen placa o tienen cauchos sin aire, que es un Black Honda Civic con la placa expirada. La otra es la violación 18.12A, que tiene la grama alta. Y también es una violación que ha sido ya presentada antes. La otra es violación 9.306, que es las paredes del edificio de tu casa necesitan mantenimiento como pintura. Y también es una violación que ya ha sido traída antes al magistrado. La otra es la violación 9.308A, que el techo de su casa necesita reparaciones y que ahorita tiene, creo que es una carpa azul. La otra violación es 47.39.A.1.B.9.E, que tienes dos RVs o trailers en la propiedad. Y la última violación es 47.39.A.1.B.6. Que estás usando la propiedad inapropiadamente y estás explorando cosas afuera que no se pueden tener como appliances. Que tienes fornitura pues afuera, tienes vidrios afuera y otras cosas que tienes explorado afuera en su propiedad que no debería estar ahí.
Okay. That's not good. It's a lot, but I want to make sure he understands.
¿Usted pues entendió todo lo que le dije? ¿Todas pues las violaciones?
Ya todo eso fue corregido ya.
Okay, he says that all that has been corrected already.
Lo único que no está corregido es el techo.
The only
El
thing
techo de
that's
la
not corrected is the roof, ¿correcto?
que todavía lo del seguro está en proceso, todavía no.
Yeah, that's going through the insurance company now for his roof.
Eso está en proceso todavía con la aseguranza. Todavía no, eso no se ha arreglado. Solo lo del techo.
Yes.
Ya lo demás, sí.
Yeah, he said that the only thing that's remaining is the roof, and the reason it's not done is going through the insurance company. But he's saying that everything else is in compliance.
Most of them show us complied.
As a pre-hearing as a pre-hearing inspection, 9/11/23, the property is still not in compliance in regards to the outside storage that you see under the blue awning there. As well as the roof, the tarp on the roof, that is completely disarray. That's here, that is this one, and then
That's the one.
this, that's of yesterday.
Okay.
Yesterday.
La inspectora fue ayer allá y
Ajá.
vio que todavía.
No.
Oh, just that one. And the roof, okay. Sí, que el techo es una de las cosas que todavía pues no está hecha. Y la última violación, que es la 4739A1B 6B, que tiene gestoraje afuera en el lado pues de la casa donde está el techito azul ese. Ahí no puede haber nada pues, estorado pues allá afuera.
Bueno, ahí no había nada ahí de storage. Voy a chequear en la casa.
Ah, ok, porque ella fue ayer y tomó
¿Qué?
esas fotos son de
¿Qué había ahí en ese storage? ¿Qué había?
Also,
Oh, había vidrio, había refrigeradores, había
Oh, no, eso no, eso ya no está ahí.
cubetas,
Eso no está ahí, ya se removió.
había muebles.
No,
Allá
ya día se
afuera.
movió todo eso. Sí, ya día se movió.
¿Cuándo fue?
Ya días se movió todo eso. Esa red que estaba allá afuera. Ya días se movió.
Okay. Ella fue ayer y todavía esas cosas estaban estoradas por allá afuera.
Pero ahí no hay
Okay, y que
nada.
todavía la otra tercera violación es que la casa tiene que estar pintada. Parece que tiene pintura que se ha caído o rajado o está sucio o algo así. La casa tiene que estar limpia y pintada.
Sí, la casa está limpia en realidad y
la parte de abajo.
la parte pintada fue en la parte de atrás que faltaba pintar, yo la pinté.
He says that he painted the back of the property. All right. Sí, ella está hablando de la parte del frente y de los lados donde ella puede ver, ¿no? No solamente en la parte pues de atrás, sino la del frente y la de los lados.
No, enfrente y del lado no he pintado todavía.
Okay, pues, por eso está pues en violación.
Ok, eso de frente y de los lados voy a hacerlo hoy mismo voy a hacerlo.
Okay, yeah, he said that the front and the sides he has not painted, that he's going to do it today, he says.
Where is this depicted?
He submitted.
He submitted for what reason?
Okay, esa foto que está ahí, ¿usted fue el que puso esa foto?
Sí, esa foto era de un storage que estaba atrás de la casa y una galera.
Ajá.
Sí,
¿Y todavía eso está ahí?
No, ya se desarmó todo eso, ya se desarmó. Entonces ya solo falta botar todo eso que tengo ahí.
Okay.
Todavía no lo he
That
botado.
was that he got in the backyard that he took apart, and that's all the pieces. And he says he's going to be removing all that stuff off the property.
Okay.
Y para remover eso, no sé cuántos días me vayan a dar ustedes para poderlo remover.
Eso vamos a hablarlo ahora.
Ah, ok. Bastante madera que tengo ahí, necesito que me den bastantes días para, como tengo que venir de trabajo y ir sacando eso de poquito en poquito.
Okay. Usted sabe sí, el total de las relaciones que usted tiene ahora es de $93,000 y siguen creciendo pues todos los días hasta que se corrija todas las violaciones.
Sí, yo todavía, como yo todavía no he entendido bien todo eso, pues me iban a mandar un muchacho que me explicara bien cómo funciona todo eso.
Y si yo,
Pero estoy,
¿dónde vas a pagar
sí,
todo eso?
pues, me dijeron de que uno podía hacer no sé qué cosa para que le bajaran todo eso.
Sí, una vez que todas las violaciones estén corregidas, la ciudad sí tiene un proceso que usted puede venir y reclamar o a ver si le pueden reducir el monto ese, ¿no? Un segundito. So he was asking, that they had told him that there was a process where he could get like a reduction of lien. So I just
Not
explained
that
it.
it's compliant.
Correct, yes. Yeah.
For the record, who lived out like Cookham's compliance supervisor, I personally met out there with the gentleman and with Ms. Moore and translated when, you know, violation by violation, showing him what needed to be corrected on the property, what the current status of the fines were, the potential processes for reducing liens should we come into full compliance and all of that. So I just want to add that for the record. I'm not opposed to giving one final extension of time due to the progress that's been made.
Well, I guess the question would be if we could ask him, what's the status? He said he was dealing with insurance
Insurance, yeah.
for the roof. So
That's
what,
true.
maybe you could inquire further. He could give us some
Okay.
detail about that.
La ciudad quiere saber sobre lo del techo, que a dónde estás en el proceso ese, la aseguradora le ha dado un día, una fecha, o le va a arreglar el techo, o no se lo va a poder arreglar. ¿Cuál es la
Sí.
situación esa?
Sí, la ciudad dije que sí lo va a arreglar, nada más que es un proceso largo, dicen ellos. No es así de un día
Pero
para
no te
otro.
han dado fecha.
No, fecha no me han dado.
Okay, he says that they told him that it's a long process, that they are going to give him money to fix his roof, but he doesn't have a time frame. Y lo de antes, lo que dijo el supervisor de Ávila fue que él personalmente fue con la inspectora a su casa y le mostró cada violación, lo que usted tenía pues que haber hecho, ¿no? So I was just wanting to know what Supervisor Davila had said.
Is he in court with the claim or just doing his own?
¿Usted está en la corte con el reclamo del techo o usted lo está tratando de hacer solo con la aseguradora?
Creo que en corte con el techo, es en corte.
Pero usted está yendo a la corte para lo del techo.
No,
¿O usted puso
el abogado.
un reclamo?
Sí, un reclamo es eso.
Yeah, no, they're doing it on their own. They put a claim into the insurance company. About time.
Since when, maybe, let's find that out.
¿Cuándo fue que empezaste el proceso ese?
A ver, creo que fue el año pasado.
¿En qué mes, más o menos?
La verdad que no me acuerdo.
And he said it was last year. He doesn't remember when or what month.
For the record, the fines on the roof as well as the outside storage is continuing to occur until it's fixed.
Okay, pero para que usted sepa lo que el inspector acaba de decir es que las multas o las fianzas que están sobre lo de que es el techo, what was it? The roof end. Okay, y el estoraje de afuera y el edificio, lo que es la pintura, todos los días sigue acumulándose. So va a crecer más de los $93,000 que ahorita debes.
Señor.
Sí, pero la pintura, hoy, déjame ver, hoy lo de la pintura lo voy a hacer entre mañana y hoy.
He says that the painting he can do between today and tomorrow.
How about the junk?
Y lo de la basura o el estoraje que tienes allá afuera.
Bueno, afuera no hay basura. Esa basura que está allá afuera se sacó ayer porque iba a pasar
¿Cómo a qué hora fue ayer?
Eso lo saqué ayer, porque venía el camión de la basura. Pero la basura que estaba ahí enfrente, no sé si hay.
He says that the stuff that was outside was removed yesterday.
Yo lo saqué ayer.
Okay, que la inspectora dice que ella fue como a las 3:30 y todavía estaba pues la basura on the side of the house, right? En el lado pues de la casa, bajo del awning ese azul, ahí no puede haber ningún tipo de estoraje. Ahí todo lo que te permiten es muebles que sean para patios, para afuera, pero más nada. Puede estar debajo del techito azul.
Lo de que está abajo del techo azul, en realidad, que yo sepa, ahí no había nada. No sé si alguien...
Sí, ella fue y
tal vez
todavía pues había.
Sí, pues no sé,
So
no sé
que gate pues otra vez para que veas. Okay,
Sí,
he's gonna go by and check to see if there's anything underneath of that top of the blue.
que yo sepa, ahí no había nada.
¿Usted vive ahí o no vive ahí?
Sí, yo vivo ahí.
Okay, so esa es su casa primordial,
Sí, claro.
¿correcto? Okay, so si usted me está diciendo que ahorita no hay nada bajo ese techo desde ayer y la inspectora
No,
dice que
ayer-
ella fue a las 3:30
ayer no-
ayer y todavía había, you know, ¿qué es lo que hay que ver?
Bueno, ayer había, lo que había ahí, ayer, era una cosa que un pedazo de plywood, porque como tengo un perro allá atrás, para que no saliera el perro para afuera, pero es un plywood que tengo ahí, solo así para que...
He says that when he comes back, there's a piece of plywood, so his dog can't get out. No, ella dice que había más cosas que un pedazo de plywood. Que tienes que entender que la propiedad no la puedes usar para estorar materiales o de trabajo, o de casa o lo que sea. Todo eso tiene que estar limpio.
Si ella va ahorita mismo, no creo que vaya a encontrar algo ahí. Si va hoy. Porque
Okay. Okay.
yo estaba limpiando la casa entre
Okay.
ayer y estos días. Yo estaba sacando cosas para enfrente de la casa porque hoy pasaba el camión de la basura. No sé si ella misma estaba sacando por fuera.
Okay, sí, es mañana es la basura grande en su área. So, todo eso que está allá afuera, ahí no puede estar. Tienes que sacarlo, desaparecerlo, pero ahí no puede estar. Porque cada día que todo eso esté ahí, las multas siguen.
Bueno, la verdad es que ahí no había nada, pues no sé por qué ella dice eso y si ahí no había nada. Ahí lo que había solo era un
Okay,
playbook.
pero
para
esta foto que usted mismo mandó, ¿no?
Sí, esa foto
Okay.
no es enfrente de la casa.
That picture, and he says, yes, that is his picture. So, si esa foto usted la mandó, nos está mostrando que sí hay todavía.
Sí, esa foto es de la parte de atrás de la casa, no de la parte de enfrente.
Exacto. Sí, pero no importa, puede ser el frente, los lados, el patio, ahí no puede haber nada, todo tiene que estar limpio.
Sí, esa es ahí había una estructura de madera que estaba ahí, que era un storage, que el inspector dijo que...
Sí, no solamente es la estructura que usted pues tenía ahí, pero todas las otras cosas, las vasijas pues plásticas, ahí no puede ver absolutamente nada.
Sí, eso terminé de semarlo en todos estos días y entonces eso no lo puedo sacar.
Déjame hacer una pregunta. ¿Para
Dígame.
cuándo usted cree que puede tener todo eso limpio? So I'm asking him by when does he think he can have all this done?
Necesito que me den por lo menos de un mes o 2 meses para ir sacando las cosas poco a poco.
The city does not oppose to giving him 63 days for the roof only.
Okay, la ciudad te va a dar 63 días para solamente el techo.
Yes, and the mandatory roof.
Okay, so son 63 días para lo del techo, solamente lo del techo. So I'm
Right,
telling
and the
him-
city's gonna ask to impose on the others.
Right.
Impose the fines, if you wanna tell them that.
Y en las otras violaciones, ellos van a exigir que, bueno, que las fianzas sigan corriendo.
Pero no me dan tiempo para terminar de sacar la basura, aunque sea un mes para sacar la basura de atrás.
No, ya. Usted pues lo que puede hacer es cuando la saques todo, si la sacas hoy o mañana o pasado, puedes llamar a la inspectora para que ella vaya y haya una reinspección y si todo está limpio, entonces ella puede cerrar el caso desde ahí y ya las multas de ahí paran ya.
Ok, y quería preguntar, ¿y el número del inspector? ¿Cómo hago para comunicarme con él?
The phone number of the inspector.
Me puedes llamar a mí, al supervisor, a Julio, que nosotros hemos llamado. Me puedes llamar al mismo número que tengo, que es el 954
Ajá.
828
Ajá.
954-828-6505.
¿Cuál es tu nombre? Disculpa.
Julio Dávila.
Ok.
Julio Dávila.
Okay. Cuando termine David.
Me llamas cuando termines todo.
Ah, ok.
Ok.
Muchas gracias entonces.
Gracias.
Hold on, where are we?
Espérate.
Espérate.
Sí.
Ok, so usted sabe, tiene 63 días para lo del techo. Ahí las multas empiezan después de los 63 días.
Well, the judge has to rule though. I mean,
Oh,
magistrate has
right.
to rule.
Oh, okay, sorry, yeah, no, I was just wanting to know that.
So much, forgot all about it.
So you forgot all this.
I'll go back to the bathroom. Wrap this up while I'm in there.
No, what I was explaining to him that the city was gonna give them 3 days for the roof. There'd be a stay of fines, I guess, running the
That's fine. Come
only
back.
for the roof.
Right.
But all the other violations, the fines are continuing to accrue until he complies with everything. So I told him when he gets it all done, all the other stuff, to just get a hold of the inspector, so they can go out.
Ok. Voy a pedir permiso en el trabajo para botar toda esa basura entre hoy, mañana y pasado. Entonces.
Ok, so cuando lo tengas listo, usted ya tiene el teléfono del supervisor Dávila y lo llamas a él, ¿ok? Lo otro es que la ciudad quiere que usted regrese mandatoriamente, ¿no? A la siguiente cita que vamos a tener. Ellos te van a dejar saber qué fecha es. Como hiciste hoy.
Ah, ok. Ellos me mandan una carta.
Para que le des un estatus donde usted, por dónde usted anda, ¿no? Sobre lo del techo.
Ah, claro, está bien.
Yes.
Muchas gracias entonces.
So the ruling is just the 63 days.
63 days, they have to fines for the roof.
Everything else.
Everything else, the fines are accruing out. He can call the inspector.
Whatever that is.
Order. Ok, ya terminamos ya, gracias.
Ok, igualmente, muchas gracias.
And we're asking, the city is asking to impose $8,875 for the violation that was complied with yesterday. That I was able to comply, which was, yes, the recreational vehicle.
9-304.
Yes.
Okay, so ordered, let them know that.
Ok, so la ciudad puso.
They're getting the name.
$3,000 imposed, which continues to approve.
Next case, page 41, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 2120206. Case address 1161 Iroquois Avenue, owner Christella C. Felix. This case was first heard 6/29/23 to comply by 7/27/23. 3 sections not complied at $100 per day, $14,100 approved. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
So they were joining.
Hello. Good afternoon. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I swear.
Inspector Moore for the city of Fort Lauderdale presenting case CE 22120206 for property located at 1161 Iroquois Avenue. The case first came before the special magistrate on June 29, 23, where evidence was presented and the special magistrate Flynn ordered 28 days to comply or $100 per violation per day thereafter. The violations were first cited on December the 8th, 2022. A total of 9 subsequent inspections were made at this property. The property owner at that time had not made any attempt to comply with the violations cited. As of pre-hearing 9/11/23, the property is not in compliance. However, I did speak I was finally able to speak to the homeowner, Cristelia. And it's unfortunate that they had just gotten notice of the inspection that was conducted from the beginning or anything, because her aunt was not providing, giving it to her, and the inspection form that was mailed to the property address was directly at the house, so the aunt was withholding that. So the city is, because they were not aware. Now that they are aware, they're working on it. The driveway, they're working on that. The yard was nice and clean and cut. I think they only have to finish some more of the driveway and painting, and they should be fine. So with that, I ask of a stay of fines and 63 days to comply.
For all violations.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, sir. Give us your name and address, young lady and gentleman.
Yes, 1161 Erica's Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33312.
And your
My name is Christella Felix.
Timothy Ross.
Okay. So the inspector's giving you 63 days to finish these things. You should know you've had some difficulty with your aunt and giving the notice.
Yes.
So 63 days, and then there will be no fines running for that period of time, but they've already signed on this property. So
Okay.
let's just get things that are done, or the things that have to be done, finished and completed, and so you close that out and then worry about the fines later, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so that's what we'll do, nothing further? Then fine 63 days. We're all pending violations. Correct, Rachel?
Yes.
Okay, so ordered. Thank you, folks. Any questions?
So
Yes, what we wanted to know, because I thank you, Rachel, for explaining it to us, because we didn't really understand it, and it seemed like it was short notice to us, so we were trying to get right on it before we actually came to the magistrate, but I'm glad to know that we had extended time. So what is it, once we do it, once we do it, what is the process after that? I mean, do we still have to pay out, or what are we?
And what
in
is the
compliance?
total? What is the total fines? Exactly.
Right now, you are at $14,100.
So so once I know, that's what I'm saying, so once we get them taken care of, we're trying to figure out what do we do, what still, even though we.
Hello, sir. This is Supervisor Davila with the City of Fort Lauderdale. So once everything's corrected at the following hearing, you can, ask to see if the magistrate's willing to reduce those. And even if that doesn't happen, you will also have an opportunity, once everything is complied, to apply for a lien reduction hearing, where those amounts may be considered for further reduction.
Okay, so the first thing now is to get them taken care of.
Exactly. That's the main thing you want to focus on right now, is to make sure everything's taken care of. Let us know, and we'll speak with you. And if you want to speak with myself and the inspector, we can speak once everything's done, and then we'll go from there, and we can, I can explain the whole process to you, and we'll see what the best,
Okay, thanks.
All right.
Okay, fine.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you, folks.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate it.
Hello?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yes.
one more thing. So the total, right, is this gonna continue to go up while we're trying to fix it, or is it, I mean, is this the?
No, we're staying the fines as of today. So
Okay.
right now, it would just be the 14,000 and change.
Yeah,
If you don't comply the items within the time frame, then the fines will start again, but only
Okay.
after that 63 days.
okay,
So
thanks.
everything is status quo for this time period to get everything in compliance.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay,
All right.
Did I ever come back?
Arnaldo, you back?
Yes.
All right, we're going back to page 26, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 230208441, case address 101, Southwest 37th Terrace, owner Arnaldo Epstein and Tammy Anderson, posted at property 82123, posted at City Hall 831.
Yeah, hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Go ahead, Rachel.
Inspector Moore for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 23020841 for property located at 181 Southwest 37th Terrace. The initial inspection was conducted on 2/23/23, and the following violations were observed. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia, soffits, and balconies, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are also in disrepair. 18-1, there is roofed storage at this property that is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such a manner that the property is may reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes, or threatens or endangers the public's health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. 47-39.A.1.B (6) There are wooden boards that can be seen in the open air on the east side of the property. 18-12 There is trash, rubbish, and debris, to include tree leaves and coconuts scattered on this property and or its swell. 9-280 (H) The fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. There is a wooden fence at this property that is completely deteriorated on the west side of the home. The fence was also observed as leaning into the neighbor's yard. There, next is 9-304 (B). There are vehicles, trailers parked on the grass lawn area in the front and in the backyard. 18-4 (C). There are several derelict vehicles or trailer on the swell or on the property. There are a lot of derelict cars. All of those cars on the right mostly are all derelict vehicles. Total of 6 subsequent inspections were conducted at the property. As of pre-hearing inspection 9/11, the property was found to still be in violation as depicted in the photos, and the city is requesting 63 days to comply or $25 per violation per year after.
I'm going to reduce the time for the vehicle to be removed from 15 days or $200 a day. I want those out of there. The neighbors don't have to see this anymore. It's ridiculous. So let's hear from the gentleman.
Yeah, hello? And about the last time somebody was there, they were talking about the fence and everything else. The fence was like this since I bought the house. I bought the house about a year ago. I've been trying to save up to fix the fence and the fascia board. Like before I bought the house, the Zillow did the roof, and inspector came out there. They saw the fence, they saw the fascia. Nobody said nothing about it after I bought the house. Now they're saying the fence is in disarray. The cars, I understand about the cars. The cars, yes, the cars, my fault. I come with the car, but the fence and everything else, it wasn't a problem when I was.
Cars, what? What about the cars?
The cars I could get rid of the cars. The cars is my fault on that part. Those are my cars. Those are my cars.
15. You have 15 days to get rid of the derelict vehicles.
Yeah, that's not a problem. I could get them
Well,
off by the
listen,
weekend.
please, for $200 a day, every day, you do that on time. Again, I don't know if you've been here, the city does not want the money, it wants the compliance. But there's way too many derelict cars of any kind, no derelict cars are allowed on the property, on the grass at all. The fence, when you bought the property, that's how you bought it. You're responsible because you're the current owner. You have to take care of it. The roof, everything else that you just read to you is your responsibility as the owner. The patient there,
Yeah.
it's really bad, you have to fix that. She's giving you
Yeah, I know that.
63
I know that. The cars, I could get rid of the cars.
Okay.
But the fence and the fascia, those take a lot of money, which is money I don't have liquid at the moment. That's why the last time the inspector was out trying to explain to them, yes, I want to fix it. I legitimately want to fix the fence. I want my fence fixed and the soffit fixed.
You have
which require
63
money.
days. You have 63 days to fix the fence and the fascia and all the other things other than
And
the car.
the fence, and the share fence was between me and the other guy. The other guy now responsible for the fence also, or just me?
No, the fence belongs to you.
It's facing, the way it's facing, and it probably supposed to be the other guy. The way it's facing.
No, that's your fence. Other property doesn't have a fence.
Okay, that's your fence to fix. It's,
All right.
it's gonna have to be taken out because it's not gonna be able to save it. You got 2 months to get rid of the fence.
And I can't just do the fence myself. I need a whole permit. The guy go the whole.
You can get a permit again.
He needs a permit for the fence.
I
You
mean,
need a permit
Repair.
so
permit from the city to fix the fence. I don't
is
think
the
you can.
permit something
fix
that's
that
fast?
because
Or
It looks rotten.
He can do it himself
Yes,
if he lives on the property, but he does need a permit.
how long the permit take? Because I have 60 days.
you
You
have
should be
time
able
to
to
get,
get a fence repair permit in 60 days, assuming that all the proper documentation is.
and you might need a survey of your property to show where your fence is allowed to be. But I'm saying you have time to do that, for a little more than 2 months, you get all these other things done, or a fine starts for $25 every day for each thing that's not done. Okay? All right, thank you, sir. Your.
We have Priscilla back. Priscilla's back. All right, going back to page 27. We have let's see, did it-
She declined it again.
She declined it again.
Yeah,
You declined it again?
I'm gonna keep trying.
No.
Just a finding of fact, she's probably aware of it. I mean, I don't want to put words in her mouth, but.
Okay, Rachel, we're gonna go to. No, no, we can get some-
Priscilla's telling.
Oh, come on.
All right, don't go yet. Or you go to the bathroom. Wait.
They can see you.
Yes, everybody.
Say hello. Hello? Oh, no,
And that's
no.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Let me read it in again. Back to page 27, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 230307994, case address 1166 Alabama Avenue, owners Priscilla Sanders and Kendra Sanders, posted at property 82123, posted at City Hall 83123.
Inspector Moore for the city of Fort Lauderdale, representing case CE 230307994 for property located at 1166 Alabama Avenue. The initial inspection was conducted on 3/23/23 and the following violations were observed. 47-34.1.A.1 was withdrawn. 18-1 was complied on 9/11. 9-280 parentheses H parentheses 1 complied. 9-306 is also complied. 10 subsequent inspections were conducted from March 23rd. I'm sorry. There is on 18-1. It is a recurring violation that is being presented to magistrate whether or not compliance was met. As a pre-hearing inspection 9/11, the property was found to be in compliance as depicted in the photos. Ms. Sanders has worked very, very hard to get that property like it is, and I'm very, very proud of you. Yes, yes, and this is the finding of facts. I'm requesting that the recurrent violations be read in this finding of fact.
Okay, so you're Priscilla Sanders, right?
Yes, I am.
Did we swear you in yet?
Yep.
Okay,
Yes,
so
yes, sir.
they're saying, I'm doing what's called a finding of fact, meaning that these things did exist, but you were good enough to fix them all. But you don't want them to come back, because if they come back as a violation for storage or not painting the property or the fence, they become what are called repeat violations. Each time that happens, it's a very high fine that starts right away. And the city fines those things. So you don't want any of these things to come back to repeat, okay?
Yes, sir.
She's saying you did a really good job fixing your property and everybody appreciates that, including me. All right?
Thank y'all.
All right, so we're doing a finding it back. Take care of yourself, take care of your property, and life will be good.
All
Thank
right,
you.
thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Y'all have a good day.
You
Oh my
too.
God. It's finally got old.
All right, we're going back to page 31. Inspector Leonard Champagne. Case number CE 2307005, case address 1436 Northeast 56th Street, owner from Rocho LLC. This was posted at City Hall on 8/31/23, and this will be a notice by appearance.
This is the what? Where's that? A year? Okay.
It was posted at the property on 8/16/23. Mr. Corn, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Leonard Champagne for the city of Fort Lauderdale for case CE 23070305, 1436 Northeast 56th Street. For violation 15272A, the property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. The city is requesting 14 days to come into compliance or $250 per day thereafter.
Okay. Yes, sir, your name and address?
I apologize for the background noise. Matthew Corin, 1436 Northeast 56th Street.
Okay, what's your relationship to Florocho LLC?
I'm the owner of the LLC.
Okay. The inspector just stated you have 14 days to get a certificate before and to do vacation rentals. If you don't, it's gonna be $250 a day. If you have people staying there in 14 days, you're gonna get a fine of $250 a day. If you have things up on any of the platforms, Verbo, Airbnb, or anything else, it's gonna be a fine. So stop any of those things, don't rent to anybody until you get a certificate. You understand?
I understand.
Just interrupt, he can end up taking all his ads down. They'd be in compliance if he has 3 or 4 ads, take them down in compliance and notify our office that they've been removed, not put on snooze, which means you just shut it down for 5 minutes, you can put it in. You can do that or get a certificate.
Oh, okay, so it's up to you. You can take all the ads down for vacation rental or get a certificate. But if you're gonna get a certificate, you cannot continue Airbnb type rentals until you have a certificate. And you can't advertise for it, you understand?
Can I go on top of your knee? So, with permission, may I?
What's that?
Did you say that again?
With permission, may I comment?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, of course.
So I apologize for the background noise and like here, but poor timing. So upon notice of the lack of compliance, we took immediate action and got everything requested. Had good relationship and conversation with Mr. Leonard Champagne, and we're currently awaiting his inspection, which is currently scheduled on Thursday at noon. So at this point, our property is in compliance. We don't have the certificate until the inspection, and unfortunately, we were not able to get the inspection scheduled within the 14-day timeline.
Well, then you can't have anybody renting the place as a vacation rental until you do.
I thought you just said Thursday. Didn't you just say the inspection is Thursday?
He said he had an inspection with me on Thursday.
So you do have time, sir, because if you're saying that you have an inspection scheduled Thursday,
Right.
the magistrate's giving you 14 days from today.
Oh, understood. Thank you. I misinterpreted that. I thought it was from the date of notice.
Yeah. No, no problem.
And just to
Yeah,
add
so I
one thing, if you have any more questions, I haven't answered already about the hard wiring and the fire extinguishers, fire alarms and things like that. That could take a while to get a permit. So, if you need to call me again, give me a call. So it doesn't take,
Everything on the checklist, everything on the checklist that we discussed is ready to go, including the fire alarm.
Okay, and we should do it and then it'll come in compliance.
Yes, I anticipate this will be a one inspection compliance. So that's our goal. And that's why we, maintained open lines of communication with you just to double check some things so you didn't have to come back twice.
That'll be great. Okay.
Okay, so you're going out that letter to meet with him?
He said on Thursday, so I'm sure.
Okay,
If not,
I want to make sure he knows.
I'll call him if there's a problem.
Tell him what the violations are.
I will.
It's 250
I'm
a
very
day.
aware of the violation. Thank you, Mr. Magistrate, and
Yeah, he's
Thank you, sir.
I take that very
All
seriously.
right, thank you. Okay, so ordered.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Will, there are a couple people in there that we're not sure exactly why they're here, so we need to speak with them to find out.
Okay, should I just go down the list?
Yeah. Now, let's ask, which.
Oh, yeah.
Right, Brianna,
Brianna, there's two of them here. Yeah. I can put both of them in.
Yeah.
Oh.
sir, can you tell us what hearing are you here for? Are you here for a special magistrate or lien reduction?
The lien reduction.
Okay, all right, we haven't started lien reduction. If you'll hold on for us, we'll be back with you shortly.
Do you know approximately the time frame? Because they told us to clock in at 11:30, so we've been sitting around since 11:30.
Yeah, it's gonna be at least another 30-40 minutes before we start lien reduction.
Okay, thank you.
Okay? Thank
All right,
you.
thank you.
That was it. Is there a Philip in there?
Yeah, Philip Lewis.
He's probably.
Philip declined.
Okay. All right, we're at the end of the respondents now.
Yeah, I'll take my next quick break.
2-minute break and then we're
2
gonna do
minutes.
the non-response.
2 minute warning, just like I said.
Unless they're changing. No. Next case, page 3. Inspector Robert Starowitz, case number FC 230700001, case address 3340 Southeast 6th Avenue. Owner AGAP Robo LLC, personal service 8/18/23, posted at City Hall 8/31/23.
Good afternoon, your magistrate. Captain Robert Sarge, Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office here for case FC 230700001 with a property address 3340 Southeast 6th Avenue. Property was cited in reference to NFPA 1.7.7.2. The trouble alarm is showing on the fire alarm panel. And NFPA 4.5.8.6. The fire alarm system has not been tested, inspected, or tagged in accordance with the code. Happy to report that's in compliance. It was conducted on 9/1 and was recently uploaded into our electronic database over the weekend. So we can comply that. We're asking 28 days or $100 a day thereafter.
So,
Thank you.
Next case, page 4, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 230600942, case address 1725 Southeast 13th Street, owner JMF 1725 LH LLC, posted at property 8/16/23, posted at City Hall 8/31/23.
Rafael Santos for the city of Fort Lauderdale, case CE 230600942, address is 1725 Southeast 13th Street. I inspected the property on June 29th, 2023, and the following violations were observed. Section 47-19.3, parentheses 4. The seawall of this property is in disrepair. All property owners must maintain their seawall in good repair. A seawall presumes to be in disrepair if it allows uploading of erosions, transfer of material through the seawall, or allow tide waters to flow unimpeded through the seawall adjacent properties or the public right of way. There was a permit issued on March 31st, 2023. The city is requesting 248 days extension and a mandatory appearance. Violation 9-280 parentheses H parentheses 1. The wood fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. There are areas with rotten wood, missing slats, leading onto neighbor's property and not sturdy. The city is asking 91 days to comply or $100
why so long?
thereafter.
Really use short for this.
It's a construction site, actually. and
Okay,
it's,
okay, all right.
So he did some repairs to it, but it's still, if you see, the neighbor is
Really on the neighbor's property.
correct.
It's $100 for the first time if they don't repair.
Correct. And a special report was issued June 29th, 2023. I re-inspected the property August 2nd, 2023. Notice of hearing was posted August 16th, 2023. Pre-hearing inspection on September 10th, 2023. The violations remain as depicted in the photos.
248 days extension. Plus mandatory reappearance. Seawall, and what was the other one, the fence?
The
91
fence, yeah,
days,
91 days, yeah.
and a fine or not?
Yes, $100.
Okay, sure.
Next case, page 5, Inspector Dorian Flowing, case number CE 230700393, case address 3305 Northeast 15th Street, owner Luxury Ocean House LLC, posted at property 8/17/23, posted at City Hall 8/31/23.
Good afternoon, Senior Inspector Florian for the City of Lauderdale. Case and address as read. This property was first inspected on July 15th, 2023 by Senior Inspector Sandberg. And the following violations was observed. 1811A, the pool of this occupied property has green stagnant water and is not being maintained on a regular basis. In this condition, it presents a health and safety issue for the community, that it may become a breeding ground for mosquitoes and is a public nuisance. And this is a recurring violation, reference case number CE 22030419. And this case will be presented to the special magistrate for finding of fact whether or not the violation is complied. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted and no one was there, and I was unable to view the pool. Therefore, the violation remains as depicted in the photos and entered for the record. City is requesting 10 days to comply or a fine of $200 a day. thereafter.
This is a single family home, right?
Correct,
Okay.
and it doesn't look like they live there, however, according to the neighbors and him, he is there sometimes, so.
Okay.
We're treating it as an occupied,
It's
there is services, like there's electricity and all that,
not
so.
accessible to children though, to get to this pool?
He had one fence that was open and he closed it and locked it. Oh, no, sorry, no, it was locked, and the other side did not have access.
Okay, so you're confident people can't get in as far as you know?
I'm pretty confident, but it's still green and it's still, presents a problem with mosquitoes.
Okay.
He said he was gonna call me, he didn't, so 10 days on
All right. So we're,
it. Thank you.
Next case, also page 5, Inspector Malika Murray, case number CE 23070-150, case address 2323 Southwest 19th Avenue. Owner of homes at River Oaks LLC, posted at property 82123, posted at City Hall 83123.
Inspector Murray on behalf of the city, case number CE 23070-150. The case address is 2323 Southwest 19th Avenue. This case was inherited from Inspector Aguilera, who first inspected this vacant lot zoned RD15 residential single family and duplex on July the 7th, 2023. And found that this location was once again overgrown with vegetation as well as containing rubbish and debris throughout the property. This is a repeat violation at this property, having been previously cited on case number CE 20071072. And as such, fines shall begin immediately. And this case has been brought before the special magistrate, whether or not the property has been brought into compliance. For the record, the property was cited under violation 18-12A. For having overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and or a swell. It once again is a repeat violation. During a pre-hearing inspection on September the 10th, 2014, I was able to confirm that this property is not in compliance. The property has remained out of compliance for over 68 days and continues to remain in violation. Due to this being a repeat violation, the city is requesting a finding of fact as well as for the fines to be imposed as $16,750.
Have the data started.
And David started. One moment. Fines begin on July the 7th, 2023.
And it's
At $250 per day.
or you impose fines or compliance, right?
the client plans, we're going to propose that.
You're gonna impose, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so, all right, so we're,
Next case, also page 5, Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 23070-265, case address 1400 Northeast 16th for owner MVR Motors LLC in care of Michael Greco Jr. Posted at property 82223, posted at City Hall 83123.
Senior Inspector Gail Williams for the city of Fort Lauderdale presenting case CE 23070-265, address 1400 Northeast 16th Court. This case was first cited on July 11, 2023 by Senior Officer Patrice Charlie for the following violations. An inspection report was posted on the property. The violation 47-19.9.8.3.a. Commercial trucks and trailers are being stored on site. Only vehicles for sale or rent may be stored outside. This is a recurring violation reference case CE 22120745. This case is being presented to special magistrate as a finding of fact whether or not it is brought into compliance prior to scheduled hearing date. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 11, 2023, and the following violation remains 47-19.9.8.3.8 as depicted in the photos. Also in the photos, a website was found pertaining to this address named Fort Parking. They are advertising big parking lot for semi trucks, hot shots, RVs, boats, and any other type of vehicles. It's paved, fenced, and secure, operates 24/7. While conducting a pre-hearing inspection, a semi-tractor trailer truck arrived at the south end of the gate, and a male opened the gate and the truck entered the parking lot and backed into a parking space. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or a daily fine of $100 per day thereafter.
28 days and $200 would be my order.
Okay. Thank you.
Next page, page 6, Inspector Diego Santos, Supervisor Amy Brown presenting. Case number 230209330, case address 622 Southwest 22nd Terrace, owner Alma E. Burn, posted at property 82923, posted at City Hall 83123.
Supervisor Amy Brown presenting on behalf of Inspector Diego Santos. Inspector Santos conducted the initial investigation on March 26, 2023 at the property, and the following violations were observed. Violation of section 9-306. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia, soffits, and metal awnings, are in disrepair. Also, there are areas of stains and missing peeling paint on the exterior walls. Violation of 9-280H1. The concrete fence at the front of the property is in disrepair. It has areas of missing and peeling paint. Also, the metal chain link fence on the left side of the property is broken. This is a recurring violation of case 210420287. Violation section 9-304B. The driveway is not being properly maintained. It is dirty and there are weeds growing through it. This is also a recurring violation of the previously stated case. Violation of section 9-305B. The landscape at the property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover in the swale area. This is also a recurring violation of the previously stated case. Violation of section 1812A is complied. This is being read in for a finding of fact as a recurring violation of the previously stated case. There is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and or its swale. So for violation 9-306, 9-280H1, 9-304B, and 9-305B, the city is requesting 63 days to come into compliance or $50 per day per violation thereafter.
So
Next case, page 7, Inspector Diego Santos, Supervisor Amy Brown presenting case number CE 230600402. Case address 651 Southwest 26th Avenue. Owner Indus LLC, posted at property 82923, posted at City Hall 83123.
Supervisor Amy Brown presenting on behalf of Inspector Diego Santos. Inspector Santos conducted the initial investigation on June 14, 2023 at the property, and the following violations were observed. Violation of section 9-305B, which is complied. The landscape of the property is not being maintained in neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover in the swale area. The violation is complied, but it is a recurring violation of CE 220900076, and the city is seeking a finding of fact. And violation of section 1812A, which is also complied. There is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and its swale. This violation is also a recurring violation of CE 220900076, and the city is seeking a finding of fact.
So ordered.
Next case, page 9. Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 2303065. Case address 6811 Northwest 32nd Avenue. Owner Valentina Lappy and Valerie Lappy. Personal service on 82223, posted at City Hall 83124.
Good afternoon, Senior Inspector Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 230206665. Address 6811 Northwest 32nd Avenue. This case was first cited on February 18, 2023 for the following violations. 9-3008B. There is debris, trash, and other elements which is not permitted on the roof. There is a plant growing out of the roof/fascia board. 9-306. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. 9-305B. The landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat, well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, and debris, rubbish on the property and or swell.
A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 10th, 2023, and the following violations were made: 9-308B, 9-306, 9-305B, and 18-12A as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 10 days for 18-12A and 63 days for 9-308B, 9-306, and 9-305B to comply, for a daily fine of $50 per day each for each violation thereafter. Next case, page 10, Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 230400018, case address 3171 Northwest 63rd Street. Owner Celebrations Design LLC, posted at property 82223, posted at City Hall 83123. Senior Inspector Gail Williams for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 230400018, address 3171 Northwest 63rd Street. This case was first cited on February 1st, 2023, for the following violation: 9-363 complied, 18-12A complied, 9-306 complied, 9-305B complied, 9-304B. There are vehicles on the garage/lawn area. There are 2 vehicles parked on the front lawn in orange Jeep and a blue sedan. 9-280 H(1) has complied. But this is a reoccurring violation. It will be read in for the record for case CE 2012070 as a finding of fact. The city is requesting 10 days to comply for violation 9-301B and a daily fine of $50 per day thereafter.
Like that $150. The vehicles, right?
They're parked on the lawn in the residential single family.
150 rather than 50. All right.
It's your ruling.
I'd like to get their attention, get them off the lawn.
Next case, page 13, Inspector Fitzgerald Simmons, case number CE 230600080. Case address 1 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner CWIGG RCFL Property Owner LLC, posted at property in 2023, posted at City Hall 83123.
Case number CE 230600080. Case address 1 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, Code Inspector Fitzgerald Simmons, 19. This property was first inspected on June 1st, 2023. The following violations were observed: 6-51 subsection 3. There's artificial light from a commercial sign that is illuminating the incorporated beaches of Fort Lauderdale. This is a recurrent violation. Reference CE 210300346. This is a recurrent violation. Reference CE 210300346. This case will be brought to the special master. Whether or not it comes into compliance, 6-51 subsection 1. There is signage and multiple exterior decorative lighting illuminating from the property and visible from the beach. This is an artificial light that is illuminating the incorporated beaches of Fort Lauderdale. This is a recurrent violation. Reference CE 210300346. The case will be brought before the special master, whether or not it comes into compliance. Also, for the record, for section 6-53, if the magistrate finds that the violation exists and is entered against the property, the violator, the enforcer agency should notify the violator in writing that any external lighting sources causing the violation may be removed by the city within 10 business days thereafter, or that the fine may be assessed against the violator. The said fine to begin to be assessed within 10 business days thereafter, and to be continuously assessed until the conclusion of nesting season 1031, or until the violation is corrected. Any costs that are associated with the removal by the city of the external lighting sources should be recovered from the person or persons causing the violation, and if not recovered, a lien should be placed against the property and reimbursed to the city at the time of sale of the property. The property is now in compliance. This case will be presented to the special magistrate for finding the fact that the violation did exist, and any future violations of this ordinance will be brought before the special magistrate as a repeat violation. This concludes my testimony.
So playing it back.
Yes.
Next case, page 14, Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 230400072. Case address 5331 Northeast 33rd Avenue, owner Zai Dong, posted at property 8/21/23, posted at City Hall 8/31/23.
Senior Inspector Dale Williams for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 23040072, address 5331 Northeast 33rd Avenue. This case was first cited on February 7, 2023, for the following violations: 47-19.3.F(4). The seawall at this property is in disrepair. All property owners must maintain their seawalls in good repair. A seawall is presumed to be in disrepair if it allows for upland erosions, transfer of material through the seawall, or allows tidal waters to flow unpeded through the seawall to adjacent properties or the public right of way. 18-1, there is under roof outdoor storage, accumulated items including but not limited to coolers, chairs, fishing poles, fish tanks, tables, and other miscellaneous items at this property that is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such a manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermins, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes, or threatens or endangers the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. 9-278E has complied. 9-363, failure to register the residential rental dwellings within the city. The free application has not been submitted or is incomplete. 18-11.B, it is declared unlawful and a public nuisance for any owner or occupant of any property in this city which has an active and valid permit, or for the construction of a swimming pool for any owner of any unoccupied property without utility service connected to maintain or permit to be maintained any swimming pool, spa, hot tub, or similar structure without the appropriate safeguards to prevent any human being or any animals from falling into or otherwise having access to the swimming pool, or which contains water which is stagnant, or which has any accumulation of garbage or solid waste. 9-280H.1. The fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The latches for the fence are broken and are missing on both sides of the property. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 11, 23. The remaining violations, 47-19.3.F.4, 18-1, 9-363, 1811 and 9-280H. I have not complied. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or a daily fine of $100 per day for each violation thereafter.
So
Except for, sorry, Your Honor, except for the 1811B, that's not compliant. We're gonna ask for a shorter time frame for that. We're gonna ask for 10 days for that, or.
okay, I'm sorry.
In the swimming pool.
Yeah.
Yes, we're gonna ask for 10 days for that, or a fine an amount of $100 per day thereafter.
I'd like to increase that to 250.
Okay, that's fine, Your Honor. I'm the same magistrate.
Right. Have a good night.
Next case, page 15, Inspector Robert Crop, case number CE 230505595. Case address 3029 Alhambra Street. Owner DC Fort Lauderdale One Property LLC, posted at property 8/20/23, posted at City Hall 8/31/23.
case number CE 2305-0595. Address is 3029 Alhambra Street. This property is first inspected on 5/18/23. The following violations observed. 6-112, there's artificial light that is illuminating the incorporated beaches of Fort Lauderdale. There's a security light located on the wall on the east side of the building that can be seen on the beach. It's not shielded from view. This is a recurring violation. Reference case number CE 2205-0013. And we'll proceed to special magistrate whether or not it is applied prior to the hearing. Okay. 6-513. There's artificial light that is illuminating the incorporated beaches of Fort Lauderdale. There are signs located on the front of the property facing south that can be seen from on the beach. This is a recurrent violation. Previous case number is CE 2205-0010. And we'll proceed to special magistrate whether or not it is complied prior to the hearing. A copy of the inspection report was posted and mailed copy to the owner on record per BCPA, allowing 10 days to come in compliance. The violation remains as depicted in the photos and presented for the record. Also for the record, per section 6-53, if the magistrate finds this violation exists and is entered against the violator, the enforcing agency shall notify the violator in writing that any external light sources causing the violation may be removed by the city within 10 business days thereafter, or that a fine may be assessed against the violator, with said fine to begin to be assessed within 10 business days thereafter, and be continuously assessed until the conclusion of nesting season 10/31, or until the violation is corrected. Any costs that are associated with removal by the city of external lighting sources shall be recovered from the person or persons causing the violation. And if not recovered, a lien shall be placed against the property and reimbursed to the city at the time of sale of property. As of last inspection, this property still remains in violation. You can see the big sign of AC Hotels that is up there. You can see it from pretty much anywhere. Now the light on the east side is no longer on. So that is actually in compliance now.
That lighting there?
No, that's internal lighting. That was taken care of, but you can't see the light, the outside light anymore. So that's gone. But there you see AC. Yeah, you can see that I'm very far away down the road on a different side of the beach, and you can see it. So that is what remains in violation.
Okay.
The city is asking 10 days and $100 a day until it is turned off, or they change the that would be 6-513. Correct. $100 a day.
I'll increase that to 250.
Did you ask for, I didn't know facts for the other one?
Yes.
You can do like the other guy did, turn the sign off.
Yep, that's all it is.
The Halloween. Scare everybody. It's Halloween, you can worry about that.
Next case, page 16, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 2312040, case address 100 Carolina Avenue. Owner Saint Andre Alexandre, posted at property 82223, posted at City Hall 83123.
Inspector Moore for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 231-20140 for property located at 100 Carolina Avenue. The initial inspection was conducted on 12/6/22, and the following violations were observed. 18-12 (A) complied, 9-306 was complied, 3-304 (B) complied, 9-280 (H) was complied, 9-305 (B). The landscape at this property is not being maintained in neat and well kept areas. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swell area. 9-313 (H) was complied as well. A total of 9 subsequent inspections were conducted at the property. As a pre-hearing inspection, 9/11, the property was still in violation. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or $25 per violation per day thereafter.
So
Do we have pictures? Hold on.
There's pictures.
Yes, it's photos. We just had a mishap here.
We need to see, you need to show your other photos.
Carolina Avenue, right? Okay.
Yes.
There it is.
If he's on your way out to this.
we got a couple different houses.
No, it's the same house, he painted it.
Oh.
Yeah, he started working on it, he just left the ground cover, that's what he's slow area. Yeah, it's some stuff like that right there.
Okay. So we're 28, 25.
Yeah.
Next case, page 17. Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 230108555, case address 2300 Northwest 15th Court. Owner Islanders Homes Investment LLC, posted at property 82123, posted at City Hall 83123.
Inspector Proto for the city of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 230108555, property address 2300 Northwest 15th Court. The property was inspected on 1/30/23 and the following violations were observed. 20-27 point subsection B complied. 18-12 point subsection A complied. 47-34.1.A.1 complied. 9-305A, there is growth on landscape, accumulation of vegetation encroaching the right of way and blocking the stop sign. 9-304B, the paved driveway is not maintained. There are cracks and potholes in the driveway and it needs to be resurfaced. 9-305 subsection B, the landscape on the property is not being maintained in a well-kept appearance. There are areas of bare and missing ground cover. An inspection report was posted and mailed on 1/3/23. I inspected the property on 2/6/23. A notice of hearing was posted on 8/20/23. As of pre-hearing inspection on 9/11, the violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days or $50 a day thereafter for each violation.
What can we do about this stop sign that's obscured? City doesn't go out.
He cut it, he just didn't cut it the way, he didn't do the side the way I wanted.
Okay, okay, thanks. So we're
Next case, also page 17, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 230500084, case address 2017 Northwest 21st Avenue, owner Laura E. Giles Estates, posted at property 8/21/23, posted at City Hall 8/31/23.
Inspector Proto for the city of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 23050084, case address 2017 Northwest 21st Avenue. The property was inspected on 5/2/23 and the following violations were observed. BCZ 39-296, there are illegal land use occurring at the property. The vacant lot is being used to store vehicles, buses, trailers, commercial trucks. As prohibited use of B3 county zone property per section 39-295. BCC 39-133 subsection D. The landscape at the property is not being maintained in a well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-280 subsection H subsection 1, the wood fence on the property is in disrepair and has broken and missing slats. An inspection report was posted on 5/2/23. I re-inspected the property on 6/5/23. A notice of hearing was posted on 8/21/23. As a pre-hearing inspection on 9/10, the violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 63 days or $50 a day thereafter for each violation with a mandatory reappearance.
So
Next case, page 18, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 2305-0245, case address 1880 Northwest 24th Terrace. Owner Sidney Brown and Sue Lynn A. Brown. Posted at property 821-23, posted at City Hall 831-23.
folks, you don't have to repeat these. Case number or
Okay.
address.
Okay.
Proceed.
Okay. Yeah, Inspector Proto for the city of Fort Lauderdale, case and address is read into the record.
Right.
The property was inspected on 5/8/23 and the following violations were observed. Violation was observed, 47-20.20E. The parking facilities is not being used for parking of, is being used for parking of motor vehicles, is not being used by, I'm sorry. The parking facility is not being used for the parking of motor vehicles by occupants, employees, or visitors or patrons at the structure, which is parking facilities it is serving for. There are commercial tow trucks being stored and parked on the property. An inspection report was posted on 5/8/23. I re-inspected the property on 5/21/23. A night inspection was done on 8/24/23. A notice of hearing was posted on 8/21/23. As of pre-hearing inspection on 9/11, the violation remains as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 10 days or $50 a day thereafter for each violation.
$100. Just one violation. Right? So,
Yes.
100.
No problem.
Next case, also page 18, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 23050447, case address 2521 Northwest 30th Way. Owner Carrie Harvig and Mikhail Ibrushenko, posted at property 821-23, posted at City Hall 831-23.
Inspector Proto for the city of Fort Lauderdale, case and address is read into the records. The property was inspected on 5/14 and the following violations were observed. 9-363 failure to register for a residential rental dwelling within the city. The free application has not been submitted and is incomplete. 9-12 subsection A, there is overgrown trash and debris on the property and its swale. I'm sorry, 18-12 subsection A. There is overgrown trash and debris on the property and the swell. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia, soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. 9-304B, the paved driveway is in disrepair and has cracks and potholes and needs to be resurfaced. 9-305B, the landscape on the property is not maintained in a neat, well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swell area. 9-305A, there is growth along the landscape material along with accumulation of leaves encroaching the right of way. An inspection report was posted on 5/15/23. I re-inspected a property on 6/28 and the violations remain. A notice of hearing was posted 8/21/23. As of pre-hearing inspection on 9/10/23, the violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days or $50 a day thereafter for each violation.
Or
Next case, also page 18, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 2306-0728, case address 2521 Northwest 30th Way. Owner Carrie Harvig and Mikhail Kibolchenko, posted at property 821-23, posted at City Hall 831-23.
Inspector Proto for the city of Fort Lauderdale, case and address is read into the records. The property was inspected on 6/21 and the following violation was observed. 9-279F, there is a lack of city water and sewage connection at this location. An inspection report was posted on 6/21. I re-inspected on the property on 8/7/23. There was still no water. A notice of hearing was posted on 8/21/23. As of pre-hearing inspection on 9/11, the violations remain. The city is requesting 10 days or $200 a day for this violation.
is that anybody living there?
It's, yes.
How do they do that without water?
So they, I keep following up with water billing. They say it's off. I go there, they're saying it's on, but I have to go with water billing because they're the people that tell me that
They
it's.
could be straight piping.
I think they are. I really believe they are.
You hire
Because when I
somebody
was
and
there
they
doing the
literally
inspection,
put
they,
a
yeah, they
pipe
would turn
in.
on the water and they were like, look, there's water and I can't go by that. I have to go by
We don't
Broward
have the
County.
ability to pull the power through the building official or something, right?
They can pull the meter, we can ask them to put a meter on.
Yeah, they should do that.
And I think the meter's been
It's
pulled
count.
and they're just connecting it.
Yeah, the meter has
You're
been.
talking about the water meter, right?
Yes.
You're talking about the-
They don't
Yeah,
have
I don't know
water.
where they get the water.
Okay, get to that.
Yeah, not sure you get to that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do what you recommend, 10/200.
Next case, page 19, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 2305096. Case address 1612 Southeast Fourth Avenue, owner Rafael P. Busco, posted at property 82123, posted at City Hall 83123.
Case and address is read into the record. Inspected the property May 31st, 2023, and the following violations were observed. 18-12, parentheses A. There's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or as well. This is a recurring violation of KCE 190511572. And this code section is being presented to the special magistrate, whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date or finding of fact. It is in compliance as of now.
I'm great.
Violation 18-1, the building is in complete disrepair at this property, which is creating a public nuisance. Is being maintained in such a manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested and inhabited by rodents, vermin, wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes or threaten and endanger the public health, safety, and welfare, and may adversely impact economic welfare of adjacent properties. This is a property that is owned by a doctor, which is retired. His daughter contacted me, and they already have their application in because they're going to demo that building. So.
Is there somebody living in it now?
No.
Okay.
No.
My
That's
question
vacant.
too.
Good.
Yeah, no, that's vacant. It's
It'd be hard to
vacant.
live in it.
Yeah.
Bird.
It's
You know, all sorts of critters.
it's also in violation of 9-306. Exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts including fascia, soffits are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing plain paint, building and rear of property. By code section 9-308A, there are multiple broken and missable roof tiles. Roof is not in good repair and not weather or watertight. An special report was issued on May 31st, a reinspection June 26th of this year. Notice of hearing was posted August 21st of 2023. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted September 10th, 2023. So violations were made as depicted in the photograph. The city is requesting 63 days to come into compliance or $100 thereafter.
63 days, why?
Well, for them to go through their application process and get the permit. So yeah, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So ordered.
I can read the permit number into the record.
That'd be fine. Yeah.
All right, the application number for the demo is BLD-CDEM 23090002. And that was submitted September 1st.
All right, so they're working on it.
Yeah, they are.
Next case, page 20, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 230604005, case address 801 Southwest 18th Street. Owner Deerhurst Properties LLC, posted at property 82123, posted at City Hall 83123.
Case and record, case and address read into the record. I inspected the property on June 12th, 2023, and the following violation were observed. 9-363. Failure to register the residential rental dwelling within the city. Pre-application has not been submitted or is incomplete. We're asking for 10 days for compliance for that code section. Code section 9-308B. The roof is dirty, stained, and has another element which is not permitted on the roof. We're asking for 63 days for that code section. Code section 9-280H1. The fence wood gate at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. We're asking 63 days for that one as well. 9-306. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. We're asking for 63 days for that one. And 18-12A, which is complied. And a special report was issued on June 12, 2023. A re-inspection of the property was conducted July 9th, 2023. Notice of hearing was posted August 21st, 2023. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on September 10th, 2023. The violations were made as depicted in the photograph. The city is requesting $100 per day for each violation, so not compliant.
Next case, page 22, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 221207449, case address 2799 Southwest First Street, owner 2790 LLC, posted at property 822-23, posted at City Hall 831-23.
Okay. Inspector Moore for the city of Fort Lauderdale, case number and address was read into the record. The initial inspection was conducted on 12/28/22, and the following violations were observed. 27-7 parentheses B, which has complied, 9-280 parentheses H parentheses 1 has complied. Also 18-12 parentheses 8 is also complied. This is a recurring violation per case number CE 221000603 against the property owner 2790 LLC, and will be presented to magistrate whether or not the property comes into compliance. A total of 10 subsequent inspections were conducted. At this time, the city is requesting that the recurring violation be read in as a finding of fact.
Next case, also page 22, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 230100403, case address 3450 Charleston Boulevard, owner Audrey Lewis and Philip G. Lewis, posted at property 821-23, posted at City Hall 831-23.
Inspector Moore for the city of Fort Lauderdale, case number and address was previously read into the record. The initial inspection was conducted on 1/13/23, and the following violations were observed. 18-12 parentheses A is complied. 18-4 parentheses C complied. 18-1, there is roof storage at this property consisting of but not limited to boxes, toys, dogs, dog bins.
Dogs?
Like
What is that?
There's like
There's
dog
storing
shit.
dogs out there?
Yeah.
Are they stuck? I hope they're stuck.
Plastic bins and other miscellaneous items that is creating a public nuisance. And it is being maintained in such a manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes, or threatens or endangers the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. 9-305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground covered throughout the yard as well. 9-304B is complied. 9-306 is complied. 9 subsequent inspections were conducted at this property. As a pre-hearing inspection on 9/11, the property was found to still be in violation. The city, I did speak to the owner and she is okay. She's saying that the things that are in the carport as of yesterday, she's shipping off to another country. So we both came into agreement that I give her 28 days or $25 per violation per day thereafter.
Because the dogs have shots. Don't worry.
Next page, page 23, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CC0100408. Case address 3441 Charleston Boulevard, owner Marcio Bonilla, posted at property 821-23, posted at City Hall 831-23.
Inspector Moore for the city of Fort Lauderdale, case number and address was read into the record. The initial inspection was conducted on January 13, 23, and the following violations were observed. 9-308 parentheses B is complied. 9-306 is complied. 9-280 parentheses H parentheses 1 is complied. 9-305 parentheses A complied. 18-12 parentheses A is also complied. 9-305 parentheses B. The landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-304 parentheses B is complied. 9-307 parentheses A is complied. A total of 9 subsequent inspections were conducted at this property. As a pre-hearing inspection 911, the property was found to be in violation of the missing ground cover. Because of a language barrier, the property owner spoke to me this morning and it was translated through Inspector Gustavo Carcas. And financially, because he did a lot of work on the house. He fixed the fence and he also painted the house. I didn't even ask him to do that, but he painted the home and that put him in a financial hardship. So it was agreed to give him 63 days to comply or $25 per violation thereafter. So
Next case, page 28, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 2303086, case address 170 Penny Way. Owner Jason Casimir, posted at property 82123, posted at City Hall 83123.
Inspector Moore for the city of Fort Lauderdale, case number and address was read into the record. The initial inspection was conducted on 3/25/23 and the following violations were observed. 9-363, failure to register the residential rental dwelling within the city. The free application has not been submitted or is incomplete. 9-306 is complied. Not 24-27 parentheses B was withdrawn. 18-12 parentheses A is complied. 27-7 parentheses B is complied. A total of 5 subsequent inspections were conducted at this property. As a pre-hearing inspection 9/11, the property, the records of this property is still found to be in violation. At this time, the city is requesting 28 days to comply or $100 per violation per day thereafter.
Next case, also page 28, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 230402222, case address 545 West Evanston Circle, owner Hyacinth Lane and Josephine Watley Estates, posted at property 82123, posted at City Hall 83123.
Inspector Moore for the city of Fort Lauderdale. Case number and address was already read into the records. The initial inspection was conducted on 4/6/23 and the 5 following violations were observed. 47-39.A.1.B parentheses 6 parentheses B. There is an illegal land use of non-permitted outdoor storage of items included, but not limited to an excessive amount of furniture, a tent, clothing being draped over windows in the rear yard and side of this RS 6.7 residential property. This is a recurring violation of CE, case number CE 20101024. And will be presented to special magistrate whether it comes to the funding. For the record, there is a homeless female that is inhabiting the backyard. Yes, she's inhabiting the backyard, and from my understanding, she's been living there a few years.
Is there somebody living in the house itself?
No, the house is not the house. The property owners are deceased, and the children, but the daughter inherited the home. However, because this homeless person that's been living there, she said it's her house for 20-something years. PD has tried to give her assistance to find a place. She continues to refuse it. And that's her home in the backyard. I mean, there are some pictures that shows her looking at me, sleeping. It's a lot of pictures.
Does she get access into the house?
No, the house is completely barred. There's bars everywhere. From my understanding, Inspector Gavin, under the recurring, case number, has had contact with the owner, and told her that the only way to fix the problem is to put up a gate, because she won't be able to climb the gate. And the property owner did not do it.
No, they don't want to trespass.
So, no, she puts up her own sign, stay out, no trespassing, I mean.
Work, huh?
No, she did, the homeless person puts up her own sign. Keep out, she does, she puts up her own sign.
All right.
So, the city is requesting 28 days to comply or $100 per day thereafter. So the city is requesting that the recurring violation be read in as a finding of fact.
So
Next case, also page 28, Inspector Richard Moore, case number CE 230403771. Case address 2755 Southwest First Street, owner 2790 LLC. Posted at property 82223, posted at City Hall 83123.
Inspector Moore for the city of Fort Lauderdale, case number and address was read into the record. The initial inspection was conducted on 6/23/23, and the following violations was observed. 18-12 parentheses A, which is a compliance. However, this is a recurring violation per case number CE 221000603 against the property owner 2790 LLC, and will be presented to special magistrate whether or not they come to compliance. A total of 8 subsequent inspections were conducted. And at this time, the city is requesting that the recurring violation be read to the record as a finding of fact.
Next case, page 29, Inspector Richard Moore, case number CE 220500136. This case is being rescheduled.
Okay. So
Also, page 29, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 230600540, case address 2848 Southwest Ninth Street, owners, shareholders LLC, posted at property 2123, posted at City Hall 83123.
Inspector Moore for the city of Fort Lauderdale, case number and address was read into the record. The initial inspection was conducted on 4/6/23, and the following violations were observed. 9-363 was withdrawn. 18-4 CC was complied. Section 25-4 was complied, and 47-34.1.8.1 is also complied. However, ordinance 25-4, although they are complied, this is a recurring violation per case numbers CE 220700630 and CE 220700608, and will be brought to the special magistrate whether it comes to compliance or not. We like blocking the sidewalk. Yes. With their cars.
I think it's complied with.
We're compliant, but the city is requesting, yes, we're requesting that the recurring violation of 25/4 be read in as the finding of fact.
Next case, page 31, Inspector Leonard Champagne, Supervisor Stephanie Bass, presenting case number CE 2308058, case address 1728 North 16th Avenue, numbers 1 and 2. Owner Justin Wall, posted at property 8/20/23, posted at City Hall 8. Okay, we'll read the citation and report that case. Inspector, page 36, Inspector Robert Crump. Case number CE 230800181, case address 1728 North 16th Avenue, owner Justin Wall, cited 8/4/23 to comply by 8/4/23, 3 seconds comply to $400, $1,200 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline was 8/19/23, and no appeal was received.
Okay, I'll hold the citation, right? Okay, so.
Now I'll go back to page 31. Inspector Leonard Champagne, Supervisor Stephanie Bass, presenting case number CE 230800528, case address 1728 Northeast 16th Avenue, numbers 1 and 2. Owner Justin Wall posted at property 8/20/23, posted at City Hall 8/31/23.
Supervisor Stephanie Bass on behalf of Senior Inspector Leonard Champagne, KCE 230805528, property address as read. Violation with the property was cited for section 15-282 D1C. There is a qualifying number of violations that is vacation on a property to request a certificate suspension of 365 days. KCE 2305065 4 violations, KCE 230508961 1 violation, KCE 2307065 1 violation, and KCE 2308018 3 violations. The city is requesting an immediate suspension, suspension effective immediately for this property.
For 1 year, please.
Next case, also page 31, Inspector Leonard Champagne, Supervisor Stephanie Bass, presenting case number CE 2308053. Case address 1600 Northeast 64th Street, owner 1600 Northeast 64th LLC, posted at property 8/20/23, posted at City Hall 8/31/23.
That was one of the citations as well. I don't think that. Well, Supervisor Stephanie Bass on behalf of Senior Inspector Leonard Champagne, KCE 230805533. Property case address is read. Not okay. Address is read. The property was cited for section 15-282 D1C. There is a qualifying number of violations for the city ordinance, which constitute a request for suspension of the vacation rental certificate for 365 days. KCE 230607763, 3 violations. KCE 230608117, 2 violations. KCE 230804444, 2 violations. The city is requesting suspension. It's effective immediately.
Next case, page 34, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 220600011, case address 206 13th Street. Owner Addie Cohen, it is to vacate the order imposing fines of $728.23. Next case, also page 34, Inspector Marco Aguilera, case number CE 230600070, case address 2160 San Barton Lane, owner Robert Benzano and Robert Benzano Living Trust. This is to vacate the order imposing fines from 7/11/23. Next case, page 35, Inspector Robert Prop, case number CE 230700659, case address 1640 Northeast 59th Place, owner Mayor Hannah, posted it. This case inside at 7/22/23 to comply by 7/23/23. Total fine of $600. City is requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline was 8/6/23 and no appeal was received.
Uphill.
Next case, page 38, Inspector Fitzgerald Simmons, case number 230700414, case address 1039 North Church Avenue. Owner Curtis W. Hitt and Lane Hitt, posted at property 7/15/23, cited 7/15/23 to comply by 7/15/23. 2 sections complied at $200 per day, $400 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline 7/30/23 and no appeal was received.
Uphill.
Inspector Fitzgerald Simmons, case number CE 230700436, case address 828 Northeast 4th Avenue, owner Michael Ferber. This case was cited 7/16/23 to comply by 7/16/23. 1 section complied with $250 per day, $250 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount. The appeal deadline was 7/31/23 and no appeal was received.
Uphill.
Next case, Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 230200588. Case address 2160 Tan Bart Lane, owner Robert Benzano and Robert Benzano Living Trust. This is to vacate the order imposing fines of $330.23.
So.
Next case, page 40, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 230300103. Case address 2910 Northwest 25th Street. Owner Eric C. Hickson Jr., Anita L. Spears, and Calvin Savage. This case was first heard 7/11/23 to comply by 8/8/23. 3 sections not complied with $100, $10,500 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. Next case, page 41, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 22090223. Case address 1440 Miami Road, owner 1440 Rose LLC. First heard 1/11/23 to comply by 4/11/23. Two suspensions noted on the agenda. One section complied with $25 per day, $675 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount. Next case, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 23020169, case address 609 Southwest 14th Street, owner Henriette Marcel. Case was first heard 6/13/23 to comply by 8/8/23. One section not complied with $25 per day, $875 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fine continue to accrue. Next case, page 42, Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 22090155. Case address 213 Royal Palm Drive, owner Maury Revocable Trust and Lewis Trustee Claps and all others. This is to vacate the final order of 5/25/23. In this, the city is requesting to enter pages 46 and 47 into the 2 days hearing as an exhibit. It is the city's list of complied, closed, withdrawn, and rescheduled cases. This concludes the special magistrate hearing for September 12th, 2023. All right, this is our special magistrate lien reduction hearing for September 12th, 2023. Our first case is on page 1, case number CE 22040416, case address 416 Southwest 11th Court, owner Stuart L. Reynolds. Total lien amount $4,800, admin cost $269.48. The city is requesting $2,400.
It's a vacation rental property.
He declined the first one. Let me try again.
We're gonna get nervous if it declines.
Lost or, yeah.
Okay, he declined again.
Okay, moving along.
You have to like hit accept. What's his name? Stuart.
Mr. Reynolds, if you can hear us, to be led into the room, you have to hit accept.
Let me try it again.
Okay, what's the fine?
4,800.
We're 2400.
Okay.
Still declining.
Oh, there it is.
So declining. He declined.
Well, can they define him?
Next case, also page 1. Case number BE 220200033, case address 831 Northwest 14th Way, owner Yasi Asef. Total lien amount $15,750, admin cost $1,041.42. The city is requesting $4,725.
Okay.
They're joining.
Here. Oh,
Good afternoon. Will you please start your camera?
yes. Can you see?
No, we can hear you, but we cannot see you.
Unable to load virtual background, enable mask here. רגע, בוא נראה. Let's see. One second, we're trying to work it out.
Sure.
Oh,
Maybe here.
no, it's supposed to go already. Okay,
your
can we
camera
be only on audio?
No.
No, we have to be able to see you. Is your camera covered? Is
No.
it closed?
It's not closed. You hit
I'm closed.
start video.
Are you on your computer or your cell phone?
Computer.
Let me see if I can stop their video and they can accept.
Okay. Hold on 1 second. We're gonna see if we can help
Okay.
you get in
Okay.
real quick.
Hit accept.
Hit
Yeah.
accept, please.
Yes.
Oh, now.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Dima.
Yes.
Yes.
Good afternoon. Will you both please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Yes, we do.
Okay, this is out of compliance for 315 days, which is a pretty long time. So you gotta fine of $50 a day.
It was a few, was one violation, but with a few problems in the house. Everything we fixed right away. And the pergola, we tried to do a variance. Last year, we had a problem with his father in Israel. We kind of moved there, and I left someone to take care of everything for us. And understood that she was much lower than we expect. But anyway, she was trying to do the variance. And in the end, we just said, listen, the fine is still going on. Let's just remove everything, the pergola, and give up on it.
Yeah, it was going on for too long. So we canceled the variance and we just removed completely the pergola because...
It was a tiki hut, right?
What?
A tiki hut is different from a pergola.
No, it
thin
wasn't a
glass?
sticker. It was like an aluminum roof, outside, just for shade and cover from the rain.
Okay.
Okay.
Patio
Very
cover.
simple with, it's nothing.
Yeah. So in the end, what happened? We just removed it. There was also a violation for a fence and something in the front. We fixed the concrete slab
Okay.
in the front. This was done in a month or 2 months, but the pergola went on and on because of the what's the name for it?
Variants.
For the variant. So it was so long. So in the end, we just we said, okay, we're gonna remove it, and that's it.
Okay, so the lien amount is $15,750. The city says it's willing to accept $4,725 to reduce it
Wow.
about one.
We already spent so much in order just to approve it. We had like engineer and we have a contractor and we had a lady.
Excuse me, I'm not here to hear about what you spent on it. This is for the fines for not removing it when you're.
No, I understand, but
They're always
it's approved and everything is out. We spend a lot of money on removing it. We're trying to get out from this fine. It's not in existing anymore. We
I
complied.
get that, but you put it up, the city didn't put it up, so you took it down. That was your choice. That was the smart thing to do. But I can reduce it to, the city has costs of $1,041.42. That has to be paid under any circumstance. I will reduce the fine to $2,000 plus that $1,041.42 for a total of $3,041.42.
Wow, can you reduce it to what we
Look,
like the minimum?
I'm not going to hold it.
Simple people, we're
I'm
not
not
trying
going
to,
excuse me, I'm not
we're
going
not
to.
outlaws or something. We were trying to approve it. We were like working on it all this time, and every time we send the engineer plans and everything take time. And then with the city, it took time. So everything took a long time. It's not that we were not doing anything.
I understand, but that's what my order is going to be. That's less than the city wants from you. And the lien alone is almost $16,000. That's the worst case. The city's willing to take 1/3 of that. I'm offering even less than that, but I'm not going any less than that. So it's sort of, I'm sorry the way it works. It's a take it or leave it thing.
How long do you need to pay, sir?
I don't know. Wow, it's really put us. Times are hard right now. It's really put us in a bad situation right now.
Need the time to pay. How much time do you get?
Can you make it at least 1,040 that the city have to take or
No,
something?
no,
Nobody makes money out of this situation.
told
Here
you.
to make money.
Listen, please, I'm not negotiating this. I've made a decision and it's in your favor. And I'm not going to continue to go lower for something that you did. That's not my problem or the city's problem. It's yours. And this is a way to save a lot of the money. It's about 10% of what you owe.
But you say it's like 3,000 something, no?
That's correct.
So 10%, it was 16,000. 10% is about 16.
The percent is wrong. It's 3,041.42. That's the answer.
What's
You need to pay, sir?
what's my options basically? There's any way
The problem is you have no options. You sign a piece of paper that says you recognize this is basically a gift of the city to even reduce the lien. These were not even been able to reduce in years in the past. Now there's a process to do it, but you can't go to court with it. You can't appeal it. I'm the last place to go. But it's much better than paying 15,000 or even almost 5,000 that the city wants me to hold. I'm not even doing that. So it's take it or leave it, or you just leave the lien on there. We can't be friendly about it. It's something that was done and it's a fine and you need to pay the fine. And
it's a very high fine. We're in a very bad situation financially.
We're all in bad situations. But
you want us to lose the house because we build a pergola. I lose this house.
Look, I'm not going to argue about it. I have 10 other people waiting in line here. Either you accept it or I move on and we leave it at 15,000. That's the way it has to be. Three
if you
thousand.
leave it, what, we need to take it to court. We don't have this kind of money. I need to know my options, you know.
You're gonna have to pay.
There is no
overtime.
option, sir. Again, as the magistrate said, the documents allowing for lien reduction specifically require you to acknowledge that you do not appeal this, so you can't take it to court. The question really now is how long do you need to pay? The magistrate can allow up to 6 months for you to pay the reduced amount.
You don't take payments, right?
I think they do, yeah.
Okay, so you,
And they take payments.
so it'd be like $500 a month for 6 months. If it's not
we're
paid,
gonna, I don't
it
know.
goes
what
right
we're
back
gonna
to
take
the,
I don't
it
know.
goes back to the, are you talking to me or what are you saying?
Yeah, we're gonna take the payments. What can we do? I'm gonna try to get the money. What can I tell you? I lose the
Okay,
house. What
okay.
if I don't pay? I lose the house. I just want to know what's going on, like how this thing is gonna go.
The worst thing is the lien stays on the property, but the big lien, it's a bad lien to have on there. That's what it was. You took that long, almost a year to get this fixed. That's not my fault or the city's fault. That's something you made a choice to do. Then you said, I give up, let's take it out. Hold it. I'm not gonna discuss it any further. That's the offer. You got 6 months to pay. You can pay at the end, or you can pay $500 a month, but that's what the ruling is.
Can I pay it in 6 months, in one shot, in 6 months?
Yes.
Yes, you can do that as well.
But if you don't pay it on time, it goes right back to $15,000.
I got
Right
it.
back. It was not timely paid. Understood?
I got it.
Okay? Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, also page 1, case number CE 21071122. Case address 911 Southwest 11th Avenue, numbers 1 and 2. Owner Knobs Marina Inc. Total lien amount $13,000. Administrative cost $913.65. City is requesting $3,900.
Hello?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear our firm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Okay, your name and address?
Jordan Bund. The address in question is 911 Southwest 11th Avenue.
Okay, what's your relationship to Knobs Marina Inc.? What is that?
I'm the president.
Okay, all right. This is for a number of violations: fence, landscape maintenance, outdoor storage, overnight parking of specified vehicles, free of use, and the business tax. This lasted for 53 days, which is not a really long time, but that's good to see. But you ran up a fine of $13,000 using the lien. The city has offered to accept $3,900. And there are costs that the city incurred of $913.65. There's no way that I could ever reduce the cost to the city. But the city's offer is $3,900, which could include those costs. So what is your response?
This is for both liens.
This is for, there's one lien, isn't there?
Just for the first lien. We have to take the cases separately.
I don't think I realized when I signed for the lien reduction program that I was waiving any other rights to contest this.
If you want to withdraw your appeal, go ahead and we'll just call it a day. Do what you need to do.
If I
Even
do
though it
that,
said, so you didn't
Sorry?
read it, even though it says it in bold and you have to sign beneath that you waive your appeal rights? Didn't happen to see that?
no, because I was also told that in October there was going to be a whole new program that I was waiting for all this time while I was accruing fines. So I'm sure it did say that. I'm sure it was an oversight on my part. I was advised to wait until this new program starts in October. That would be a bigger benefit. And
Well, it's not accruing fines. It hasn't been accruing fines since April of 2022.
But it's a lien on your property in the public records of $13,000. You paid $615,000 for this property. So this is not a poor property.
Yeah, no,
So
I
you
know.
can either do it now, or you'll have to pay a new application fee and do a new application process for lien
And
amnesty.
I can't guarantee you that you're gonna have a new process to go through.
Yeah, there
is.
There is?
October one.
Oh, so you good?
Can be good. Wait.
All right, well, if you want to withdraw,
You withdrawing these two?
But there, it's non-refundable. You're not gonna get your application fee for this case
I
back.
understand. Can I ask a question?
sure.
If- I understood from the last case that I understood that part of, that's when I realized that he was waiving all rights to pursue any kind of, to contest this at all. And I wanted to see if I was gonna get a reasonably big reduction that would make it easier to just pay as opposed to continue to fight this because it's a big mistake. I know you don't want to hear the case, but he changed inspectors so many
So
times.
sir, you're either withdrawing or we're hearing it. We're not gonna, it's not, let's make a deal where you can see if you're gonna get the deal that you like here. And then if you like it, so you're either, we're hearing the case and that's it, or you're withdrawing.
I understand. I'm not trying to negotiate. I saw the other guy and how poorly that went. What I'm asking is, I understand if I accept this, it's a done deal, but if I don't accept it, do I still have the opportunity to hire a lawyer and possibly go back and reverse what has happened? If it was, if I happen to be right and it was a mistake and it shouldn't have been a lien.
You're way past that. You had 30 days after the order was entered within which to go to circuit court. No lawyer can help you with that because that's in the state law. That was the appeal you had to do. You're way past that. And here you have no appeal, as you heard me tell the other people, but you can withdraw this and take your case to the new procedure, whatever it is. I don't even know what it is. It's up to you. It won't be worse, right?
It's lien amnesty. It goes to the city manager.
Oh, okay. So he has a shot of getting a break, maybe?
Maybe.
I don't know. It's up to you. You want to withdraw today? That's fine by me.
May I know what my other case is? Because it matters what the complete amount is. I realize it was an expensive home, but it also maxed me out.
You don't wanna know the amount? Is that what it is?
You wanna know the lien amount?
I want to know the lien amount and what the city is offering for that
Total lien
one.
amount for case, the total lien amount for case number CE 221206662 is $22,650. Admin cost of $772.61. The city is requesting $6,795.
So it's $10,000.
Yes, over $10,000 for both cases.
Also, in that case, it's what's called a repeat violation, which is treated very seriously. by
Yeah,
me
it's-
and-
Yeah, it's a repeat mistake. I understand. Okay. No, I'm no. I'll see what they're doing in October because it's all a mistake.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
again, you could make your case, whatever the new law is, or policy, I don't know what that is. That's a risk you take, but if you want to withdraw today, it will be withdrawn and it can't come back, right?
Not for lien
Not for
Not
lien
for
reduction.
any- So once you make this decision,
They said I could come back. They said I could come back. I'd have to pay again.
You would come back for a different process.
Right.
Yes, sir. It's lien amnesty. It's a different process.
Just not lien reduction, it's fine, yeah.
Yes, but you can apply for lien amnesty. You can.
What is that?
You can contact Victoria with, if you have more questions, but we have to proceed with the rest of the agenda. But you can contact Victoria outside of these proceedings, okay?
Okay.
so you're withdrawing, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Both cases, okay. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Next case, page 2. Case number CE 2303061, case address 925 Northwest Third Avenue, numbered 1 through 4. Owner Giovanni Pham and Rodney Eric James. Total lien amount $29,600. Admin cost $955.55. The city is requesting $8,880. Good afternoon, Mr. James. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Okay, you have property here that has been in violation for 296 days. It has a lien of $29,600. The city has offered to accept $8,800, which is about 1/3 of the lien. And the city's costs, which can't be reduced, are $955.55. So tell me, what are you seeking to do?
If at all possible, if I could have that lower. Basically, I actually don't live down there. I bought the property back in 2019. I ended up moving north to Central Florida in 2020, then went through the whole pandemic thing, the eviction bans, and kind of was like on my own, taking care of the property. Needless to say, it was just really expensive for me to do so with the eviction bans and no one paying me, and repairs need to be made. I actually did not know I even got the lien. I forgot who actually told me. Someone just happened to be, the guy who cuts my grass just happened to send me a picture of the lien posted up on the building. I basically managed the property from afar and no one tells me anything. I just don't know. I did try to get it done. The issue is that, I went through like 2 evictions the same year, and that I lost over $22,000 just going through the evictions that year when I finally was able to do it. I'm not asking for it to be wiped off or not pay anything. I totally understand it's my problem. I just, I guess what's the best you can do? I had a really, really rough, I just been having a rough time financially, just trying to, I'm just trying. So sorry. Yeah.
Not maintained, right?
Yeah, I maintained it. It's, you guys even asked me to put sod down. I wouldn't put sod. Yeah. I pressure washed it. I fixed it.
Took you 300 days to do it is the problem. So
no,
hold on. Hold on. Under the circumstances, I am willing to reduce it further to a fine of $3,000, but $955.55 for the city's costs. So that's $49.55.55, right? Which is even half what the city wants.
It'd be 39. 39.55.
What did I say to bring it down to for the fine?
You said 3,000.
3,000, yeah, $39.55, which is 1/6 of what the lien is, and less than half of what the city was asking me to get. But under the circumstances, it's not a life safety kind of case or something that hurt the neighborhood, other than being out of disrepair. So that's the best I'm going to do, and that's, as they say, my final offer.
Okay. Sure.
6 months to pay it, if you want.
You can have up to 6 months to pay if you need. How long do you need to pay it?
I could probably get it done. I probably have it done within the next, few weeks, next couple of weeks. I can get it done. Now I do have I'm sorry.
I'm going to give you the 180 days just in case you wish to do it. You pay it earlier, that's fine.
Okay. No, yeah, the 180 days is fine. And I do have a question. So is it going to? Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
All right. I was just asking. I have the 180 days to pay it, but I guess when I would go online to make that payment, or is it still showing up as like a $29,000 lien?
Correct.
Okay.
It's gonna show up until you pay it off. Go ahead, show us later.
After this hearing, I will email and I will mail out all notifications of orders, of what your new price, your new payment will be, how you will pay it, and it'll update on the website of how much it's supposed to be, okay?
And then, once it's paid and the funds clear, the city will release the lien. They'll take it off the public records. If it's
Okay.
paid on time. If it's not paid on 180 days, it goes right back to 29,600. That's important to remember. It's up to you to make sure you pay it on time, okay?
Will do. Thank you very much. I appreciate the help. Thank you.
All right, sir. Okay, thank you.
Hey, have a good day.
You too.
Thank you.
Next case, page 3, case number CE 221000277, case address 1421-1461 Northwest First Street, owner KP 1461 City View LLC, City View Twin LLC, total lien amount $3,250, admin cost $386. City is requesting $975.
I do not see a Joe Parkman.
See it, Joe?
No?
No.
Need the list of attendees?
Sure. No Joe or Jay.
Okay. Next case, also page 3, case number CE 200201566, case address 1770 Lauderdale Manor Drive, owner Llewellyn G. Ayton, totaling amount $57,400. Administrative cost $1,645.55. City is requesting $17,220.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Brian Abrams.
Will you please raise your right hand?
Okay.
Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Mr. Abrams.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hansberg. We meet again.
We do. We meet often. We'll see you tomorrow as well. What matters?
That's right. That's right.
Okay. Let me see what we have here. It took 574 days to comply. Driveway maintenance, parking on the lawn, exterior maintenance, no city water service, non-permitted land use because of outdoor storage, and a derelict vehicle, all of which of course complied or you wouldn't be here. The lien amount totals $57,400. The city's costs are $1,645.55. And the city's offer communicated to me is $17,220. So I read your letter. I don't see this, because somebody bought the property new, they knew what they're getting into, they bought it as is. The guy presumably looked at the title and knew this is an issue. So I don't see that it's probably for sale. I don't see anything escrowed on it.
Right. Well, if I could just explain a little further why I think it's justified here to get a substantial reduction. The code says you can take into account the severity of the offense. If you look at the offense that was charged here, it's just maintenance of the property's exterior, it's aesthetics mainly. It's the driveway, the fascia boards. These are not life safety issues. This is a low income area. I would venture to guess the property owner didn't have the resources to address these violations. Maybe he didn't know about them, but the fact is there's an opportunity to change hands to somebody who will maintain this property better. Property sale price is currently for $165,000. Every cent counts to make this deal happen. It's just it's very difficult to make to change hands on a property like this with a lien like at that amount. So
the lien itself, as written and unrecorded, is very significant. I get that. Even the city's recommendation is still quite high. I am willing to bring that down. I can bring that down to, you have to pay the city's costs of $1,645.55 and lien of, reduce that to $3,000, it'll be $4645.55.
okay,
Well, I don't negotiate. That's okay.
That's okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
It's even 25% less than what the city wants. But
Sure.
I agree with you that they're not life safety issues. They were quality of life kinds of things, but they did get complied, so that's good. How much time do you need for your client?
Just to be safe, I mean, I think 90 days probably would be fine.
That's fine. We'll do that.
Okay.
So the 465?
So can I just have the total one more time? Just,
Yes.
46.45
all right. Thank you, Mr. Hansbrough. I appreciate it. And you all have a great
We'll
day.
see you tomorrow.
All right. Take
All right.
care. Bye-bye.
Next case, page 4, case number CE 22.
The one on top of the last one. Can you bring in Brianna Sanchez?
Okay.
Yeah. Let's make sure that she.
Is this a cold you got? What do you got? You better just a cold, or we're gonna sue.
Yeah.
You
Better be a cold.
Here, Roger.
Daughter had
Our
the same
mask.
word.
Yes.
I'm safe here.
Yeah, he's safe. I'm gonna go down where he is.
Exactly.
Hello.
Hello? Good
Hi.
afternoon.
We need to be able to see you. Can you start your camera?
Yeah, I'm not supposed to be on it. It's actually supposed to be Joe Parkman, but you guys didn't get him on. We were waiting and waiting. You guys passed by him. So I don't know. He called me like really upset. He's like, he's like, I raised my hand, no one's answering. Is there any way he can, this was regarding case. We've been here for hours now.
Right, well, we just started the lien reduction
Yeah,
not too long ago, so we didn't pass him
You guys
earlier.
Yeah, you did. You passed him the before this meeting, before this last one. Before this last one you disagreed on? Was
Right,
that
that's because
that
no
was
one was
just-
there.
No one was there.
No, we were. We raised our hand because I don't know why it says my name under him.
See, that's the problem. It didn't have his name. We were looking for him.
He's here now.
Oh, he's right there.
Right, you weren't signed up, so therefore we were looking for him.
You have him now?
Okay. Can you speak?
Yeah, Joe's there.
Again, we need. He
Hello.
needs to unmute.
Hello, I'll be right with you. Hold on.
Hello.
This is
Yes,
address.
we're gonna read the case in again. It's page 3, case number CE 221000277, case address 14611461 Northwest First Street, owner KP 1461 City View LLC, City View Twin LLC, total lien amount $3,250. Admin cost $386. The city is requesting $975. Sir, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Okay. See what we have here. We got a relatively short violation of 13 days, but it was for a public nuisance.
I understand that, but the violation actually was taken care of the first day and we submitted those receipts. So I don't really quite understand how it dragged on for 13 days.
I don't have the answer to that, but I have what the records tell me it was. And that's what they tell me it was. So.
Yeah, well, if you look at the receipts, Your Majesty, we had the complaint, the sewer backed up. We called Rescue Rooter, we had it done. The inspector came back out, he signed it off. And we're just trying to understand the reason why it was for 13 days. I have, if you look at the records, even the inspector said that it was taken care of.
Take a look at the file. Dick. We're gonna take a look at the file. See what we can find out for you. Neighbor had complained about raw sewage backing up.
Yeah, what happened was, I guess something got clogged in the main line.
Hold on.
No problem.
Maintenance was aware of this issue. They arrived at unit 102. No response as of October 19th. It was complied on 10/22. So that's the 14 days, 13 days. And raw sewage backing up into a unit is obviously very serious. For this
Of
lady
course
to
it
live
is.
there.
Of course. So
Well,
I don't, I mean, I've been in this business for 25 years and we've never allowed someone to go for 14 days with raw sewage. I mean, that's literally impossible. So that's why I'm trying to understand. By the time the inspector got back out there, it was already cleared. If you look at the receipt from Rescue Rooter, that's the same day Rescue Rooter cleared the line.
taking a look in the file now.
Okay. But what we did do is we moved that tenant into a nicer place with newer flooring, newer paint. You know, we did it as much as we could to make sure that the tenant was happy. You know, a lot of people get really stressed and don't understand that raw sewage coming back is really something that happens and it's really not in our control. And, you know, when it did happen, we were notified and we, you know, I think we spent almost $1,000 getting the line jetted. And, you know, we've had since then a maintenance plan put into action where, you know, we clean all our main lines about once a month now. So we've invested a lot of money on making sure that this type of thing doesn't happen. But unfortunately, in the business of rentals, I don't, you know, people own their own homes. This kind of stuff happens all the time. And the tenant was very upset at us that it happened. And I was just trying to explain to her, look, I'm going to do the best that I can. And that's what we did. And then we went above and beyond that and moved her to a nicer unit and, you know, to get her out of that unit. And ever since we did that, it's been, you know, everything's been satisfied.
Right. It just started.
So, okay, so there is an order in the file imposing the fine, and the order, which was signed by Your Honor, states that the citation notice which was given, which I saw in here, was given on October 7th, 2022, asking for compliance the next day, obviously because of the seriousness of the violation.
Right.
And the paragraph 2 of the order says that the magistrate found that the respondent did not comply by the date specified, but did comply on the 21st day of October.
So how many days was that from?
Yep, so there are the days, and you did impose a fine of $3,250 based upon the evidence presented at that time.
Okay.
Which was on January 11th, 2023.
Okay, that shows that's the lien amount.
Yes, sir.
So that's the amount that I imposed back in January of this year.
Yeah, that's when we went to court, I believe.
You came to a hearing like I'm doing here. It's not court, but it was
Yes, sir. I meant the hearing.
So again, the city's offering to accept $975.
Okay,
and for what the lady went through, I think that's fair.
We'll take it.
Okay, so ordered.
Okay, and then we'll pay that.
How much time you need to pay it?
Tomorrow will be paid.
Okay, well, we'll say 30 days just to be safe, all right?
That's fine. Thank you.
All right, sir, thank you.
One more question.
Yes.
Is there a reason why we had to log in at 11:30 today?
Because the hearings were set for noon. The hearings before you were called code compliance cases. Some of those dragged on because some people had difficulty. We had to do things in translation. For one gentleman, took about 40 minutes alone. So that's the problem. We can't guarantee when we get to people, and we apologize for the delay. But those hearings took a lot longer than Miss Victoria expected because she sets these hearings. So that's why we're so late here.
Okay. Well, not a problem. I appreciate you guys. Thank you very much. And you guys have a blessed day.
All right.
You too.
Next case, page 4, case number CE 221200850, case address 1781 Southwest 30th Place, owner Hungry Duck LLC. Total lien amount $17,200, admin cost $1,201.74. The city is requesting $5,160.
What is that address again?
1781.
It's right here. And our person. Let's see the ducks. The violation.
Good afternoon. Will you please raise your right hand?
Yes.
Will you please raise your right hand?
Yes.
Zero.
I have to be able to see you raising your right hand.
Can you hear
ma'am.
me?
Yes, but
I can
put your
hear you.
hand up.
Yes, I'm doing it.
She's having
Oh, yeah.
difficulty.
Oh, she's frozen. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, and why is she getting feedback?
Okay, there
Thank
we
you,
go.
we now we see.
All right.
Yeah.
Do
I'm
you,
gonna ask you to say this was
do
swear.
you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I swear.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Good.
Okay, your property is a very expensive property. It cost you almost $1.4 million. It was out of compliance for
Correct.
86 days because you did not register it as required by the law, city law. The costs the city has are $1,201.74. Those have to be paid. The lien amount is $17,200. And the city's offering to accept $5,160. So what do you wish to say?
Is there a way to, a way to reduce it? Because once I was notified by the inspector that I need to be registered, I was doing it from day one. And the platform for the registration was not working. And I sent all the screenshots to the city, and I was driving to the city. I asked them to register me, and they told me that the city will be letting me know. So the time passed, and that's how, you know, the fine was accumulated. Everything was done, everything was sent out to the city right away. I was communicating with the inspector right away. So it was never unattended, that issue. If you could please help out somehow with the number, I would really appreciate it. I'm okay to pay the fine, and if you could reduce the lien amount, please, because it's a very minor thing, and it just because the platform of the city was not working. It just was showing me the error all the time.
Ma'am, you were out of compliance for 86 days. So you're saying for 86 days, the
Correct.
city's website
Correct.
didn't work? It didn't work for 86 days.
So constantly I was trying to register and I was showing error. Then I was driving to the city and I also submitted everything, all of the dates and everything to the city. So as evidence. And once it worked, it was registered right away. It took a while.
2.5 months to do it, but
It took a while. It took a while. It was not working, the whole platform. And we tried from different computers. We were trying because I knew that the fine was $200 a day.
okay,
Obviously, there was no reason for me to have this fine.
all right. I am willing to reduce it less than what the city has asked me to do. City wants a little over $5,000 for a $17,000 lien. I'm willing to reduce that, the lien amount to $2,000 and the city's costs of 1201.74, which would make it 3201.74 total.
So 3,000, okay, that's fine. How would
Okay.
you like me to pay that?
You can pay it. We'll give you 30 days. We'll send you an order in the mail.
Okay,
How do you want to do it?
that's wonderful. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, have a beautiful day.
Okay.
You too.
Thank you. Bye.
Next case, also page 4, owner, Rock 21 Investments LLC, case address CE 181203226, case address 1816 Northwest 24 Terrace. Total lien amount $1,450, admin cost $1,053.68. And the city is in agreement with accepting the, the city is requesting the admin cost $1,053.68.
Okay. All right, what do we have here for this? Ms. Hill? Yep.
Yes. Good afternoon, Ms. Montez. Will you please raise your right hand?
Yes,
Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I swear.
Okay. I don't have to file this one too. I'm not printing stuff properly. What's going on with me, Victoria? We got a little sheet. One second, please. Three different cases? All right. So one case is for overgrowth of trash, automobile repair, illegal land use, overnight parking a commercial vehicle, parking on unapproved service and landscape maintenance back in 2018. And without a compliance for about a month, 30 days, lien amount of $1,450. City's costs alone, though, were $1,053.68. Those costs have to be paid under any circumstance. So the city is willing to accept $1,053.68, just its cost. That's a very good deal for you. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to go any less than what it costs the city to work on this case. That's the
Can you
one case.
can you please repeat the full amount?
Yes, 1,053.68.
053.
0.68. That's for one case.
Yes.
The second case,
Next case, page 5. Case number CE 1909126, case address 1816 Northwest 24 Terrace, owner Rock 21 Investments LLC, total lien amount $5,650, admin cost $588.08. City is requesting $1,695.
okay, again, this one ran for 113 days. Illegal land use, parking on an unapproved surface, landscape maintenance, exterior and disrepair needed paint. And it was for 113 days. Lien amount was $5,650. City's costs were $588.08. The city is offering to accept $1,695.
If I may say, I perfectly understand. This is a rental property, and sometimes the tenants won't allow us to go to the properties to do whatever we need to do, or they might be hard to reach. And because they are protected by the law, we are in a very precarious circumstance in order to get this done sooner. We did it as soon as we can. I would really appreciate if you could leave the amount of the reduction, the cost of the city. As you can see, we did try.
I'm not going to reduce it any lower than 1,695. That's very reasonable. We're having to put up with this for more than 3 months. When you have problems with tenants, your lease should have something in it that says you have the right of access upon reasonable notice, usually 1 day, and you get in there. They don't give you access, you get your lawyer and you go in there. But that's going to be your issue, not the city's. So we don't want to hear how difficult the tenants are. It's the property owner who is responsible to take care of the problem. They get a tenant, it's difficult, that's something you have to deal with, but the city's not going to help on that. So that's what the offer is. That's about less than 50%, less than 50% of what the lien is. 1,695 for the second case.
Can I have 6 months to pay this?
You can, yes.
Okay.
Okay, don't forget, if you don't pay it on time, it goes right back full amount.
I know.
Which nobody wants that to happen, okay?
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Next case, page 5. Case number CE 08040717, case address 3464 Southwest 12th Court. Owner Morales Sanchez and Eric Zosimo. Total lien amount $462,100. Admin cost $795, and the city is accepting admin costs. Right.
It's $5,000 water connection, that's sure. Okay.
Buenas tardes.
Hello, sir.
Buenas tardes.
Do you speak English?
Not too well.
Okay, all right, the young lady's gonna help you. So-
Gracias.
Okay.
Okay. Si puede levantar su mano derecha.
Sí, juro.
Te vas a hablar con
La verdad.
forgetting my Spanish.
La verdad.
La verdad.
There he is.
Sí, 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 juro.
La verdad en este hearing. Okay.
Sí, juro decir la verdad.
Okay. Te pueden.
Okay. This was for not connecting to the city sewer system. Can somebody say that?
Esto fue.
Wanna help us out?
He knows.
He knows what it is, right? Okay.
So, situación fue de no conexión para la sanitary sewer system. Y usted sabe de eso, ¿verdad?
Sí, yo sé para qué es la situación y estoy de acuerdo, pues, la decisión que ustedes tomen, pero había pedido, pues, una ayuda, porque yo, la razón por la cual yo no pude conectar, porque yo estaba en el hospital, tuve un accidente de carro y pasé muy grave.
Explicar a la magistrate, okay? So he understands what the situation was and the reason why he really didn't connect just because he was in and out of the hospital.
Okay, so you said you're willing to, the city's willing to pay the costs?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, tell them that the city has agreed to do that.
La ciudad se va a poner la línea bastante abajo a 7.19.95. ¿Entienden?
No,
So va a ser 719.95 que tiene que pagar.
719.
Sí,
Eso es lo mejor que puede hacer, porque yo soy deshabilitado y mi seguro social apenas me alcanza para pagar mi mortgage.
sí, pero puedo pagar esta cosa en 6 meses. So,
Okay,
si quieren,
okay.
puede hacerlo como 100 un mes, 2.
Ok, muchas gracias. Muchas gracias.
How much time?
Muchas gracias. Que Dios te bendiga, magistrado.
De nada, voy a mandar todo esto en correo, ¿ok?
Sí, gracias.
Tiene buen día.
Okay, sir.
Que tenga un buen día.
Everybody else.
He gave you good blessings.
Yes,
Mhm.
I'll offer that. We all need blessings.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll take any blessing.
Absolutely.
Next case, page 6. Case number BE 210701550. Case address 5230 North East 14th Way. Owner Enrique Estacion. Total lien amount $43,100 and may cost $639.68. City is requesting $12,930.
Get them on board.
He's coming.
Good afternoon, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear swear or affirm, do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
And we get his name and address?
Your name and address, sir?
Enrico Ascioni, 3031 North Ocean Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33308.
Okay, so you're the property owner.
Yes.
Okay. This was for. Can't tell what the violation was.
It's a 40-year.
Oh,
Mhm.
40-year inspection.
40 years, sir.
Okay, this
So
was,
come-
this was for the 40-year inspection.
Yes, sir.
That you have to go through? It wasn't
Yeah,
done
what
on
happened
time?
was, I bought the house on 4/30/21. And obviously, you know, COVID was going on. It was really hard for me to find an inspector who wanted to work. When I finally did find one, some of the tenants wouldn't let him in because of COVID. And one of my tenants did have COVID. And that inspector didn't want to come back and forth. So it was hard for me always to get them all on the same cycle to get them in. When I finally got them in, when COVID finally calmed down and my tenants weren't so panicky about it and nobody had COVID, I got them in, passed. Then I got some requests to do and I kept in touch with Victoria the whole way. We emailed back and forth. Finally got the grass to grow at a great expense to move my zero landscaping, which was all rocks, moved it out of the way, put grass, it's growing in nicely now. I gotta admit, it looks better. But zero landscaping doesn't use water, which is better for the earth, but that's for another day. So I did everything in my power to get that inspection done as quickly and fast as I can. I own other properties on top of all my properties at every day, 24 hours a day.
Okay, this ran for $100 a day for 431 days, which is obviously more than a year. The lien amount is 43,100, or 31 times $100 a day. City had costs, hard costs of working on the case of $639.68, and has offered to accept $12,930. I'm going to reduce that to 4,000 plus the costs. So that would be 4639.68. And if you need 6 months to pay it, you can have it. But this is a serious violation.
I'm a little confused about the costs. What are those costs to the city?
Costs are for the people like Victoria and anybody else who worked on your case. That they look at their payroll stubs, they go back and say, how much time did you spend working on Enrico's case? And they write up a worksheet, which we have if you ever want to see it. And it tells you how that was.
Well, I believe that, but whenever Victoria asked me for something, you could ask her. I emailed her back immediately. So it wasn't like she had to spend that much time. Within a day, I would answer. I mean, I didn't hold anybody off.
It's not just time, sir. It's cost for certified mail. It's cost for generation of orders. It's the city's hard costs.
Yeah, for example, the hearing cost alone was $166. Re-inspection fees that they went out there to look at the property, $414. Mail, 53 cents. Certified mail, $30.65. Before the lien, $18.50. So when you add it up, it's $639.68.
So I can't get it lowered, anything lower than that?
That is correct. I'm not gonna go lower than that.
What's the
Not for
total?
violation of this series.
4639.68 can be paid in 180 days.
4639 and what?
68 cents.
Okay, I have a question. I know there's a lien on my house, but I own other buildings, like I told you. I noticed there was a lien from this on another one of my other buildings. When I pay it, that'll all come off all the buildings, correct?
That's right. It spreads to all property that you own.
Okay.
So it'll
'cause I
come
saw
off
that.
all property. It'll come
Yeah, I
off.
saw that. Will I be getting an email or a letter to pay?
Yeah, I'll send you everything.
Okay. All I need is 30 days. Thank you so much. Thank you, Victoria. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thanks for the assistance to getting that done. Thank you, sir.
Bye.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
And then
We have that one that wasn't answering.
Stuart,
Yeah.
Stuart.
There you go.
Oh.
He's in now. Okay. All right, he's gonna let you in.
What's this for? File for this one?
This is the first.
Please accept the invite. Stu.
Please accept the invite, Mr. Reynolds.
Oh.
Yes. Yes, and you need to accept that.
Have a sheet on this, big? So I know what the.
Join as panelist.
Oh, vacation rental, you told me, that's me.
Do you have it?
No, well, you told me this before.
Yeah, thank
You
you.
told me it was 4,800.
Okay,
All right, yep, you're in now.
Cost is half.
How's
And the
compliance?
cost.
and then accept the video. Oh,
Oh.
well,
Did he accept it?
25 days.
he accepted it, but now I'm asking him to accept the video. If
Can you accept the video too, please?
Can you hear us? Yes,
Yeah, right there.
accept the video.
Okay,
Oh, there you
and
go.
unmute, let me unmute him. Okay, could you hear us?
Yes, I can
Can
hear
you
you.
hear us, Mr. Reynolds?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I can
All
hear.
right. All right, we're gonna read the case back in.
Okay, thank you.
CE 22040416, case address 416 Southwest 11th Court. Owner Stuart L. Reynolds, total lien amount $4,800, admin cost $269.48. City is requesting $2,400.
So the city's proposing that you would pay half of what the lien is.
Okay, let me explain what happened. I purchased the property. I plan to move to Florida. I'm a senior when I retire in the spring. So I purchased the property and decided to do Airbnb until I moved there permanently in spring of 2024, which I'll probably no longer do a vacation rental. But anyway, on 09/07/18, I applied for and received a certificate of registration. Now, I live in Washington, D.C., which is not a state. So which means that when you file for anything in Washington, D.C., you simply file it to the city. There's no county, there's no state. So when I filed for the Airbnb, I assumed I was doing everything that is required because I've never lived in a state, because DC is not a state. So on 09/07/18, I got certificate of registration. Then on 12/10/19, I got some from the state of Florida Department of Business and Professional Regulation saying I had a single vacation rental dwelling. And I was assuming that I was in good standing. And then on the next year, on December 1st, 2020, I got some of the state of Florida Department of Business and Professional Regulation. It says Department of Business Professional Regulation dwelling, single family rental property. I got that, and that was for year ending of December 1. I got the same thing for the next 2 or 3 years. I'm thinking I was in good standing with the state of Florida. I didn't realize I had to apply with the county as well as the city. I did pay my taxes. I got something from Fort Lauderdale City called Records Tax and Treasury Division, and they gave me a compromise that if I paid like $233 by this in 2 weeks, they would waive the remainder. I paid for that, and I did that on February 12th, 2022, which meant I thought I was paying all the taxes, which I was, that was owed, because that's what they said I was owed. So I was really thinking I was in good standing, but I wasn't. I didn't register for the city nor the county. I am now, and I have been for the last 2 years. So it was out of not understanding a state, which I'm not in Washington, D.C. So I didn't understand that there was a 3-prong requirement: state, county, and city. So it wasn't that I was deliberately not paying it. I didn't know I needed to pay it.
Okay, well, the county here, Broward County, was not involved at all. The state requires some paperwork, and certainly the city of Fort Lauderdale does require paperwork. And it has so what you have to do and when and how, it's very precise. And if you don't do certain things, it's a problem. So you have a lien here for $4,800. The city's offered to accept $2,400, which is 1/2 of what the lien is. I can reduce that to $1,500, but you're gonna have to pay the costs that the city had involved working on the case, which is $269.48, making a total of $1,769.48. You have up to 60 days to pay it if you need it, but when it comes to vacation rentals, I take these as the city does it very seriously. And when you don't do what you're supposed to, you end up paying for your mistakes.
Yeah, I've had no complaints. So, okay, that's fine. I'll accept that. Thank you.
Okay, all right, we'll do that. Thank you, sir.
Thanks. I appreciate the call. Thank you.
How
Appreciate
much
it.
time do you need?
We can give you
Can I-
6 months to pay, we can give you 6 months to pay if you need it.
Yeah, 6 months. That'll really help. Thank you.
Okay, don't forget that what will happen, if you don't pay it on time, it'll go right back to the $4,800 and you'll have to
Okay.
pay it. So.
Great,
make sure you
great.
Pay it on time, all right, sir?
Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you. All right,
This concludes the lien reduction hearing of September 12th.
350 here.
350.